stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. Strike twice, we did this once. for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. fight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order, I am the light bringer.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷亦是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，挟一子，去九州。乾坤未定，这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Trouble today as we head to another 3-series day and 3 bangers on the schedule today as well. As we start the Nirvana group, we'll go to the Ascend group later. But all of the matchups on paper look pretty darn even, Trouble.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I am so freaking excited. We've got the ultimate blood, sweat, and tears game coming up first, and then we move over to the big dogs, and we have some teams clashing against each other for the first time. It's gonna be amazing.
It certainly will. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL as we are just coming at you with so many games.
That was a quick day.
It was a quick day. 6 games. Basically a standard 2-series schedule with 6 games, but it was 3 series, believe it or not. Fairly quick ones. And Weibo, again, continuing to impress so far in the Ascend group, whereas Ninjas in Pajamas, still just so much to be desired from this team. This is a team that people had a lot of expectations from. 0-3 in that group now.
Oh, I feel people have also started overreacting, but I can kind of see it where they're like, guys, like Rookie might be missing internationals again, doesn't look good for Rookie. And I feel like, you know, NIP,
There's no
your
way.
people, they need to come up with a plan real quickly.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Let's take a look at what's coming up today, though, as we've got 3 extremely close series, I think. Like Ultra Prime versus TT, both have had big strengths and big weaknesses, so I do think that will be quite messy, but I do think it'll be well worth a watch. I think that is going to be a bit of a brawl, Octagon style there. AL versus JDG, 2 teams that are towards the top of the table and looking to prove that fact. And then LNG versus Top Esports. Top Esports losing to BLG the other day. LNG on a win streak, looking way better than the placement stage.
Absolutely, all the believers of LNG have risen up atop esports. They've had a pretty quick awakening, I would say, coming back to the LPL, facing BLG yet again, a team that they weren't able to beat back in spring finals. And I feel like they did show a pretty good face, but right now it's heads back in. You're playing a team that is 2-0. LNG, have they been tried yet? It's their first time playing one of the top 2 from last season.
Yeah.
Last split, rather.
It certainly will be. Let's take a look at our groups, though, as WE topping the second group there at 2-0, and OMG surprisingly 2-0 as well. They seem to have improved their game quite significantly, but I'm looking towards AL and LNG today. They're the ones at the top of the Ascend group, and they will be both playing today against pretty tough opponents in JDG and Top Esports. I feel like that Ascend group has so much room for teams to shift up and down that almost every series is going to be exciting.
Oh, absolutely. And for AL, it's a huge task today, right? Playing up against, going up against JDG. A lot of people have said AL is looking very good, and we've said it as well. They've been looking freaking phenomenal on the Rift. However, playing against a team that likes to bleed you slow and steady might be a new task that they have to fight against.
Yeah, we'll see how that one's going to go down for them. But let's start talking about our first series, because TT versus Ultra Prime, I feel like this is a series that there's a lot of things to talk about, and when coming in, especially with Ultra Prime, like, there's a couple of players on here that I've been really impressed with this year. There's a couple of players on here that I've been less impressed with this year. And mostly for Ultra
Does
Prime.
it have to do anything with your shirt? Does any reference on the shirt?
Actually,
That's
yes.
a PSG
kind
shirt,
of,
right?
Yes. Doggo has been one of those players, definitely. Qingtian as well. But actually, in the most recent series, I feel like both of those players really stepped up.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I've been somebody who's been very much on the coin flip side for Qingtian. I expect him to be that solid rock that we expected him to be when he joined the team, having all those flashbacks back from top esports, and it hasn't necessarily been the case. However, the last series from Ultra Prime was sort of a resurgence for the team. They were on an 8-game lose streak, and it looked grim, but they absolutely broke it. They beat RA, they 2-0'd them, they looked solid on the Rift. A lot of their players went back to their very solid picks as well, so Qingtian onto his Darius as well, which as somebody who's a fan of seeing Qingtian coming back to form, doing it on a Darius and a blind pick nonetheless, felt really good.
Yeah, Darius on the blue side, waiting until their last pick, but then ending up going against that Cassante. Then also played the Cassante against Renekton as well. So Qingtian, really good day for him compared to some of the series we've seen more recently. But they're up against TT today. And TT, you know, when this roster first started to come into fruition, a lot of the conversation was about 1xN, and then I feel like things shifted towards UCal, maybe Baytron, sometimes with these AP junglers coming in. But I feel like the conversation has shifted back again, once again, to be focused on 1xN.
See, here's the funny part, because you've got the perfect jungler for this meta if you're TT. Baytron was playing carries even when carries were not necessarily meta, and he was going towards the Viegos and the Zinzaos when the meta was a little bit more broadly. But look at his champion pool right now. There is not a single tanky-ish champion on this pool, and primarily his top picks as well are full AP, which is what this meta is swarming in right now. So I feel like it is such a huge telltale for TT, the fact that they want to play for the jungler, but they also know that if they need a secondary carry for the team, if they need to go to that late game, they can absolutely rely on 1xN, because his development has been incredible throughout the splits.
I have to say, like, with Baytron, I kind of saw this AP jungle meta, and I was like, oh my god, surely this is where Baytron like really pops off. You know, when he first joined FPX a while ago, I feel like it was really, really exciting to see him. I've not been that impressed with him this split, honestly. I've been less impressed than I wanted to be when it is the fact that these AP carry junglers are standard right now. I feel like some of his early pathing has been kind of punished by other teams, and we'll see if Hacker can punish him today, because Hacker's the opposite of that story, where I had very little expectation of Hacker coming into this split, but then in this AP jungle meta, he's managed to absolutely thrive. So we'll see how they are going to do up against each other today, because, you know, it's always going to be a challenge between these kinds of teams.
Yeah, I feel like both Ultra Prime and TT suffer from the same kind of problems when it comes to the mid to the late game. From mid to that late game. I feel like the side lane pressure really crumbles a lot, and they don't necessarily understand how they want to play them up with the compositions that they have drafted. However, TT, in the previous game, when they beat IG very convincingly 2-0, they did play through those side lanes. They were the team that demolished the outer towers first. They took control through that. They took that vision and then bled it into a pretty convincing victory. So I feel like for Ultra Prime and TT, both coming off of a very convincing 2-0, there was a lot to learn from that in terms of how fast-paced those games were and how they managed to close them out that quickly, because they can definitely use that up against each other.
And I do cautiously hope that we will see that kind of pace today, because I feel like this is the kind of series where this could get really funny. This could get really messy in the early game if both of these teams are trying to play pace, if they're both clashing at Grubs, clashing at Drakes. I do think there's a lot of space for scrapping. And, you know, when you see top teams with early game comps on either side, quite often you end up with a slower game because they'll just play opposite. They don't want to go for the risky engage. Whereas with teams lower down the standings, quite often where they just look at their own win conditions and go, we need to fight right now. And if both teams are doing that, you get an absolute brawl. And that is what I'm secretly hoping for today. That and Qingtian and Darius. Those are the two like
I was about
objectives
to say.
that happen today.
You're literally in my mind because I was like, hey, we might also get again a blind pick from Qingtian playing that Darius. Let's not forget he has things like the Gnar as well that he was known for in his time back in top esports. So he definitely has more those bruisery fighter picks towards that top amount to try and take control. And this is absolutely what I want to see, especially from teams down the lower standings in Group Nirvana, where they're trying to make their way back up to the top, building on that confidence, building on your laning phase to try and then translate it into those dragons that we see, into the void grabs, into pressuring through side lanes is very, very important. Again, Ultra Prime and TT have been doing this in literally their previous series that they both played, and it's just about momentum and whether they can carry this through here.
I'll have to see. On the topic of Qingtian's Darius as well, we have seen him blind pick that before the split, and Ala got rumbled. And I'm going to be honest, it was one of the most brutal lane matchups I have ever seen. Ala completely destroyed him. And like, there was this 1-1v1 where the spacing from Ala was godly. Qingtian didn't even get an auto attacking while being solo killed. It was glorious.
You know, in all fairness, Ale has been demolishing a lot of top laners, so Qingtian was just another victim this season.
The reason I bring it up, my conclusion is, I'm here for the Darius pick. Please ban Rumble first. Please don't let Rumble go through and then play Darius.
Right. I'm gonna pull us a little bit out of the rift, and I want to say that every single time I see TT walk on stage, I'm waiting for Yuko's pose every single time. This guy is so emotive. When he walks onto the stage, he demands attention. He does his little pose every single time. I think it's something like a scream, a roar. So every single time I see Yuko walk on stage, I get very inspired. I'm like, I believe in TT. You guys can do this. You look ready. And this translates onto his teammates. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Here he comes.
Here he comes. And he always steps up to the stage, does his little gyro.
Oh, the heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a fan favorite, and rightly so. I feel like there's not many players, especially newer players, that come into the league and manage to endear themselves quickly with fans. Yukal was absolutely among that number that came in, showed up, did some funny poses on stage. I think he did a couple of like TikTok things a little while ago as well. And ever since, I think he's really, really endeared himself to fans. And also, his first split was just so terrible that then the next split he was solo killing rookie, solo killing knight, and suddenly everyone loves it because it's like, wait, what just happened? How did he go from this guy that just W's in on Corki and then flashes back out again to this guy that's solo killing everyone in the league? It was just such a crazy 12 months, honestly.
It's kind of an illusion, you know? You're coming in and everyone expects you to know to do great things, and then you show them that you're not really very good, but it was all along a prank. People don't give you necessarily the respect that you expect them to give you, and this is when you clap back, and this is exactly what Yukal did. He's playing the social media game, as we mentioned, pretty well too, and it's also great to see a lot of the players interact with the community and build a community for themselves, and sort of this is what brings out the stories of the LPL, and a lot of the fans that are sitting in the crowd and they're cheering and they're screaming out their gyros every single time a team is playing. And I feel like Yuka has sort of instilled that to the fans of TT, or even brought, if you will, fans over to TT.
I think he brings a lot to the team in terms of vibes as well. He's a vibe merchant. That's a phrase from Valorant that me and Lyric stole a little while ago, but it's just such a good phrase. It's a player that joins the team and, like, you know, brings that energy with them and brings the team up alongside them. There's quite a few of them in the LPL. I feel like Knight is a bit of a vibe merchant as well, where you can always see him talking, you can always see him laughing off the camera. Even when they're losing, he's still laughing. Actually, has been criticised for that by fans before, unsurprisingly. But yeah, Yukal, we'll see if he can be the vibe merchant today. But it's the rest of the team that I'm really worried about, to be honest.
Well, Yukal dyeing his hair as well to match the vibes of the jersey. We can also respect that. I wouldn't be too worried for TT, especially if I see what they brought in their series versus IG, how they took control of those side lanes. I feel like if you are TT, you're looking at things and sides from Ultra Prime that have been inconsistent in the past, and you're trying to take control of that. I feel 1xN and Feather could definitely take it up onto Doggo and Niket that have not necessarily had the best of laning phases starting this split, and of course with Jingtian being quite inconsistent overall, Hoya could potentially have the chance, together with Patron, to shut that down and take control of that side lane as well. And I think this could 100% be vice versa for Ultra Prime if they carry on to their momentum as well. This is what we said at the beginning. This could be a series of blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah.
So put your seatbelts on.
I honestly think that bot lane's pretty exciting as well, because which player I rate depends on the team, right? With TT, like, I really rate 1xN. Feather, I feel, has a lot of room for improvement. Whereas on the side of Ultra Prime, I really rate Niket, but Doggo has had a couple of wonky games. Although his laning phase has been, you know, one of the better parts. He quite often gets caught moving between laning phase, moving up to river or moving around the map, and silly little mistakes like that. Let's see if we get any silly positioning mistakes today as we jump in. Ultra Prime on our blue side. And guess what? The Rumble is taken off the board, so Darius could well be an option for Jingtian.
Ooh, especially since the Renekton was banned out by TT. This is kind of a pick that, I know it's a very LPL-esque pick to be one, that the Renekton. However, it has risen back up to priority, especially since a lot of the counters have been banned out, aka the Rumble right here. And that's, okay, that is a very weird B1. Yeah. Especially for the LPL, especially since we have things like the Corki still up and available. A lot of teams will even go for Yone, or the most important one, Sejuani, has been rising back up to the top.
It has, and I feel like the Lucian, you know, people have been picking it into the Corki because you can dodge the Foss Bomb and have good trades during the laning phase and later on in the game. But I think maybe just that's maybe the progression at this point of that mid lane AD meta, that Lucian rises to the top of the pile just because of the matchups, assuming Tristana is banned. But regardless, I digress. It is going to be Leona locked in here for the side of Ultra Prime, and Hacker going to go for the Lilia into Baytron's Zyra.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Yukon has played that Zeri in the mid lane and it went really well for them in their game versus RA early on in the split. So I am expecting that this Zeri will go on a trip, whether to the bot lane or mid lane. It's a flex pick for TT. So pretty good start right there. And for Ultra Prime, it's almost certain that this Lucian will end up going into this mid lane. I feel like teams have realized how absolutely broken it is to play double AD carry compositions and how well they're facilitated for this AP junglers that like to scale and they like to farm. And Lucian, let's not forget, he has been all the raids. Out of all the AD carries that have been played in the mid lane, Lucian has always been up to the top because of his trade patterns are really well, the way he's able to not only push through that lane, but also harass at the same time, kind of very similar to Corki. So this is how he's risen back up to popularity right now.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it, that he's the AD mid laner with the biggest history, whereas he kind of took a while to come back into this meta. It's kind of a strange one, but here he is. He's managed to make it.
Almost sounds like Tristana and Corki are broken.
Yeah, maybe. It could be the answer. Zig's going to be banned away here. We're looking towards the bottom lane now. Misfortune still up and available, and that has massively risen in priority. But if stuff like the Misfortune starts to go away, I mean, like, there are picks like Draven, for example, that Doggo does like to play. But whether or not you want to play that into an Alistar is another question.
Ooh, also the Kennen been taken away from Hoya. I wonder, once we talked about this, Jingtian is more than happy to blind pick things like the Darius. However, here, I don't think Darius is very possible, especially since you're playing against things like the Alistar and Zyra that really love to control, especially the Zyra that really loves to control huge areas of space and gets realized later on and you'll be slowed forever, so it's gonna be a little bit harder. However, his Gnar could be a possibility. You do have that huge wombo combo with Lilia, Leona, X, so getting that bit of damage plus engage towards the top side of the map, never mind, they're gonna ban it out themselves.
Yeah, removed off the table. I'm just looking towards Doggo's potential picks as well. I will say Kalista, open and available. It's something he's played a bit more than most AD carries in the league, and it has been working with a 75% win rate over the 4 games he's played. But for TT, they've already got bot lane, they've already got their jungle. They need to lock in a solo lane here. Something like, wait a second, they haven't got their bot lane, that's Zeri mid!
Yep, UCAL played it versus RA. So it was a flex all along from the very beginning, and let's see what now Ultra Prime are gonna choose to put into that Kai'Sa Alistar lane. They do have one pot, which is the Leona. What is going to be the second one? The Draven was over there for a little bit, and you did talk about the Misfortune. They have such huge wombo combo potential. And Qingchen right here, he does have the chance to, if he wants to, he could go for something like an Ord. There's more than enough damage already in the team just to add up to that wombo. Oh my, okay, I thought he locked in the Fiora for a second.
So
my screen bugged. Oh my god.
It was the K'Sante in the end. So nothing too spicy from Qingchen for the first game. And it looks like it'll be Poppy, a pretty reasonable lock in here. Although there's not that much in the way of dashes to block. You can deny the engage from Niket, as well as just having a decent lane against the K'Sante. So it does make sense as a lock-in and helps you with the neutral objective control. One little interaction I want to mention quickly is the Misfortunal doesn't actually proc the sleep from Hacker because it's periodic damage, just like Ignite doesn't proc the sleep, so Hacker can put them to sleep. Bullet time just goes over the top and it never wakes them up. They just slowly die while sleeping. It's kind of brutal. Ultra Prime though, like you say, big wombo combo. TT on the other hand, I mean, how does this composition function with a Zeri mid?
I feel like all you want to do from TT, especially since the Poppy came in as well, is expect the engage. I feel TT have all the tools to play around Ultra Prime, all-inning them. The Zara ultimate going down. Kai'Sa is very self-sufficient when it comes to running away from targets. Her ultimate is one of her big tools. You've got Alistar to zone from you, and especially the Poppy being added into that equation. Every single time I see Poppy or Braum, I'm like, this is a fantastic peeling composition, and I feel like this is exactly what TT have brought in here. They know that Ultra Prime want to take the heat over onto them, so they have pretty much equipped themselves with all tools available to play the peel and walking backwards game and give that Zeri the time and the space that I've always been talking about when I see a Zeri. I'm like, give her tanks, give her space, give her time in a team fight, and she will put that DPS down.
If you're going to play a Zeri, you've got to have that Zeri as the spotlight feature of your composition. We'll see if UCAL can step into the spotlight. He's been a player that's quite comfortable in the spotlight in the past. Now he's got a Zeri mid. Zeri versus Lucian mid. This is not something that I was anticipating a couple of weeks ago, but here we are. Here we are. Both of them very recently coming into the meta, but now staples, it would seem, as we get into game number 1. It's TT versus Ultra Prime, battling it out in Group Nirvana. Well, unlucky. This is not the Beijing JDG arena. In fact, this is Shanghai.
Say maybe we accidentally skipped the Gyos. Let's say they were there all along.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe the real Gyos
Yeah.
were the friends we made along the way, huh? Feather, gonna get pulverized to keep himself safe. And very standard level 1 here. UCAL gonna have that barrier in the mid lane. Obviously, you can slide a lot of the way back to the mid lane on that Zeri. And already, UCAL getting a very nice trade-off. Actually used his barrier to make that happen. Are we gonna get a really late invade here from TT? They look like they want it. Feather flashes for 2. But that's all he gets, and UCAL in the meantime just peppering Yukai. Yukai is going to have a really hard start to this lane. UCAL's not even done just yet.
Whoa.
Zoning him all the way. Yukai's going to miss XP for these first 3 minions.
Again, remember what we have in the jungle for Beijing and Hacker. You need to make sure that you have that mid lane priority to be able to play around the map, clear really quickly, make sure you don't get invaded. So UCAL right there taking a pretty favorable trade. Burning your barrier is not that much of a problem, especially since Yokai does not necessarily have an offensive summer spell onto him. He has that teleport. However, this is also a way to try and burn Yokai's teleport early on. And there you go. You'll see Yukai. He's already pressing that B. He could be betting the teleport as early as that level 1. And Yukai could absolutely benefit from that.
Yukai cancels the recall at the last second there. As Yukai, I guess, pushed the wave in. Yukai decided it's time to stay. Needs to get this farm. It's going to be basically a full wave down in CS, though. You can see 7 to 11 on the CS numbers right now. Fantastic start from Yukai, all off of that level 1 as well. And, you know, when you're going to run something like a Zeri in the mid lane that is a scaling pick, is a pick that needs a bit of time, you would expect Lucian to do well early, but because of that level 1, Lucian doesn't get a look in.
Very aggressive level 1 from Yukai has earned him a lot of pressure over in the mid lane. And if we hover over to the other lanes as well, we're towards the top side of the map. It is TT that have priority towards the top side of the map, but look at what we talked about before. Having the priority in the mid lane allows for jungle freedom to be able to invade the flash. Oh. Okay, that was a little bit optimistic from Beitron to do it blind.
Good from Beitron, to be honest. More like said, aggressive on the bottom side. The solo invade from Beitron, but here comes Yukai to help out. Hacker does manage to get his drop and then flashes to safety. So both junglers using their flashes, and Beitron unfortunately gets nothing on the invade.
Hacker, however, does have to burn his flash, but he does take everything out of his jungle. And again, this is something that TT were actually planning from very early on. When Yukai's trade happened, they knew they had that trio mid. Yukai instantly moved to assist Beitron into this invade. Unfortunately, they did not get anything. Both of these junglers will have burned their flashes. So for the next skirmishes to come, we could be looking at somebody potentially going down. Zyra, sure, she does have a lot of appeal with her plants, but she's a very, very immobile carry. So if you do get somebody like Niket roaming early on, catching that Zyra, Beitron could be in a deep trouble.
And it would be extra bad, right? Because he's the one that chose to flash aggressively, right? It's not like, you know, Hacker was forced to flash because of the aggressive invade from H1. Hoya misses the cannon there on the camera, and the observers, of course, zoom in. But yeah, H1, if he was punished for this lack of flash after using it so aggressively and kind of fumbling it, it would be pretty rough to watch. So far, though, a quiet one here between the two teams, but Hacker maybe wants to change that as he moves bot, but just going to shadow his bot lane, get them a recall, get them back to base. So far, a fairly quiet one. The biggest lead, honestly, is just Yukai in the mid lane, and all of that still at level 1 advantage. Really good laning, though, on the series.
Absolutely, and look at Yukai having that pressure still in the mid lane. Beitron was actually pinging top quadrant of Hacker's jungle, and Hacker will be right there. However, a very quick reminder, both of these junglers are missing their flashes. So unless you have very strong priority and your carries, your solo laners are willing to move instantly, this is the only chance you get for an invade. And it wasn't quite the case right there. Yukai's lane was pretty even in the mid lane. Hoya hadn't crashed that wave. So Beitron played it a little bit safer, a little bit more slow. Another control ward. He's going to spot Beitron the exact same place that he was before.
It's slowed by a swirl seed. Plant over the wall. He really wants to fight
Feather's
for
here.
this Grump. Hacker has smite, but so does Beitron. Feather's moved up, as you say. Grubs are coming up in 10 seconds as well, so the Grump maybe just a bonus as TT look towards those 3 purple guys, but Feather has been found, and level 4 Alistair just ain't tanky enough. Feather will fall. First blood goes the way of Jinxian.
Ultra Prime tempoed the entire team towards the top side of the map for those Void Grubs. All 5 members in this top quadrant of Hacker's jungle. 1xN had already committed to go to the bot side of the map. So Feather got caught in the top side between 4 members, ends up going down. Kill going over to Cassante, which is going to give him a little bit more freedom, having those extra early items.
Look at that.
Can get you some sort of advantage in the poppy lane, but overall for Ultra Prime, let's see how well they're gonna be using those Void Grubs, because they did commit 5 members rotation towards the top
I
side.
think the really nice thing for Ultra Prime is because of Miss Fortune's movement speed, she only lost like 2 or 3 minions there. Like, Doggo really didn't miss out that much by committing to the top side. We saw him arriving just in time to get that wave on the bot side. You can see pretty much even in CS, even slightly ahead in CS, all off the back of that strut passive movement speed. And like, I was watching him go down on the minimap. This speed that he booked it across the map is ridiculous.
And it also had very great tempo recall from that bot lane as well, because by the time Doggo showed up in the top lane, 1xN was between tier 1 and tier 2, I want to say. Sorry, tier 2 and tier 3 on that bot lane. So no time for reaction, not close enough to the wave to crash it, as you mentioned. So good stuff right there from Ultra Prime. However, due to the fact that they stayed on the map just a little bit longer, they have lost a little bit of pressure over in the top side of the map and in the bot lane, as you mentioned as well. So TT will definitely be taking something back in terms of gold. However, Hacker, he's got his level 6 and he's looking at that bot lane.
The sleep and the bullet time available here. I was going to say lilting bullet time, but no, they just sort of spaff out the misfortune altar. I feel like that was so free. They just didn't wait for the Lilia ult.
That execution was not the cleanest, I want to say. Niket engaging onto Feather. It's a pretty easy combo from Alistar to pulverize and stop you on your way to your E. So you cannot necessarily pin down that Alistar. Feather also had his flash available to get out. So unless you pin someone down for long enough to allow the Lilia to hit a spell, so that then she can use her ultimate and you can use the entire bullet time on the target. It's not that easy to expect that a target will just stand still and take the entire bullet time. Wasn't the case for TT. Niket, he's doing a Hylissang, where he's trying to keep the wave as close to the tower as possible without necessarily losing his own life. Hylissang does end up losing his life sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah. Felt a little bit cheeky, didn't it? The recalls coming out from Niket as well, but I like that. You know, Niket, this is still his rookie year at the end of the day. Showing that kind of confidence, knows that he is doing the right thing, knows he's in the right place and can tank this damage, knows he's going to go for that reset, knows that 1xN needs to go for a reset too. 1xN doesn't get a chance to go for a reset, and Doggo knows that he's got a window here. Plasma proc to 1xN, flashed on! Doggo with the solo kill!
1xN did not have any mana left to use that ultimate. Doggo fantastically finds 1xN onto the recall, pins him down. Has to use both of the summoners, but not only do you get the kill, you get the pressure on the tower. There's a bunch of golden experience that 1xN is missing. And also, you get a bounce of confidence boost that I feel like Ultra Prime's bot lane really does need, because they have been struggling quite a bit lately. So for Doggo to find that solo kill, very good props to the bot lane of Ultra Prime, well, to the AD carry of Ultra Prime, because he was all alone on that solo kill. Good stuff so far.
Yeah.
PSG coming through,
And
Munch.
honestly, a lot of credit goes to Niket as well for holding that wave, making 1xN overextend to try and push that wave in, and then, unfortunately for 1xN, recalling on a ward as well. You know, pretty awkward. Pretty awkward from him, but at the end of the day, Doggo now, BF sword pickaxe in his inventory. He is in a really strong spot, and he's moved up to this top side because Ultra Prime already got the first 3 grubs. Now with their AD carry in the top lane, GTN's teleport coming up fairly shortly. You would expect them to be the ones with their eyes on this second set of grubs.
Again, 4 bodies committed towards the top side of the map, as you mentioned, Munch. Ultra Prime really want those 6 grubs. There will be a teleport pretty soon for Qingtian, not quite yet. And as you can see on the entire map, the entirety of TT is actually walking towards the top side of the map. 1xN might be a little bit too slow, and 4 grubs are already going to be secured for Ultra Prime.
Nice 4. Hacker might be able to smite a 5th one. Can they get the 6th? But Hoya wants to fight first. Feather flashed away from it, just soaks an entire bullet time, but it's pretty damn tanky. Niket now the one in trouble. Newcal flies over the wall to finish the job. Hoya slams it with a shield to take the kill. But that was a 5-man commit as 1xN moved up, and that means Qingtian gets time on a tower.
And Ultra Prime, we did criticize them on their side lane pressure right here. They do not commit the teleport from Qingtian. Ultra Prime sneaking quite early, very good on the tempo. They were there first, grabbed the 2 void grabs. Sure, they sacrificed in hindsight their support, but that is more than enough for Cassante. 300 gold up, managed to get a couple more tower platings. And let's have a look at this play again. TT a little bit too late to the party. Their AD carry still up in the jungle, running through. Great flash from Niket to go out. And I feel like the play should have been done right there. Niket oversteps a little bit of a forward, ends up giving his life. He didn't have to. However, that's a very small price to pay for the 2 void grabs and a couple tower platings spawn.
The solar flare was so close to getting stuns there as well from Niket. If anyone's stunned up, it might just be a kill off the bullet time, but fortunately it wasn't quite enough, as Doggo just ignores the trade that's going on between Hoya and Niket to get that tower plating. He's got 5 grubs already. There's 3 plates down bot, 2 plates down top, and I think Ultra Prime would really like to turn that into more off the back of these grubs.
You do have a lot of side lane pressure as well, having that Lucian that can go onto a side lane. You're treating Lucian pretty much the same way you sort of treat a Tristana. You can really eat through those towers. However, Ultra Prime have put a lot of faith and a lot of resources and a lot of tempo movement on the map to try and secure those void grabs, whilst TT is always trading them for those dragons. And we have seen that if you cannot abuse your position to take those side lane, to take that side lane pressure into something greater, into team fights, into later on vision, by committing all those numbers and time for the void grabs, usually the team with the dragons gets to dictate how they want to play the map. So TT have earned themselves 10 minutes in which they can choose to not fight, not contest dragons until they have those items available on their Zeri, on their Kai'Sa, and on their Zara.
Well, speaking of that map positioning, you see Qingtian move back up to the top side here. Yuakai's gone to the bot lane. That means Doggo gets to push away in that mid lane safely, which is exactly where you want your AD carry to be. Safe in that mid lane. We'll see. This could be an opportunity not only for Qingtian to get a plate on the top side, but also Yuakai. You talked about Lucian tearing through the towers in the side lane. Well, he's got an opportunity here to get maybe not just a plate, maybe he'll be able to finish this one off. Hoya tries to stop the attempt, but the grubs are enough. Hoya now being engaged upon, but in the meantime, it's Hacker. Caught out in the tri-brush, thought he had positioning. Qingtian TP's into the play, and he's going to look for Feather as well. Stun comes on through. Follow-up CC is there from Niket as well. Feather realizes he's not going anywhere on this one, and Yuakai will sweep up the kill.
1-for-1 overall. Hacker enters that tri-bush. However, on the other side of the map, TT are trading with a tower for themselves. Also pre-14, all the tower platings going over to Yukal, or the remaining tower platings going over to Yukal on the top side of the map. And this is what happens when you do have AD carries that can actually side lane like the Lucian, like the Zeri. You lose towers really quickly. However, here, Ultra Prime, I feel like they got a little bit lost in the sauce. You've got Yuakai and Niket engaging onto that Poppy. And you'll see Hoya dropping really, really low, but by the time Hacker is caught, Niket goes back to try and support a jungle that's already dead because Qingtian is also TPing in. So I feel like there was an opportunity to actually kill both Feather and Hoya in this iteration. However, we're going back to live because TT are willing to potentially try and contest for that. They're too late to the play though, once again.
So will be another topside objective for Ultra Prime. And this has been a fairly close one, honestly. The one thing I'm really scared about, if you're an Ultra Prime fan out there, Yucal is your worst enemy right now because, my god, is this Zeri getting strong. The Lucian similarly from Yuakai, but I'm less scared of a Fed Lucian than I am of a Fed Zeri, to be honest. Yucal getting all that solo gold up in the top side. He's level 11 already. And looking to pressure a tower in the bottom side as well. I mean, there's nothing that Qingtian can do to stop the onslaught of a Zeri here.
I feel like you hit the nail on the head right there. Zeri is going to be the name of the game right here for TT. Again, the entire composition was built to create space and time in those teamfights for Zeri to shine. And Yukal has taken every opportunity to get out of trouble, to be on a side lane, to take down towers, to take tower platings for himself, to try and get that Zeri as fed as possible, as early as possible. TT having those two dragons as well, they have earned themselves extra time to try and get those extra items for Zeri to make sure that they're fighting Ultra Prime with their item spike that they want to. And I feel like Ultra Prime are gonna have to be very... Oh, hold on.
That's the lightning crash spot as well. Yuakai just gets out of range of the root there, but it's enough for Yucal to finish the tower in the bottom side. Ult for ult between the mid laners, but Yucal kind of winning out the trade and still had barrier.
Absolutely, and you still take the tower as well. For TT, it's going absolutely great. You see that Yukal is getting a lot of support. Feathers roaming towards his side. You see Beitron also shadowing him onto display. They threaten the dive right there. And going back to those compositions, Ultra Prime are going to be looking for that wombo combo. If it doesn't land, if you don't get that instant engage from the Leona, potentially the Lilia flashing into people, putting them to sleep, if you fail that, then your chance for execution of those team fights becomes so slim because it's so difficult to try and reach members, especially when that Rylai's gets completed onto Beitron. Good luck on that Lucian dashing forward.
Drake coming up in 40 seconds. TT got the first two. They love to keep snowballing that win condition. Qingtian takes a trunk but kills the flower. Hacker just going to keep throwing these swirl seeds out. Ultra Prime in a position to control the river right now.
They're trying to both pretty much push the wave against each other. TT are gonna manage it right here. Again, TT have a composition where they want to be peeling backwards, but they also have 2 dragons that definitely want to be stacking here for that soul point. TT have earned themselves a little bit of way into this river, and also look at all the wards, all the vision behind enemy lines that they have. TP from Poppy could also be huge.
UCAL has gone bot to deal with the wave as a Herald comes down mid. This will be prio for Ultra Prime. It might even be a tier 1. They won't commit, and actually Hoya denies the escape. Sunflare goes in as Chintian finds a double stun against the Ola over the wall. Takes Beachwood down with it. Feather using that ult tries to move forwards, but Ultra Prime now have control of the river.
And now this is the problem, right? TT do not have a lot of engage other than the Alistar, and your smite is down. If Ultra Prime play this slow, they can actually sneak in with the Baron. Sorry, the Dragon.
Doggo needs to move around to the rest of his team here. Hacker on the front line right now. Niket is pretty squishy as well. Gets a little bit of honey through as Hoya does find his ultimate.
Gone.
That's Yuakai gone out of the picture, but the smite's still there, so Drake taken. And TT could not get their engage.
Honestly, super clutch from Chintian. Dashes onto the tower, gets caught, but assassinates Beitron, which means the smite holder is dead for TT. Ultra Prime, again, they just have to play it slow. The only engage that TT have is onto that Alistar, and it's not guaranteed as well that's gonna land on the right person. Let's watch this one more time. They do crash that Rift Herald in the mid lane, trying to take control for that river fight for the Dragon later on, and Beitron with his dying breath assassinates Chintian, assassinates Beitron, pulls him over the wall, and that was the play for Ultra Prime. Not only do they get the bonk on the mid lane tower, they do stop the stacking of the dragons for TT.
They really want to finish that tower. You can see Ultra Prime desperate to get an auto range, but with Feather there, it does feel quite dicey to continue that siege. A gold, just 1,000 in favor of Ultra Prime. The biggest advantage they've got is those grubs. But with them taking a Drake, they also stop that stacking for TT. This could be a bit of a slower one for either team. One thing I will say though, Zeri and a Zyra and a Kai'Sa all on one team. If move away from the top side for just 10 seconds, that Baron will be gone instantly. Oh, UCAL is found in the jungle. Solar Flare lands, all out should be available. Pulls it back into the mix, but he still dives over the wall. Hacker couldn't get in because Hoya was playing to body block. Q3 comes out from Chintian. In goes the Ket to stay up onto 1xN, but the plant blocks the coming. Finally, they fall, but TT have managed to answer to some extent. 3 for 2 in the end.
What an absolutely messy fight, and Ultra Prime come up on top right here, catching people one by one, and they're gonna even start the Baron. Only UCAL and Hoya around. UCAL does not have TP, so he has to walk up with 30% of his HP bar remaining.
It's the same as the Drake. Beitron went down, so Ultra Prime have an opportunity with a smite advantage. Hoya has to try and move in. Ultimate is available for him. The bullet time means Doggo is alone now. Hoya manages to send the rest of the team packing, but with barrier, Doggo still doesn't die.
Incredible stuff. Hoya uses his entire HP bar as a blocker for the Baron. Only 3 very squishy members of Ultra Prime up at that time. They forced them off the Baron. Really great stuff right there from TT. But again, Ultra Prime, they've got the engage tools that go ways on getting onto you. So for TT to be split up and not be able to play their composition at their most potential, which is peeling backwards, protecting your AD carry, creating time for UCAL Zeri to play these team fights. However, you leave Zara alone with the Baron for 1 second. Oh.
Solar Flare misses its initial target there. Niket going to be knocked up. But that is Stranglethorns on cooldown for Beitron. I mean, I guess it's in trade for the Solar Flare, so big cooldown for big cooldown. It will be Niket heading back to base, and actually a lot of TT going to reset as well. I think both teams looking in on that play and then deciding, you know what, we've used enough. It's time to back away. It's time to go back to base for a moment.
And let's have a look at how all of this started. Niket flashing through that wall, Hex flashing through that wall, and finding UCAL. That's the most important thing. Remember the whole creating time and space for Zeri to play the game. If Zeri is not there to put down auto attacks, then it becomes a little bit difficult to play. And Ultra Prime have a composition that is very good at engaging and isolating and killing targets that have been left all alone. This is exactly what happened here by TT. They were pretty much scrambling to try and find their way around that Zeri to play that front to back, but because Yukal was so low from the earlier on skirmish, had no summoners, they could not necessarily play the way they want to. And the funny part was that Ultra Prime tried to turn this into a Baron, and then once that got dissuaded, then TT's like, oh, you do this, we can do this better. Oh, now we're going on the other side. Ultra Prime's like, we can do this again.
Hoya's been doing a lot this game on the Poppy. Hacker maybe could have committed to the earlier stage of that fight, maybe got Yukal, but they're just going to do Baron here. Feather has found Doggo over the wall. Solar Blade used to deny the follow-up, and this time the bullet time lands. Feather will fall. Hoya might just be put to sleep here. This Whirl Seed goes wide. Not going to commit the lullaby just yet. Hoya still continuing to tank up, but put to sleep. In the mid lane, Ultra Prime just get one onto the support.
Huge pick right there, only 4 members remaining from the set of TT. But if you look at the HP bars, Ultra Prime will have to reset. Looking top right of your screen right here, 5 seconds for the next dragon, and TT are 1 member down. Hoya does not have teleport, pretty low on HP. I'm not quite sure if there is a Warmox onto his Poppy yet. Try and get some region real quickly. As you can see, Hoya is already going back to base, and Ultra Prime have 5 members ready to go into this river, take some control.
I mean, Niket ended up resetting to get wards anyway, so Feather going down sort of ends up being inconsequential in terms of the Drake. Looks like Hacker will move over to that Drake, and oh my goodness, TT, they're running towards the Baron. We already talked about, they've got a Kai'Sa, a Zeri, and a Zyra. Like, they do this so damn quickly. Niket is going to have to try and move in. Bullet time is a powerful spell in a Baron pit, but can Ultra Prime actually contest in time? They're moving in. It's 8k on the Baron right now as Ultra Prime desperate to contest, and TT will relent. They respect the threat from Ultra Prime, and it's just a dragon for nothing.
Ultra Prime are in a phenomenal position right there. Not only do they get their second dragon, they have complete control of that mid lane. They're pressuring down the wave. They can get a mid lane tier 2 for free. TT's composition is not created to engage. So if you're starting Baron and you don't have tools or a composition to engage upon your opponent who's coming at you from that mid lane, then you're gonna have to back off, which is exactly what happened to TT right there. And Ultra Prime get everything and more that they came into this reset with. They get their dragon, they get that mid lane. TT are back on it. They're back on it.
Certainly are. Feather is hunting for anyone that tries to face check. But Jingtian happy to be the one to face check for H1. Caught by a Swirl Seed. Hacker goes in. Could find a lullaby onto 2 here. Hoya is starting to run out of HP, but the Baron is just going to be gone. Niket flashes into the pits. Hoya goes down. Ultra Prime searching for and find the Oro. No, pulls Patron out of the bullet time. It doesn't matter. Jingtian finishes the job. He's good for it. It's 2 kills in trade for a Baron.
Ultra Prime do it again, even though it's TT getting away with the Baron this time around. Ultra Prime look at every single lane, pushing top, pushing mid. Oh, Fnatic push!
Yukai caught, but he survives. He moves away. 1xN chasing for more, but Jingtian is having none of it. Dashes over and immediately stuns up 1xN with the Kai'Sa down. That's potentially a top tier 2.
Our question here for Ultra Prime was, you just broke an 8-game lose streak. You beat RA very convincingly 2-0. You did this through side lane pressure, through really great team fight, through coordination, and Ultra Prime right here showed that they can carry the momentum through. Let's watch this one more time. TT are so fast at doing Baron, but as you can see on the top side of your screen, you see that Zyra had to commit ultimate to empower the plants to make sure that our Baron goes fast real quickly. Remember the formation. Your tanks in the front, creating space for Zeri to play the team fights. Feather was on the side, Hoya was already dead, the formation was already broken. Ultra Prime take advantage of that and re-engage. And TT right here trying to pull a very infamous Fnatic bush. Yukai is forward as well. That was a perfect perfect opportunity. However, Feather misses the combo.
Oh, that's rough. And then 1xN jumps on, Yukai flashes over the wall, Jingtian has a free Kai'Sa. That's a 1v1 he's happy to take. Doggo there just to finish the job. And well, What was an incredibly even game just 5 minutes ago now feels pretty one-sided to Ultra Prime, and that is with TT having got the Baron in the midst. There's still a minute on that Baron buff. It's on a negative 600 gold Baron power play right now. Hoya trying to get a flank on the mid lane. Doggo's got to be a little bit careful. Surely Yuakai saw him going in. Yuakal dives onto Yuakai. Sorry, Yucal, not Yuakal. As it will be a kill there. Nice little pick in the jungle from TT. Perhaps a chance mid lane, but they will back away.
TT, at least they make this Baron power play a positive one. Plus 700 gold at this point. You managed to shut down Yukai as well, which is so important. If I'm not wrong, the kill went over to Yukal as well. Or did he go to Hoya? It might have gone to Hoya, actually. That was a pretty beefy shutdown to get from Yukai. And again, TT, they need to play a lot more through their side lanes. I feel like Yukal is so strong onto this area that you can use that power, play through those side lanes, get some vision control, get first onto these objectives. You do have the power of pushing in the lane and then dipping into Fog of War. And I feel like the composition of TT thrives that later on you go into that late game, right? That Lucian will have to dash forward eventually. You're dashing forward into a team that wants you to dash forward to pin you down. So TT have got all the tools, expecting Ultra Prime to engage on them. And of course, Ultra Prime being ahead, you need to start pulling that advantage even more. Talking about the advantage, 38 seconds on the next dragon. And I don't know how we got here, Munch.
Nope.
But apparently it's going to be sole point for both. Because Ultra Prime have been taking everything off the map for the past 10 minutes.
Aside from that one Baron that achieved realistically nothing for TT, it has
700 gold, yeah?
Yeah, it has definitely been all about Ultra Prime. And the scary thing is that you've got 2 3-item AD carries on the side of Ultra Prime now as well. 1xN not quite finishing off that Nash's Tooth just yet. Yukal is on those 3 items himself. H1 and Hacker both carries in their own right as well as Ultra Prime brute force in the mid lane. Drake is already going to be started though. I think TT will just finish this Drake. I think Ultra Prime are forgetting the Drake. They're just going straight towards a mid lane inhibitor. TT, their bluff has been called. They fight for the soul and suddenly find there is no fight. Mid lane Inhib tower down. Inhib might just fall, but TT are hunting for an engage here. Flash from Hoya. The knockup is there. Can they finish the kills is the question. Yokai went down. This is the fight. The bullet time denied. Chinxian finds one over the wall, but he's alone and has to dash away. Hacker alongside him and TT chasing down. They got the Drake. They get a couple of kills on top. Maybe a third onto Chinxian as Yukal desperate to chase this one down. But Chinxian up in the top side. Can he get away with this one? I'm not so sure that he can. Spotted as well. Hoya will head him off, and that will be a third for TT. No! Ooh. The flash from Chinxian keeps him safe, but still, TT protect their base.
Ultra Prime punished for the proactivity over in the mid lane. Great flank coming in from TT. They did break the formation, but they found the key targets. Not only that, but now they do have pressure on the map. They break mid lane tier 2 as well. They take a bunch of summoner spells, very importantly, onto Doggo. None right now, and let's look at how this happened all over again. Yukai getting caught. Fantastic E-flash by Hoya right there. And you see 1xN diving into the backline, assassinating Doggo before that bullet time goes down. 2 very key members pinned down and killed from the side of Ultra Prime. They made sure there are no carries left alive. I mean, and TT just pushed forward.
It was a really good window from Hoya. It was also, I don't know if that was a spectator bug, but how the hell did Yukai end up on that wall? He was way past that wall from the dash, or I don't know. Either way.
Hey man, there's a lot of question marks with Nautilus hooks as well, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of...
These are the wonders of the Rift.
There's a lot of wonky moments here in League of Legends, but Baron coming up onto the map. It's 11 to 8 gold. Minorly in favor of Ultra Prime, but not enough to be a big difference in these fights, especially with 3 items now on 1xN. Hoya slow it down, double sleep, comes on through, and the bullet time lands onto Beige1. Smite gone right before an objective again!
Beige1 doesn't have flash, so the second he overextends, Niket sees the open windows, he sees the opportunity, engages. Hoya now too far forward.
Well, really overestimating his presence in the mid lane there. He just walks into them and dies. I mean, that's Baron for free for Ultra Prime. TT,
what is going on?
That's just shocking, really.
Beige1, Hoya both of these members, no flashes available. They walk up to a team that is more than happy again to pick up isolated targets and go more than enough engage, more than enough damage to take you down. A lot of those item power spikes have been done as well in the sort of Ultra Prime, and now they do have a Baron. Open inhibitor in the mid lane. Baron up, Ultra Prime. They're 4,000 gold up. You go double 80 carry in this composition as well. You can play 1 for 4. Try to create some pressure in the side lane. That inhibitor pretty much in the mid lane is free.
It's wide open, and there's a Baron in the pocket of Ultra Prime. They need to get the side lanes in order. The top lane already pushed. Jingtian sorting out the bottom lane. The rest of the team can start to move to the mid lane. One of the big things in the late game that's always worth watching out for, especially if you're a little bit newer to League of Legends, keep your eye on the minimap in these kinds of sieges. You want all 3 lanes, if possible, or at least 2 of the lanes to be pushing simultaneously. You'll see Ultra Prime abandon this mid wave. They don't want to push too far up until Jingtian is also pushing up in that bottom side. So they move up to the top lane to deal with that wave, to deal with Hoya, and maybe get a pick onto Hoya actually, as they find a lilting lullaby. Forget the waves, they've got a free kill on the top side. Hoya trying to escape with his life, but the solo player will lock him down, and that will be Ultra Prime in a 5v4 with Baron to work with. Stranglethorns do absolutely nothing. Now they can move back to the mid lane if they want to. Drake is coming up if they fancy that. I do think breaking the base would be more valuable.
That is 45 seconds. Zyra doesn't have ultimate. Ultra Prime are sprinting back in base, getting more control wards in their inventory. They're going to use their Baron to create some pressure onto the map so then they can deep into that river in the bot side. This is going to be Soul for TT and Soul Point for Ultra Prime, so you definitely want to be denying that from TT. If TT have a way of getting back into this game, Soul would be their #1 priority right here. Niket with a flash.
Oof.
What?
Does not find it. Just getting a little bit hopeful, I guess. No, Niket, that is not a one you can take. Don't go. You could see he wanted it. You could see Niket toying with the idea. That was way too close for comfort. And now suddenly TT just go straight onto the Drake here. Okay, Ultra Prime not going to try and go mid this time. They are going to respect this play. Yukai on a flank on Lucian, not what you'd usually expect to see. They're just not in position. Ultra Prime, they've got to find a way into this fight. 5k on the Dragon. There's going to be a 50-50 for the smites, and it will be taken. TT get the Soul Feather, sacrificed for the objective as the rest of TT. Look at them sprint, look how fast they are.
You guys tipping mid as well. It's going to be taking the inhibitor. The rest of Ultra Prime are on a flank. You take the Dragon, but at what cost? Midland inhibitor gone. You kind of need to be careful because the rest of TT are literally running up to him. And again, TT are walking away with an objective that they started building up very early on in this game, and they only completed 35 minutes later. It's still something they're going to be very, very speedy, which is something that is very helpful, especially when you're playing against a team that wants to chase you down and engage on you. So Cloud Drake right here for TT is going to be extremely useful at this particular time. 2 minutes and something for the next Baron. TT need to make sure that all of these waves are pushed. They need some vision inside their jungle. I feel like Ultra Prime have been taking so much control in Baitron's jungle.
Baitron's had a hard game, hasn't he, on the Zyra. We did kind of talk about this, the fact that on these AP carries, despite this being the style you kind of would have expected from Baitron, it's really not been working out that well for TT. Maybe part of that is down to how the team plays around Prior, how the team plays around these lanes in the early game. Who knows? But either way, it's going to be Ultra Prime with a big advantage, trying to siege now. The bullet time comes across the team as well, but really find his mark. Big damage coming through. Is Niket tanking on the bottom side? He's isolated himself from the rest of the team. 1x10 really wants to carry it. The Ignite ticket, but Niket walks away. He's got a Warmog, so he'll be fine with all of this. All of that damage will be healed up again.
Ultra Prime try their engage underneath the tower. They get 2 chunked down. They have to back off. However, look over on TT side. A lot of very key summoner spells had to be expended for this particular fight. No flash on Yuko, no flash on Baitron, and Ultra Prime have all of theirs, except for Niket's, up and available for the next fight to come. Again, a minute and a half until next Baron. Ultra Prime have already reset. They're already heading into this topside river to try and establish some vision before the big neutral objective. They're pressuring out those waves. Topside slow pushing. They're trying to take control of that mid lane. You've got Chinkton down bot lane, shoving down that wave as well. You do have TP, he needs to join, but we all know that most likely the next fight is going to decide the winners.
And you know, it has been Ultra Prime ahead for most of this game, but ultimately, I don't really think that matters too much. If TT get one decent fight, and that's very possible because Ultra Prime haven't exactly had the cleanest game ever, their setups have been a little lackluster. They get caught out one time in this late game. Azeri will take over. Akaisa will take over. Hoya gonna cancel his ultimate, so that will be back up in about 10 seconds here. Jintian wanting to go forwards, fighting for mid prio here. Solar Flare blasted out actually towards H1. Roots thrown out, nothing really landing between either teams. We're just blasting off skill shots as Hacker finds himself a two-man sleep and perhaps an opportunity. The Lilting Lullaby sets up the bullet time, but Hoya is just too tanky. Neither team can kill anyone.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. So many ultimates were thrown down. However, Ultra Prime are staying strong. Hoya doesn't quite yet have TP to get back into the fight. It should be just a couple of seconds. So he's going to have the time to go back to base, regen that HP, and get back in, because Ultra Prime have already started that Baron, and it's going down real quick.
It certainly is. H1 is here this time around. No flash to get in there. Has to walk up for the smite if they're going to go for the 50-50, and it looks like they are. The Baron low, and will be taken down. Ultra Prime getting the Baron. Can they get the fight as well as Hoya flashes back out? 1xN dashes in the backline. This Yukai tries to match him. 1xN retreating, and Niket chased down in the jungle. TT lose the Baron, but look for the fight instead. Doggo caught. Recall, cancelled, double for Yukai, but he falls himself.
And look at Yukai TPing down in the mid lane, trying to stop any chance, any wave TT have. He's just pushing it towards their base. TT with a huge teamfight win right here, but they still do lose that Baron. So many summon spells, so many ultimates were already used up for Ultra Prime. They just did not have the means to get onto TT. And as you'll see, Jintian, he pretty much uses his body to block H1 from getting into this speed, from creating a 50-50 scenario. But by that time, Jintian is so low, 1xN dives into the backline, assassinates him, and from there on out, Ultra Prime are a little bit scattered around the map. Again, if they're not all together, pinning down and target, it becomes very difficult for an all-in engaged composition to play those fights around, and you lose pretty much everyone except Hacker there.
Yukai is lucky to have got out with his life there. That recall was barely finished by the time the rest of the team was moving in. I really feel there was potentially an angle for Yukai to chase a little harder onto 1xN, but hard to say in the heat of the moment, isn't it? And now Drake coming up in 30 seconds time. It's Elder Dragon. TT, remember, if they're kiting back, their composition is phenomenal. Ultra Prime, though, fighting for this prio, might be able to take control of River with it.
TT already have a control war towards the both side of the map. However, the mid lane push, the Baron, is helping Ultra Prime a lot. As you'll see, Yukai is going to stick as close to the wave as possible to make it as hard as possible for TT to take down the wave, especially when it's Baroned up. But Ultra Prime and TT are literally just going to be bouncing the wave back and forth until someone oversteps. There are flashes this time around, the sort of TT just about for Yukai and H1. They just need to wait for those summoners supposed to be up to make sure they stay as safe as possible.
It's a full-on Appam at this point, all picked, all mid. It's just a 5v5 over the wave. Hacker takes a chunk. It's all fine if the supports are the one taking damage, but the rest of the team won't necessarily regen it up in the same way. Swirlseed goes out. Elder is now live on the map. Both teams still just posturing. Neither team has really actually moved towards the Dragon itself as the Q3 does land. Solar Flare gets down onto Hoya. Bullet time is enough to shred the tanks at this point. Q3 lands, but the Steadfast Present denies the follow-up. And Ultra Prime can't quite finish it. Lilting Lullaby comes on through. The Poppy ult denied from Hoya, but the Zenith Blade is wide. And they still can't finish these kills. Good chunk from Yukai as Ultra Prime move into the river. TT, I think, have been pushed away enough. 1xN!
Wait!
Dives in and finds one. Yukai down. Feather Fancy engaging. Yukai can pop off off now. Seri has the time and the space to take over the fight, but 1xN is the hero for TT. Yucal finishes one off. Doggo looks to answer it, but the barrier comes through, and Yucal will narrowly survive. Elder Dragon will go the way of TT.
What a massive team fight win for TT off of the back of 1xN. Absolutely incredible play. So aggressive, diving in to kill off Yukai. Yukai has been an absolute nuisance for TT. They cannot pin him down. But with the Elder Dragon right now, TT know they're damn well are not going to be getting engaged on anytime soon. That gives them time to play around, getting more vision. And I think here, Munch, we're just about to hit Baron number 3. Minute and 50 seconds. Let's watch this one more time. Ultra Prime and TT have been going back and forth this entire time. Yukai gets tagged, and 1xN with the dive into the backline, assassination straight back out.
RW
Fantastic stuff right there from 1xN. It's the spirit of Jackalov through the skin, Munch.
Beautiful stuff there from 1xN. Sorry, not RW, WR. Uses that W instantly from the dash to get himself that assassination. Fantastic bit of play there from 1xN. They got away with it as well. Has his flash for this fight. Elder Dragon up for another 70 seconds here for TT, and this is their moment. It feels like they have been a little bit behind all game. It feels like the objectives that they got, they had to fight tooth and nail for, but it worked out. And now, I mean, Zyra with Elder is so hard to play against. AP Kai'Sa with Elder is so hard to play against. This siege is difficult to defend, but bullet time is still up, so even if a wave gets in, Doggo could just ult it, and I don't think TT, then again, Doggo's ult just gets cancelled by Feather, so I guess TT can just break the base open.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think Doggo can stand still around Poppy and Alistar at all. And TT right here could be looking for an end.
Oh, they're going to end the game, aren't they? They've got Elder Dragon, they've got the fight with still 20 seconds to go on the bug. TT, though, will all be put to sleep here by Hacker. Maybe some follow-up can come on through, but Hacker's gone down. Doggo still surviving. Yukai surviving. All 3 laners up for Ultra Prime. And Elder, 10 seconds until it times out. The health bars are so low for TT. Beitron out of mana as well, so he can't really get into the play. Doggo dodging away from the laser. Hoya there, but they blocked the minion wave as Jingtian gets back underneath the tower. Doggo gets a bounce. Ultra Prime have held on against all odds. Yukai dives on in, but 1xN answers once more. Zonya's to keep himself alive. Another kill, but it's not enough for TT.
And 1xN comes clutch again. TT are counting on this guy when it comes to late game. We said it's all gonna be on Yuko and Beitron to stabilize. But when it comes to looking at that late game, 1xN has stepped up massively over and over again. His development has been incredible throughout the year, and he's showing in this particular game why he's the difference maker in those fights. Now, you see there is still Elder Dragon for TT in this particular fight. However, very importantly, whilst this is going down with Hacker, the next wave is just about to spawn. Everyone falls too far low. They have to go back to base to regain their health, but this wave spawning right here means a win for Ultra Prime. They know they can step forward. They're not going to be getting tagged by any W's from Kai'Sa, and Yukai sees all those blinking bars. 3 members of TT super low. 1 dash forward from Lucian. Someone dies. However, 1xN and Hoya are not having none of that. Again, 1xN has been playing incredibly aggressive in this late game, and
yeah,
it's all on him. He's been finding the picks for his team.
I mean, it's kind of him and Yucal, right? Where Yucal has been the consistent AD carry for the team, because 1xN has gone for this AP Kai'Sa, right? You don't necessarily... That's kind of the drawback of the AP Kai'Sa, is you don't have your classic auto-attacking AD carry to just whittle these health bars down. You've got to rely on those Ws to some extent. I just want to quickly mention as well, Zephyr picked up now by 1xN. He is fully full build. Zephyr for Yucal as well. But then, like you say, 1xN, when he finds that angle, he's been so good at not just getting the kill, but getting out as well. And that's something you don't often see from these late game Kai'Sas. Sometimes they'll just go a little bit too far forward, but it feels like 1xN has been playing beautifully in these team fights. Ultra Prime will be able to defend this bot lane for now, but it's still another just over 70 seconds on the Baron. There's a wave pushing down in this bottom side. Hoya pushed out in the mid lane. TT, they feel like they're on the cusp, but can they close it out? Because earlier it felt like Ultra Prime were on the cusp.
And look at the position of Batesman as well. He's laid down so many seeds. If Ultra Prime choose to pressure forward, all those seeds will become very dangerous man-eating plants. Later on, especially powered out by the ultimate of Batesman. I'm a little bit disappointed. I expected TT to go towards the top side of the map. That tower is almost falling down. And you do have that mid lane pressure that Hoya keeps up every single wave that keeps coming in. He shoves in that mid lane, creates pressure. Somebody from Ultra Prime has to reply, but TT, again, they do not have the means. There's a lot of wave clear on the side of Ultra Prime, so unless you have an Elder Dragon, you won't be able to pressure Ultra Prime that much. Talking about, though, Elder Dragon, it's again coming up onto the reef in 15 seconds, and TT have complete control of that side of the map.
They really do. It's so difficult to face check in. Niket needs that Warmogs to kick in so he can start tanking damage again. TT doing their best as Hoya caught. Ult's going to be used onto the tank here. Strangle Thoughts to try and answer, but Feather goes over.
Feather?
And he can't find his mark. He can't find his moment. Has to use that Unbreakable Will just to survive. He does survive, though, and that's important. Wait, there's one minion there among Ultra Prime. Are they just going to try and run mid instead? I don't think he can. 1xN is found. He'll be put to sleep, but cleanses it. Niket now looking to get onto the Kaiser, but 1xN punishes Hacker for even looking in his direction. Turns golden to keep himself alive. Dips out of the play. 1xN. What a beautiful set of plays in this late game, but it's not over just yet because Yukal's still going strong. Yukai has to carry on the opposite side, but Feather knocks him up and Yukal takes him down. Niket barely surviving, and Hoya has a shield with his name on it, but Jinxian finds a 1v1 on towards Yukal. It's not enough. This is a late game Zeri. 7 items at this point, including the boots upgrade, and that will be that for TT.
TT have a wave coming in the top lane, mid lane, bot lane. They're going to be looking to end 20 seconds for Hacker to come back up. I'm not sure they have enough resources right there. This is one cannon, but Hoya can definitely tank for Yukal to end this tower. TT. Wow.
Just about enough. Yukal will be there to carry the fight. 1xN, what a hero to make that game happen. And TT just about take game one by the seat of the pants. We promised you guys a fist fight. We promised you guys a bloodbath, and that is exactly what we got.
50 minutes of all that, actually. About 7 dragons were taken this series. 2 Elder Dragons, 3 Barons.
Yeah.
I couldn't ask for more. We said that these guys were going to be going at it, and they absolutely have.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff coming out of that. I can't believe TT won it. It felt like Ultra Prime was so in control earlier on, but fantastic comeback from TT. They go 1-0 up in the series. We're going to jump into a break and find out what Ultra Prime have in the tank.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Welcome back to an absolute slobber knocker of a first game here, a first series here. We got the longest game of summer so far to start off today. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards game 2 of just pure carnage, pure chaos on the Rift when it came to, I mean, absolutely zero setup in terms of objectives and just absolute chaos. But hey, 1xN, apparently the king of chaos.
Absolutely freaking deserved. His Kai'Sa performance, especially towards the latest stages of the game, was so instrumental to a lot of those teamfight victories. His assassinations that he kept pulling over and over again. And I feel like you mentioned it during the game, he wasn't dying through them either. He'd get a very important pick, create numbers advantage for his team, and get out of dodge alive as well. You guys thought you were here for AL JDG? You thought you were here for top esports versus LNG? No, you're here for this banger. 50 minutes, 7 dragons, 3 barons, 2 elders, and TT come out on top out of nowhere, where Ultra Prime were ahead the entire game almost.
Yeah, it felt like it was all in Ultra Prime's hands, but TT not having any
Look
of it.
at the damage numbers.
Absurd amount of damage done this game on both sides of the board as well, to be honest. As unfortunately, Hacker, I feel like, struggling to get into a lot of these fights. And you know, we talked about the lilting lullaby plus the bullet time. We just never really saw that combo come into fruition, not in a big way. It was only ever on Hoyer and Feather.
I feel like this is also credit to TT that we're not necessarily grouping up a lot of those times to give a bunch of those opportunities over to Ultra Prime, even though I will not say that this was the most coordinated game that I've seen from Ultra Prime, especially when you're playing for the Wombo combo. TT played this so well, especially whenever I was seeing Beitron not having his fast available. You know, Nikit was looking for him every single time. And I clearly remember on the last fight we saw right before that Elder, Nikit was looking for Beitron due to his lack of flash, and Beitron just played him the entire time. They used that that Cloud Drake that we talked about with the extra movements, but it kept baiting spells left, right, and center. I feel like this is credit to TT. Again, those both teams are coming through a 2-0. We're talking about keeping that momentum alive. I feel like it showed for both these teams, and any of them could have been the winner. Yeah,
either of these teams could have won. And like when we got to the end of the game, it was like a 5k gold difference, but realistically, like, yeah, what's 5k when everyone's got 6 items? What is gold when everyone's got 6 items? It just doesn't matter at all. It came down to those Elder Dragons. It came down to the, I think it was 9th Baron by the end of the game or something like that. Yeah, TT managing to do it in the end. And I will say, both UCal and 1xN, big clutch factor in those final fights. Like big carry performances. 1xN especially looked absolutely phenomenal on the Kai'Sa, but the Zarya as well. It had the time to scale up, and UCal knew how to use it in these fights.
And I feel like it's a story that we set up from the very beginning. UCal has always been that big cog that helps the machine turn from early to mid game, and I feel like the development from 1xN has actually allowed them to rely a lot more on his carry ability, to find those picks, to find those assassinations. They rely on him and they trust him to do that. Therefore, this is why the Kai'Sa came on through as well, which is not very easy to play, especially into a very high Wombo combo and Gates kind of composition that Ultra Prime had drafted for themselves. Playing that Kai'Sa, walking a little bit too far forward, getting caught could be dangerous. However, 1xN, he managed to thread the needle, and we're back on for game 2 draft.
TT versus Ultra Prime, and all blue bans so far from TT with the Ash of the
Brom?
Sichuan gone. It's
No.
not going to be the Brom, it will be Leona instead, taken off.
Full failure, do you know?
It could have been, it could have been. Perhaps an angle for that first pick, Lucian, once again, that we saw from Ultra Prime in game 1.
Ooh, let's see. You've got a lot of options right here. You do have the Zyra if you want to pick it up again from Beitron. Renekton is one of those champions that has been left open through that pick and ban phase. Corki has not necessarily been touched too much. So far in game number 1 went not seen the entire of first draft. However, Ezreal also was banned over in game 1. Doggo would very much like to get his hands onto this champion. I'm gonna put an asterisk right here because seeing Yuko pile up the Zeri in the mid lane, I would say that Yokai could potentially take that Ezreal mid depending on the matchup.
We'll see. I will say Doggo's Ezreal has looked like one of his better champions this split, so I wouldn't mind seeing that down in the bottom lane. It does just feel like Ezreal, just an exceptional power pick right now as well. Could be a mid lane pick here. Could also go towards jungle, but that's just sort of tip your hand on what you're likely to go in the mid lane, and it looks like will still be this Lucian priority for Yuka.
I wouldn't be surprised to see like something like Kai'Sa Nautilus getting locked in right here. You can pin down one of those very evasive targets like the Lucian and like the Ezreal. Seems like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yuko jumping on that, what could be that Zeri for mid lane again. I feel like they should be locking it in for that mid lane. It went really well. His trades were great into that Lucian. And Beitron once again onto the Zyra, creating more space for that Zeri. I feel like this combo is a match made in heaven for TT.
We're looking at reasonably similar compositions to the previous game. If the Lilia is locked in for Hacker, once again, same jungle matchup, same mid matchup. Different top laner for Hoya. Won't have that Poppy, which I will say the Poppy did a lot to buy space for Yukal during the fights. We'll see if Hoya can recreate that on the Renekton in the top side. Similarly, it's going to be that Ezreal this time around for Doggo instead of the Misfortune. And I feel like it might be a little bit easier to follow up for the team on the Ezreal.
And I feel like for Ultra Prime, you need a few more tools to try and make the CC stick. I feel like for Hacker, he needs some help from other champions to try and get onto targets like the Zyra, like the Zeri. I feel like TT were leveraging their distance that they had so much that Hacker found it so difficult. Even though he was having a fantastic game himself, he was finding it so difficult without Flash to try and get into the thick of things in the team fight. So getting a little bit of a helping hand from things like potentially a Rel or a Nautilus could be what Ultra Prime are looking for to just make that CC stick.
Could be something like that, one of these big hard engaged spots. I must say Nautilus has just fallen off a cliff, hasn't he? Like, we rarely see Nautilus at this point. It feels like pretty much all teams have abandoned poor Diver, which is a shame. I like Nautilus. I feel like I'm maybe in the minority at this point. People are sick of Nautilus. I still think, like, maybe it's just that I like watching LPL teams do things. But Nautilus, every team knows how to play with a Nautilus. Like, and most teams don't know how to play without a Nautilus. So, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Niket, though, this time around takes away the Alistair that Feather did so well on in the previous game.
I'm just so surprised that Darius got banned out here. Maybe they're scared of like lane domination. However, Zara is more than happy to just keep Darius at bay later on in those team fights. Let's see what TT have in store to play against the Ezreal. Because one of his biggest counters, which is that Kai'Sa, has been banned out. And let's see if they're going to potentially choose to put that Zeri down that bot lane instead, which does pretty well. And take a different matchup into Yukai's Lucian. Could be that court. Yeah, I mean, again, it could potentially go back bot lane and stay as it is. Every single member of TT could have potentially just picked the champion they're going to play.
Oh, no, that if Lulu comes through, we know exactly where that Zeri's going.
It's going to be a Rel. Come on, we all know it.
I have a feeling it is going to be the Corki going to the mid lane and 1xN taking the Zeri this time around. Feather locks in the champion that he's named after. It is going to be that Rakan. We've seen that he's very potent on the pick. Let's see if we can work out alongside Zeri, setting up for that engage. Similar style to Alistair. Over to the side of Qingtian then. His Darius was banned away from him. The Cassante was banned away from him. He's against the Renekton up in the top lane, and Nah will be the answer.
Absolutely. One of the Qingtian specials right there from his time in top esports as well. One of the champions that he made his name on. You'll know better than me as well, Munch, having followed his story through the LPL. However, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm looking at TT and I'm seeing pretty much the exact same composition that they had over in game number 1. And as long as they can execute what they did, hopefully it won't take them 50 minutes to figure it out this time around, but they do have enough time and scaling in their composition, and this time around they've got their Renekton to play through those early stages of the game as well.
They also have a little bit stronger of a straight-up go button in that Rakan as well. One of the best engaged champions in the game, at least in my opinion. Whereas on the side of Ultra Prime, they've got to try and play around this Nah bar, which can be a bit of a challenge, but if you can do it well, and find those ways into the team fight. The big ultimate, it can turn everything in a second, and especially with those Lilia sleeps, the Lilting Lullaby sets up so well for a big old Gnar ultimate, the Ezreal on top, etc. You can picture it in your head, but we'll see if Ultra Prime can realize it on the Rift. Thundertalk looking towards a 2-0 if they could finish this game out, if they can turn it into a second win. Miraculously winning that last game, and a lot of it off of 1xN's efforts down in the bottom lane. He was on Kai'Sa last time around. He's on the Zeri this time. Hyper carries in both games. He's up against the flavor of the month of that Ezreal, and we'll see if the Zeri will be enough to carry TT towards victory here in Game 2 against Ultra Prime. They're battling down in that Nirvana group. Every single win counts.
All right.
Powerful,
TT got a few gyros in there. Yeah. They did get the first dub in the series, so they did deserve that. Now let's see, Munch. Here's the question. Who's a better Zeri? Yuko or 1xN? I think this game will solve the debate.
We've definitely seen more of 1xN Zeri, that's for sure. Oh, nice ward from Doggo. 1xN doesn't spot it because it was in the corner there. So that will be unknown. Beitron will be spotted when he goes towards the Krug, so full information to play with here for Hacker. Beitron does have a ward in the river, so if Hacker went for an invade on the top side, he would be spotted, but don't expect that to happen. 200th game in the LPL for Beitron as well. That's crazy. Beitron has played 200 games in the LPL. I still think of him as like, not a rookie, but you know, I still think of him as a new player. 200 games is a lot of games.
Let's see, Niket has pre-pinged that brush to try and play a little bit more aggro. And of course, the Rakan versus Alistar matchup kind of goes as in, hey, if Alistar does manage to get the engage and pin you down, as Niket will just headbutt 1xN away. Yeah, if you get to pin down the Rakan without him being able to evade it with E or W, you could get a pretty hefty trade. However, Feather onto this Rakan is going to be very, very slippery, very evasive of a champion. Looking for that level 2. Ooh, Niket was not in range.
So they tried to time it, right, to get headbutts as Doggo last hit so he can level the pulverize and follow the headbutt up. Unfortunately, I think he went, like you say, slightly out of range of XP, so couldn't get the level 2. I like the idea, though, you know. I really like the conceptual play from Niket, and there we go. That's the headbutt pulverize. Will be answered with Feather's own knockup, but that means Doggo can eat aggressively, and Feather sent straight back underneath his tower.
Great stuff right here from Ultra Prime. They're getting all that prayer towards the both side of the map. Hacker is coming towards the both side of the map. They do have a very, very tiny wave. Now they're looking for a dive here.
Oh my goodness, Niket goes underneath the tower. Feather ignited and will be finished up. First blood for Niket. A beautiful dive from Ultra Prime.
Great stuff right there. However, that kill went over to Niket. 1xN doesn't die. He gets to soak up all of that experience and gold. So let's see what Beitron chooses to do with that on the map. The cancel here on the recall for 1xN. Great stuff right there. And again, when you're looking for those early tower dives, usually the person that will get targeted is the AD carry. Your bigger objective right there is to try and deprive them of that experience and gold very early on. That means they fall behind in terms of damage, in terms of HP. They're more easy to pin down later on. You burn their summoners. However, pinning down the support, yeah, it's okay to get that kill. But your AD carry does not lose much in process. You see, as 1xN does have even more CS currently than Doggo.
Certainly does. At least that assist is there for Doggo, so gold ever so slightly in Doggo's favor. I like that Hacker just changed up the early pathing, though. He skipped that quadrant, moved down to the bottom side to make the tap. I've got to be honest, when I saw him moving towards that bot lane, it didn't fill me with confidence. Feather as the grand entrance to get himself out to safety. That felt a little dicey for a second, and again we'll find a control ward as well with a little bonus. Hacker finally goes for that first reset. He's got that assist as well, so Fated Ashes picks up a control ward as well. This Beitron, while all this has been going on, has just been power clearing.
exactly what you need to do on things like the Zara. And of course, every single time you see... Oh,
Are we
Qingtian.
all ending here? Hoya doesn't get hit by the pulverize, and that'll be all she wrote.
See, it's a little bit weird, the whole Gnar versus Renekton. If Renekton can't get to stick onto a mini Gnar, it's very easy to get a big chunk off of that Gnar's HP bar. However, Steel Caps already purchased there here from Qingtian. And be able to get away with a few of these auto attacks coming in from the Renekton. Save here for Hoya. He's gonna go towards those Steel Caps. And I remember back when it was a huge thing, like a year or two ago, the whole Renekton versus Gnar, it always re-emerges a lot of the time. I feel like it's been a thing for many, many seasons, especially since Renekton has stood the tail of time. Steel Caps is actually the #1 most powerful early item going into that Gnar, because you definitely can't run away from a Mega Gnar if you're Renekton, but you can all run away from all the poke that Mini Gnar puts onto you, and Steel Caps mitigates a lot of that early pressure.
Yeah, I feel like the Steel Cap's so valuable on both sides of this matchup, right? As every time Renekton jumps in to get that W and stun you, each of those counts as an auto attack, right? So Steel Caps gets a lot of value from the Gnar perspective as well. Definitely a big item. Ooh. It's actually going to be the Gnar ultimate coming out from Qingtian. Nice bit of damage, but Hoya will trade it back on the end. And overall, fairly even trade, except Hoya didn't use his ultimate, so I think he's okay with that. And Hoya, with that ultimate still available, with Cryo top side, Patron very happy to just mill through these rows.
The tables have turned. TT are gonna be happy taking those void grabs towards the top side. This time you do have Renekton that can stay on the side lane. You do have Corki as well that can pressure towers really quickly. So potentially in about 4 minutes time, TT will try to get the buff for themselves. Could be some pressure point for that early game. We did see them attack side lanes over in game #1. However, Ultra Prime had that Void Grab buff for themselves, and I'm expecting Ultra Prime to actually put a fight in 3.5 minutes time. However, they put up a fight in Baitron's jungle currently, trying to take away his red buff.
Strangleforce come out, and Hacker is chunked pretty heavily here, but now the engage from Niket Batron forces to flash away. The Feather retreats as well. Red buff stolen away, and Hacker just hit level 6, so Lilting Lullaby would be available. Even the big Crook is taken, and a flash forwards for a triple sleep from Hacker. 1xN falls, Batron sent away, and Ultra Prime, pure aggression in the bottom side.
Great invade on that bot side. They do spot 1xN on the way. They know that the 2 versus 3 in their favor. In Batron's jungle, they burn the summoners as well, and Niket is looking for more. It'll be spotted.
They're going towards the mid lane as well. Yugal found. He's burning. He's burning. He won't fall, but the True Shot Barrage is hunting for him, and he finds it. Doggo, what a snipe. Ultra Prime with 3.
He was in vision! There is a ward from TT in this chicken camp. He knew exactly where Niket was. Yugal had flash, he had W, he had all the tools to get away. What an unfortunate event right there from Yugal losing his life, and 1xN grabs 1 kill, Doggo grabs 1 kill for himself all the way from downtown. And let's look this one more time. You're on vision! Oh, no, Yuko.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Batron is moving in. Perhaps he thought that he had longer. I don't know, but...
I mean, sure, he survives the initial engage, right? He feels very confident that he survives that, and he does end up getting sniped. However, that was a very questionable choice right there from Yuko to stay that close to the wall. Could potentially try to bait Niket a little bit further into the tower, you know? Try and get the combo. This is where Batron comes into play. A little bit questionable. Ends up going down.
Yeah. I will say, it's been a little bit rough in the top side, hasn't it? This Gnar, typically you're meant to be able to outrange the Renekton and be able to get push, be able to control that lane. It's not been the case. It's been Hoya.
I think he's getting dived.
In control of the top side. He's about to turn Mega. He hops and he gets back out of the plants, but wait, no, one more auto. He's about to turn Mega. Looks for the stun, tries to clear the minion wave. Mega Gnar ult available, and Hoya has to back away. Batron tries to go back under, but he's 100 HP, and Qingtian, by the skin of his teeth, walks away.
Not quite enough damage right there between that Zyra and Renekton to take Xingqian down. His ultimate was already burned in a previous exchange with Hoya on the top side of the map. But they just couldn't get the damage to stick. Talking about damage and sticking, Dogo has been sticking a lot of damage. Down on that tier 1 tower. 2 tower plating's already gone. The bot lane already forced off, and TT are gonna be swapping their bot lane over to the top side to try and go for those 6 grubs that we've been talking about. Ultra Prime in a pretty good position right here. They do have their Gnar back in the top lane. They are now resetting Dogo into this Ezreal as well. And considering where Dogo heads off to, we might see whether they want to contest that those Void grabs. He's going to be heading towards the top side of the map. So potentially that is the play for Ultra Prime.
I wasn't sure then for a second when he said that. So speaking of damage and sticking, if it was going to be a segue into a Flex Tape advert for a moment, because that was a lot of damage and it's a lot of sticking as well, but it's just going to be Ultra Prime for the time being, sticking up towards these grubs. TT, not the first 3. I'd love to fight for these, but I don't think they've got the opportunity anymore. 2,000 gold down. A lot of that gold in the pocket of Niket, which isn't exactly ideal, but it does mean that that cow right now is about as tanky as they come. Has his ultimate available, has a giant spell on top of that, so he's really hard to actually bring down in a fight. He do a lot to set up for his team. And it means that these grubs will go the way of Ultra Prime. And now they set up for top lane as well.
Which need to Beitron's jungle too. There is no backup for Beitron just about now. Feather has ended in. The TP is going to be pulled from Hoya, and that was actually the reason why TT could not commit to trying to contest for those Void grubs. Hoya was all the way down the bot lane, no teleport available for the neck, and just about came up to pull that towards the top side of the map. That would be at a numbers disadvantage. 3 apiece for both of these teams. Ultra Prime, however, 2,000 gold in the lead. You did mention that a lot of that gold was over onto the Alistar. However, the Ezreal getting that Trinity Force super early into the game, getting that poke down, especially as you can see, the entirety of TT's full of squishy champions. Probably your tankiest member will be that Renekton, and it's not necessarily even proper tanky stats, it's just a lot of buffing from HP through items that this champion builds. So your Ezreal getting ahead of the curve right here could potentially be huge for Ultra Prime and getting into those fights later on.
Does feel a little bit scary for TT. Ultra Prime committing to defending this top side. And then Niket drops the ward just a split second too late as Beitron will finish his recall off. So, Ultra Prime so far have been the ones in charge here. They got the first Drake, got the first set of grubs. They concede that second set of grubs, but it does mean that they're the ones here on the Drake as well. This will be 2 for them, although Feather to make something happen here. Smite available for Hacker, so won't find anything. 2 Drakes back to back, 2,000 gold lead. And just really great play in the bottom side, I think is the most important thing. They see Azeri in the hands of 1xN, and their entire early game has been focused around trying to shut it down.
Absolutely. However, Dogo finds himself alone here. Hacker will just about get in on the flank. Misses.
Okay.
Oh!
Flashes for the slate, that's 1xN using the cleanse, but Feather manages to flash away from the True Shot Barrage. Niket doesn't find his combo in the jungle. Beitron setting up, as here comes the rest of the gang. Yukai solo on HP, and Yukao should finish the job, but the rocket goes wide. 1xN over the wall! He was MVP in game number 1, and he wants a repeat performance. The laser, not quite there, but the flashes, and a double kill for 1xN, as Hacker now, desperate to escape, and he'll go bot side, but 1xN, they tried to shut him out, and now he grabs a double.
TT bite back, and 1xN, I feel like he's on Kai'Sa again, playing that Zeri, diving through walls, flashing into pit to finish off Niket right there. Grabbing those 2 kills will be huge to try and catch up already. Only 200 gold difference between him and that Ezreal. Static shift just about completed right now. TT are gonna be starting that Rift Trail, could be huge. Them should getting priority in the lane, taking down those towers, starting to open up the map a little bit more for themselves. Let's not forget, guys, the fact that TT is behind right here does not mean at all that they've lost the game. If you were not here for game number 1, it was 50 minutes of Ultra Prime being ahead. Now let's look at this play one more time. Beitron gets caught into his jungle. Great flash away from the combo, buys enough time for Yukal to pressure in from that mid lane. 1xN dives in through that tribush as well, punishes Yukai for overextending, flashes then into the pit to finish off Niket, grabs himself 2 very, very important kills in that early game.
So, again, like, game number 1, we saw Ultra Prime. It felt like they were in the lead. It felt like they were in control of the game. And then we saw big plays being made by TT and specifically 1xN. This game, in the early game this time, Ultra Prime feel like they're ahead. 2,000 gold lead. It's all looking gravy. And then 1xN makes a big play. Double kill for him. Now a static shiv. He's almost finished stacking that cull as well. You see the massive, it was almost 1,000 gold in favor of Doggo. Now it's 200. 1xN has closed that gap completely on one of the best scaling picks in the entire game. And I feel like if you're a fan of TT, this is safe hands. 1xN is the safest hands on your entire roster. This is the guy that you want set up to carry. And boy, has he been set up to carry.
A little bit of a caveat here. He does not have 2 beefy frontliners anymore. He doesn't have the Alistar, he doesn't have the Cassante. This time around, it's a Rakan and Renekton. Renekton can be used as a frontline space creating tool later on if you want. The champion really spikes in terms of damage and presence at 1 to 2 items, especially when you've got a black leader as well, and you have double AD carry in your team in terms of the Corki and the Zeri. This is where TT will definitely want to be picking up those fights. However, you do not have the luxury of tanks creating so much time in those fights because the squish targets will go down faster. So, 4-man bot lane to try and kill Qingtian.
Oh, Qingtian gets away from the roots though, and Gnarls does get caught by the Stranglethorns. And Hoya there to set it up. Yukal grabs a kill. 4-man commit on the bottom side. TT though, slam the Herald down. Tower gone already. Yukai would trade that first tier 1, but it's a kill on top for TT. And now Herald charging in the bottom lane with Yukal here and Hoya here. For reinforcements arrive from Ultra Prime. I don't think this is something TT can truly commit for. And TP into the mid lane from Yukai to catch the wave there as well. TT, just the 1 kill advantage.
That is great pressure from TT, getting that kill down bot lane, grabbing that 1 tower, dealing damage to tier 2. Meanwhile, you had 1xN pressuring in that mid lane. That costed Yukai his TP. Yukai was dead set on taking pressure over to the top side for Ultra Prime, and by 1xN pressuring that mid lane, forcing his TP to try and reply to the wave pushed. That is 1 burn TP right there from Yukai. And also TT, first on the reset right there. They left a bunch of wards, a bunch of vision behind them for that next dragon to come. 5 seconds, but they have more than enough control in the river to make sure that they're not walking into anything dangerous.
Ultra Prime, the ones to start this Drake off. There is a ward for TT in the back of the Dragon Pit. Hoya trying to find a flank through the bottom side of the river, but Niket knows what's going on. Moves immediately into that tri-brush to deny that opportunity. Hacker now trying to clear vision in the pit as well. Remember, this would be sole point for Ultra Prime, and it looks like TT are not going to fight for it. Beitron maybe wants to try the flash for a smite, but he may have stuck around a little bit too long here. Qingtian searching for a way in. Stranglethorns come up through. The sleep will land. Qingtian doesn't quite follow. There we go. Finds his window, and the culling over onto Feather as well. But Feather dives over to the rest of his team. Hoya trying to threaten Qingtian in the meantime. He's gone in and put enough threat to help his teammates out. But Ultra Prime, they get a jungler and a dragon.
3 in possession of Ultra Prime. They're on soul point. However, TT committed 2 members on that mid lane tier 1 tower. Let's see if TT will be able to use that vision to try and make picks later on in the jungle. I'm not gonna lie to you, that looked a little bit questionable from the side of TT. They do have more than enough vision to walk in there, but they make the call to make for that mid lane, to go for the mid lane tier 1. My eyes are on Feather. I'm like, surely he's gonna ult in, surely he's gonna ult in. He does not have it available. He gets caught up with Beitron onto that wall, barely makes it out alive. Luckily for TT, Hoya does create some space for them by taking that engage onto Qingtian. But overall, I feel like if TT managed to use that vision that they took with that mid lane tier 1, they might be happy for that trade.
All things considered, Ultra Prime, just the Drake alone, even outside of the fight, I think they're quite happy with getting themselves onto Soul Point, especially after how the last couple of plays have gone in favor of TT. It does feel like these two teams are pretty much evenly matched. Honestly, both games have been exceptionally close for the vast majority of the game. A little bit more, is mojo on TT, a little bit more clutch factor. But Ultra Prime, I think, on average, playing a little better.
And I feel like Ultra Prime will definitely be gutted if they leave this series with a 0-2, considering game number 1 was going in their favor for majority of that game. Ended up losing it off of the clutch factor that you mentioned from 1xN, honestly. And game number 2. This is a game where Doggo was 1,000 gold in the lead versus his counterpart, and currently 1xN is sitting on a 600 gold and 150 gold bounty on his head, 2 items in. More items you see on Zeri, the scarier it gets. Again, the team fights are just not as easy as they were in game 1 for TT. Everyone is super squishy. You're gonna have to figure out a way. 1xN is gonna have to figure out a way to play around those team fights with squishier members on his team. However, for Ultra Prime, still, again, in the lead. About 200 gold in the lead, but still in the lead.
Doggo, kind of an opposite story to 1xN, where his team fights are going to be pretty chill. He's on Israel. Israel, one of these champions that it's very difficult to get any significant threat on. Does not have the cleanse, so Feather maybe finding a quickness onto him, or Hoya finding a flanking. Closing the gap could be the ways to find that Israel, but if Doggo plays it well, if he positions correctly, that shouldn't be something that's easy to do for the side of TT.
Is Baron going down?
I think it is.
Oh my
This
God.
is a 21-minute Baron. They've got a Zyra, and they just start things off. Hacker moving over. Niket is here, but I think they might be too late. Hacker, I don't think, realizes that this is currently happening.
Yes,
Goes
flash.
over the swirl seed. Flash available for him. He's over the wall, but no! Couldn't get into the pit. Hacker still has that flash up. Sleep comes through. Doggo finds a kill, and he's looking for a little bit more as well. That's a double onto Doggo. That's a triple. No, Yukai grabbing 1, but Ultra Prime 3 kills, and I think they'll be okay with this one.
Only 2 Baron buffs survived from the side of TT. We know how fast Zyra can do that Baron, but at what cost? You have to commit your ultimate to get those empowered plants to take that Baron down in Ultra Prime. Use that as their advantage. They'll take that mid lane tier 1, some pressure up top lane as well. 3 kills in the process. A negative Baron power play for the time being for TT. However, in 45 seconds, the next dragon is coming up. TT can use that Baron buff to push out their lanes, use the power of the Baron that have minions to try and gain some control in the river for the next dragon. Let's watch this again. This has been the ultimate from Zyra already committed. Hoya with the W, such clutch flash coming out from the TT top lane. But at what cost? He's going to end up losing his life. However, he did save his team for a potential absolute disaster if Hacker could get inside this pit.
Huge from Hoya to find that stun. Literally, I think, saved the game for TT to some extent. If Hacker gets that Baron, plus the kills go the way of Doggo, it's close to over at that stage. It could be close to over if a soul goes the way of Ultra Prime here. This would be their 4th Drake. Vision control, they're in the pit. H1, his flash is just coming up now, so there is the potential to leap in and find a smite. Ward in the pixel brush will be cleared by TT.
Oh,
But look at the poke that's coming down onto TT. The health bars are solo already. Meganar in play. They need to finish this Drake quickly before Chintia turns mini, but actually, he's just going to blast that wall off. Hacker at a 50-50, but somehow it's taken by Yucal. Feather falls, but hey, soul denied.
And TT's hands are tied right here. Ultra Prime have been stacking dragons the entire game, which means when the bell rings 3, you gotta walk in and try to contest. TT were poked so heavily in the skirmish in their try to even make it anywhere near that river, but they still had to take the 50-50. Luckily for them, Yukal comes in clutch. I feel like Jingtian had the best positioning ever on that Gnar, turning into Mega, having flash available as well. Doesn't end up committing anything. Ooh, that's R right there from Yukal will spot Jingtian in the brush.
Hoya's on the flank here. Meganar about to arrive though for Jingtian, and it's enough for them not to overcommit to a play. on the bottom side of the map there. So no neutrals up. Let's take a look at how on earth you, Cal, managed to finish this Drake.
So much spoken hurt on the side of TT. You'll see that Hoya is keeping that Meganar Hacker. I think Hacker was getting very scared to be engaged on through that dry bush from the Rakan, that he walked a little bit too far out from the Dragon.
I really could have done with a slower slow-mo replay of that and not cutting away from it. Like, I guess we did need to see that tier 2 going down at the top side. That's a nice play from Ultra Prime. I really would have liked to look a little closer at the play. Is what it is. This is the thing about LPL. Sometimes you just don't have time for replay. Sometimes, especially in the late game, you get a replay. By the time you're a quarter of the way through, there's already another fight kicking off.
You're already in the next replay. That's already happened from a play that was happening during the replay.
Yeah. You're just watching the game after the fact. Nothing's live anymore. Forget pre-recorded drafts. We're doing pre-recorded team fights here in the LPL.
Because we can no catch up. They're just fighting for too long. All right, talking about fighting. It has been a case of 1xN finding those clutch moments in game number 1 that bailed TT out of a goal deficit the entire game. And it has been the case here again, Ultra Prime. However, Doggo has been finding his footing. He was ahead. The majority of that early game has been falling behind. However, 4-0-4 going on to that third item. Hacker just behind Hoya. If Hoya stays hidden here, he should be fine. I think, yeah, they did spot it. Yukal spotted Hacker, and now they could be the ones hunting them.
Hoya, instead of moving to get the flank, he's just stayed still to get the flank. And now Qingtian is caught on the wrong side of the play. Slowed down, stunned up. Feather gets the CC chain as well. Qingtian flashes over, though. The rocket's coming up through. 1xN gets it with the laser. A knock-up is good from Niket, but it's not going to be enough. And now 5v4 as Hacker taken down as well. And TT find an angle. Hoya has been the hero of this game. His flank on the Baron to get the stun on Hacker, and now a flank on the bottom side as well. Beautiful plays from Hoya.
Oh, and I love how you mentioned Hoya, because I feel like he's been the unsung hero through game 1 and 2. He has been such a solid rock constantly. His patience is paying dues on that rift, staying in that brush, not showing up, spotting the Lilia. From the hunted, they became the hunters, just due to that positioning from Hoya. Look how patient he stays in that brush. Yukal spots the Lilia. And then they know that when that Gnar goes into mini-Gnar form, it is their time to pull the trigger and go in. Everyone from TT collapses, and it is that W coming through from 1xN that ends up sniping, just the tip, sniping Qingtian right there. But again, 1xN with a very clutch kill. Hacker with Zhonya's. You know what they say, when you come out of it and you're too surrounded, you wish you had almost never pressed that Zhonya's button. And it was the case right there, 3 kills going to the side of TT.
Beautiful from 1xN as well. Waits until the last second to use his laser as he's dashing over the wall. Obviously, you can use it while you're in your dash, so you can essentially extend the range. So do it from the point where you press the laser instead of the other side of the wall. So really, really nice. And then obviously, just very tip of it, so gets value from playing that mechanically correctly. H1, flash for flash there from the jungler and the mid laner of the respective teams.
I feel like you take those if you're base one, knowing that the Lucian, the time he dashes forward, he's done for. However, Qingtian, he's Mega Gnar, and there is a Dragon coming up that is going to be sold for Ultra Prime. Not having the Mega Gnar could potentially hurt Ultra Prime right here. Oh,
Yukal's in trouble. Okay, flash from both solo laners of TT, and Beitron has no flash up. He's on the wrong side of the wall. Beitron used his flash in the previous play, but he's on blue side and we're fighting over Drake, so he has to get in the river if he wants to be able to contest with the smite. Double TPs from the solo laners of TT. They know they have to fight. They know they can't afford to lose this one. Drake down to 3k. It's going to go the way of TT, but maybe the fight can go the way of Ultra Prime. The laser's coming out from 1xN as Qingtian dives in, but he can't find his ultimate. The sweep around from Hoya to finish another one as Yukal dives in, but he's just walked into the enemy alone. And suddenly Yukai can finish the kills. It's messy as all hell. TT get the Drake, but they lose everything else.
Ultra Prime with a great team fight right there. Hold on, Hoya might lose his life. Oh, it's a Minotaur. He takes him down. Hoya with the clutch kill. It's not going to be enough. The rest of Ultra Prime have already started Baron, and there's no other members from the side of TT to try and contest that. No TP from Hoya either. So Baron's gonna go to the side of Ultra Prime as well. But what an absolutely messy fight that was. And again, it highlights perfectly how 1xN does not have that beefy frontal that he had in game 1 to play through. All eyes on Feather and Niket, because Niket has done an absolutely incredible job at stopping that Rakan from getting into that backline. By the time Feather is all the way onto Ultra Prime's carries, his ultimate has run out due to Niket playing that frontline perfectly and protecting his carries. 1xN is trying his hardest, however, his frontline is non-existent right here in Ultra Prime cleanup house.
I'm going to be honest, when Hacker flashed forward to get the 4-man dock, but then couldn't get the sleep out, I thought it could be curtains, but really nice from the rest of Ultra Prime to finish it off. Hoya, really swift play on the 1v1, sees that it's Mini-Nart, gets his combo off. He's on 3 items on that Renekton at this point.
Dodges the Q as well.
Yeah, really good. I thought the Q was going to get him on the return from the boomerang. That would have been something else. Recall denied from Feather in this bottom side. Ultra Prime, they've got the Baron. They still haven't quite managed to finish off that assault. The first 3 Drakes of the game are the Drakes that they managed to get for themselves. TT miraculously taking the last 2 on 50-50s. And that Baron on the top side, pretty much the first neutral that wasn't a 50-50 this game.
Also great coordination by Ultra Prime right here. Yukai had crashed the wave mid. Has taken almost the entire tower by himself, whilst Ultra Prime are pressuring towards that bot side of the map. Now the waves are a little bit miscoordinated, however, there is quite a bit of wave clear, especially when you have the Zyra around with the plants. Oh, the sleep is going to be used. Patron is mid lane.
The sleep just used to get pressure onto the tower here, and it means that Yukai can move into that mid lane as an engage comes out for Feather, but the damage just isn't there. Niket maybe goes down though. 1xN finishing one. TT do get 1 kill at least for themselves. It's in trade for an inhibitor in the mid lane as Yukai finishes that one off. Hoya tries to close the gap onto the enemy mid laner. QSS comes through. Yukai now chasing as Yukai is just so hard to stick to.
Honestly, Yukal was thinking about it, however, he didn't have the flash, even if he wanted to follow up on that play. Great stuff, again, from Ultra Prime. You're sacrificing the support, you're getting the mid lane tier 3, you're getting mid lane inhibitor as well. This is going to be 2 very easy ways of breaking back into the base of TT after the next neutral objective. We've got minute 40 seconds for the next dragon. It's going to be Soul for Ultra Prime. That was a great Baron power play actually coming out from Ultra Prime. 2.5k. You've got all pushed lanes. Again, 1 inhibitor that's left all alone in that bot side of the map, and it could be your point of pressure the next time you're looking to chase for that objective.
That's some damage out from Doggo, isn't it? 4 items on the Ezreal. And he's been looking good this game. 606. He is under so little pressure during these fights. Hacker on opposite sides to Feather. And TP will actually come out from Qingtian on that bottom side. Quite liberal use of your top lane as TP, really. But I suppose Drake's coming up in a minute, and he needs to get pressure in that bottom lane.
Absolutely. I prefer my Gnar being there with the control bar being potentially that front line than the Gnar TPing in too late. I feel like he's so important to how these fights go on, especially since Alistar is on bailing his team out duty from getting engaged on by the Rakan, that Qingtian is the only remaining frontline that there is if Niket has gone too far forward to try and stop Feather from going too far in. So I love the fact that they just TP in bot for tempo, pushing that way, be with the team as well. Yueka can also be the one pressuring out that top side of the map as mid lane still has super minions from the previous push when the inhibitor went down, and will be perma pushing. You see Doggo and Yukai together putting that pressure down that lane. 14 seconds only, and TT, the only control that they have of that Reaver is towards that bot side. Some
pings on the Nexus here from Ultra Prime. I think they want to try and cancel recalls, but the True Barrage will do none of that. Yukai just starts hitting the open inhib in the bottom side. Ultra Prime using their pressure in base to get TT away from the Drake. Now Ultra Prime can move back through TT's own jungle, potentially set up for a Drake themselves. Beichuan could be caught here. Niket, no flash available for him, and Beichuan flashes himself to safety. Strong thought to go in, but Niket has suddenly gone too deep for himself. He's way overstayed on the plate. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. And now Hackers on the front line. Xingtian is so squishy. Ultra Prime, they had everything going for them, and they've thrown it all away. Xingtian barely any HP as Feather tries to chase him down. It's 12 to 12, but turn that into an unlucky 13 for Ultra Prime. It's TT. They find another miracle, and they're going to end the game.
Yuka with the instant TP to the tops of the map. Yuka is trying his damnedest. He's gonna take beach one.
Finds
But I
one.
don't think it's gonna be enough. Look at Feather. He's stopping him. He's not letting him go back.
He can't recall.
Not again.
He can't recall. Feathers haven't done of it.
Not again.
Denies the recall, and TT. It was all in the hands of Ultra Prime. 2 games in a row, and yet TT, when it matters the most, will find their mark. Tower down, 10 seconds on the respawns is plenty of time. And TT find the series 2-0. Look at you, Cal, pop it off.
Absolute win moment right there from Yukal. He knows 1xN went above and beyond for these 2 wins as well. Great teamwork from TT. Hoya, absolute wall of a front line. Both of these games had such clutch moments where he would just lock enemy jungler out the pit. He'd be the front line his team needs. His persistence, his patience, him finding angles and flanks, fog of war. Yukal being that very strong character they need in the mid lane. And IRL, of course, as you guys can see, and 1xN with the clutch moments on that 80 carry. Wow.
Yeah.
TT, what a great showing, and being behind both games, Munch.
Yeah.
It's clutching it on in the end.
You can see how much it matters to them as well. Like the relief on their faces, the adrenaline must be absolutely pumping right now, but so happy to get the win. 2-0 as well. Look, it was not a clean series, there's no two ways about it, but when it comes to those 50-50s, when it comes to those clutch moments, I feel like TT, they've got mojo in spades. They've got mojo in spades on this roster. It ain't clean, but my God, is it fun to watch.
Absolutely, and I love the fact that they have the clutch factor. When it mattered, a lot of their players popped off. Hoya, again, I know that Hoya's plays are going to get absolutely overshadowed by how clutch and flashy, you know, Yuka was and 1xN was in specific moments. Fair enough, and he was just playing Renekton. But I just want to say, his Poppy and his Renekton in that front line were absolutely instrumental for a lot of these wins, for a lot of the times where they needed to lock the jungler out. Like his flash over the wall to W Lilia 1 millisecond before that Lilia flashes in the pit and creates disaster. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the flank from Hoya, the really deep one where he didn't even TP. So often you see a really deep flank like that, it has to be a TP, right? But he, instead of TPing behind and walking, he just stays there. He just stands in the brush and lets them flank themselves to make the play. And like you say, the flash stun on the first Baron as well, setting up his team to be able to finish that one off. Granted, the fight was an absolute disaster for them, but they still got the Baron. That's the important thing, because if they'd lost the Baron and the fight, I don't think that it would have been a 2-0 right now. I think that would have been Ultra Prime taking this one. So Hoya, I think Hoya very much my MVP candidate. I don't know about anyone else. I like this. There was good play from the rest of the team as well, but Hoya,
hey,
like huge stuff this series.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna vouch for my boy 1xN. I think he went above and beyond both of these games. I think equally, they absolutely both did their part. Now, I want to jump over to the other side for Ultra Prime. This must be absolutely gutting for a team to get so far ahead in the early game. Look at the graph again. They kept consistently getting ahead, throwing the game, consistently getting ahead. Towards the end of the game, you thought they had it together. We mentioned how, hey, you've got an open inhibitor down on that bot lane. You can just use it as a pressure point if you don't fancy going for that dragon. And it was the case. And again, they just overextend. They're not playing coordinated enough. And unfortunately, they threw 2 games back to back. I'm kind of gutted because I'm a fan of Ultra Prime, and seeing them play so decisively in the early game and just not understanding how their composition works to close it out in the late game twice in a row kind of hurts.
The advantage they had for Doggo as well, and 1xN in this play just completely removes all of that early game advantage, just removes the dive that came through, all of that. And quite a few times we saw people caught in the side lanes. And to be honest, the winning play for TT, I thought Baytron was caught in the side lane. But, you know, at the end of the day, they managed to turn the team fight. Like you say, 1xN doing so much in all of these fights. But that's the thing about Zeri. It does take a long time until you can do that much in the fights.
I'm actually very excited to see TT going forward, especially since I'm seeing so much coordination during these fights. There are a few question marks remaining for me. I think Baytron still being on his champions and still looking a little bit questionable at times. I wasn't very happy, I want to say, with the Zara plays that I saw. A lot of the ultimates were pretty much zoning ultimates or way too early or didn't have enough impact. And again, this is his meta, right? Baytron is the AP carry guy, and you have him in his meta. And I feel like a lot of these times he's been outshined by Yukal, by 1xN, by Hoya. Not in terms of them trying to outshine each other in terms of performance, but it just didn't look as convincing as you would expect on a team that won 2-0.
I mean, Hoya doing so much here to secure the Drake for his team. And this was one of the fights where Ultra Prime did manage to find themselves the win. Haka nearly getting a 4-man sleep, but went down just a tiny bit too quick. Doggo saved by Niket, but Yurkan finishes the job. But this was the fateful moment. TT, they'd lost 2 inhibs at this point. Baytron, it looked like he was caught on the bottom side, but then Niket
so
kind of
clever.
overextends.
That was so clever. Baytron dipped into fog in this brush that they knew they had a control ward. The second he saw Niket show up, he pops his ult, dips into fog of war. Doesn't allow Niket for a second to engage up onto him. And I was just about criticizing him. But he did manage to get away with a last play that ended up giving them the winning team fight. And the coaching staff ecstatic for this W. And they should be. That was a great showing by TT.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no reason why they shouldn't be ecstatic. And especially in this new format, like, every win really does matter. This is only single round robin. You don't get that many series to play. And now that means TT positive on the standings. They will be 2-1 in the standings. And against a team that, honestly, coming into this lower group, looked like they could be one of the better teams. Ultra Prime really impressed in the placement games earlier on in the tournament. Now being taken down. And after Ultra Prime realistically had the way to win both of those games, like, realistically, Ultra Prime, I think, will be going home really disappointed with this loss because those games were in their hands. But TT, I don't know, they just got unlimited ability to clutch out a game, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie to you, the clutch is all fun, but it was Ultra Prime's games to lose. You've got 2 inhibitors, you've got an insane gold lead, both games back to back.
Like, it's insane.
And it's just crazy because we're just talking about them. These guys almost made it into the Ascent group. Ultra Prime almost made it into the Ascent group. 1xN back to back with the clutch factor. We said, hey, we said, hey, man, who's gonna be the better Zeri on that day? I feel like Yukal put a pretty good showing in game number 1. However, it feels like 1xN has outshined him.
Double MVP for 1xN. Got it on the Kai'Sa, gets it on the Zeri as well. 142 goal difference at the end, but let's be honest, we're not in it for the goal difference. The fact they got goal difference by the end is honestly a miracle. They were that far behind when that final fight was won. Phenomenal play coming out from him. I really do think Hoya should get an honourable mention because Hoya's been a player that has been criticised over the last year or so. He had a phenomenal series.
He's the MVP in our hearts, Munch.
He's definitely the MVP of my heart, no 2 ways about it. But that is our first series done and dusted already. We have flown through. It's a 2-0 in the end. I was so sure we'll go to 3 games, but there we have it. TT managing to finish things in style. And that means we move to our second series. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we will return with AL versus JDG. It's an absolute turbo banger. You don't want to miss it.
Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow when all is not when we face our final hour in the darkest rift. Come on, everybody, I'll be the death of you. After channeling our power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my death-like grasp. Dashing minions, ravish fields of war. Manifest my dominion to the chaos restore. When we face our final hour in the darkest rift, come on, everybody, I'll be the death of you. After channeling our power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my death-like grasp.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, and welcome towards an incredible second series here. It's AL versus JDG coming to your screens. AL 3-0 in the standings right now. The top team of the Ascent group up against JDG, a favorite for the whole tournament, or so people thought, but so far trouble looking a little lackluster in the upper group.
Absolutely. They had a pretty insane group stage on the LPL placement, and JDG looked unbeatable. I feel like I also said out of all the top teams, they looked like they were the ones that looked the most unbeatable. But so far, AL have not disappointed with Ale coming in, with Tabe jumping in as the coach as well. I feel like their diversity and the way they're playing around the fights on the Rift is incredible. We're just about to jump into game one between AL and JDG.
The Jindong cheerleader, chant leader, I don't know what the name is for the guy that shouts the Gyos, but my god, he is my personal hero. Absolutely, like the sheer power in his voice as a shoutcaster, I can only aspire to bring the level of hype that guy brings to the crowd. As here we go, we have skip champ select slightly here, as Hope and Kael gonna have a very, very strong 2v2, but at the level 1, shenanigans afoot as Kael on that Braum can bring a lot of power. They're going to try and move into the brush. Shagao and Ruler there, though. Spot them out. I don't think much will come of this one as Sheer forced out on the top side.
Real quickly as context as well, the Ashe was B1 for the side of AL, as well as followed by Corki and Brom. That was the first rotation into Tristana, Zyra, and Ezreal was the first rotation from JDG. JDG that have a pretty good combo. However, the way that I see it, whenever I see sort of Kennen, I'm expecting a lot of all-in tools. And even though they do have those, you know, you can follow up. Obviously, the Rel will create the engage. You can follow this up with the Kennen. You do have Tristana and Ezreal wanted to go in. I always see Zyra as a tool to peel. And it feels like when you're trying to reach people with Zyra, that is one of her weaknesses, right? The more range you have against Zyra, the better it is for you, because she has to overextend to reach you, and because it's so immobile, she could be getting caught. Talking about getting caught, Kanavi is in Croco's face. Croco grabs his chicken, gets out.
He does just about get it. Kanavi, I think, grabbing a couple of the little ones there, did manage to get 2 CS out of it. And you can see Croco only on 6 instead of that 8 that you'd expect, as Hope and Kael, despite the fact that Hope was only level 1, still winning out the trade. That is the power of Ashe Braum in the bottom lane.
Extremely oppressive, especially since you don't necessarily have many enchanter supports that are played right now. We have seen the occasional, you know, Karma Ezreal resurging back into the meta. However, Braum is absolutely fantastic, especially when you're playing against, well, 1, champions with a lot of poke, like Ezreal, and 2, melee supports that you pretty much counter. Also loving the exhaust that Kael is running, especially playing against Sheer's Kennen. Croco is going to pay Sheer visit.
Sheer gets the stun, though. Doesn't even have to flash. Really nicely played. Had the 2 stacks.
Uh-oh.
And now Croco is out of position and Kanavi's found him. Sheer moves over to finish the job as well. But here comes Ala to try and turn it around. Sheer has to flash, but Ala executes him. Croco falls. And Ala now in a 1v1 with Kanavi. And Kanavi finds the root. The red buff to slow. Flash on cooldown for both players. Ala will walk away.
Ooh, that was almost disastrous right there for Kanavi and Sheer. Kanavi, you do not miss those. Missing E on a target that's walking on a straight line towards you in the brush. Almost disastrous for JDG. However, they bring it back around. And something that has been talked about a lot is the choice between Sheer and Flandre for JDG. Sheer seems to be the starter for JDG for quite a while now, especially coming into Summer Split. Let's multi-play one more time again. Croco, he's walking on a straight line, man. And Kanavi missing that E right there. Almost made it seem like Sheer was going to lose his life a little bit too fast. He's going to flash forward, force Ali to flash. It's a 1-for-1 trade overall.
That was the difference maker. If he hits that E, Kanavi doesn't have to flash after Croco, and then Kanavi can finish off Ala as well. That's a double kill for Kanavi if he hits that E. Croco smites away the Scuttle Crab. At least missing able to force that smite out from him, but you know, good play initially from Kanavi, but a slight mechanical misstep. Unfortunately, not quite enough. So, a very aggressive early game. I just want to quickly mention as well, Sheer getting counter pick in that top side. He was the one they got to pick after the fact. So, the Jax was locked in blind for Ala. It's a pick that's often banned away from him. Ala in incredible form right now. The whole team of AL in fantastic form. We'll see if they can challenge JDG. So far, they've been able to go even. We'll see if that can continue. I feel I'm scared to go way too far into a narrative point, because these teams at any moment could be turning into an action.
All right.
To a fight.
Into an action-packed fight. There you go. Kanavi heading towards the top side again. Ale.
You know, it's that kind of thing.
No flash. Low HP. Red buff still on Kanavi.
Kanavi, can he land his route is the question. Yes, he can. I don't think they've got enough range damage, though, to finish him under tower. Ala gets away again. Merc treads, really valuable there.
However, just bullying him out underneath his tower allows Sheer to pressure in that wave. And as you can see, Void Grubs will spawn in about 30 seconds, which will give a lot of priority on the members of JDG to push down those waves, take some control of the topside river. Missing. He's going to have to get off his horse to jump over the wall, but he'll be fine overall. And an overarching arc, right, for AL is that they have been so freakishly good this split. Adding Ale over in the top lane has been incredible form, as you mentioned. Adding Tabe over to the coaching staff, who has brought so much diversity, but it feels like the macro of the team has been impeccable. I feel like one of the great features of the team is that you give them an inch, they'll take an arm. And that feels like you give them a summoner spell, they'll take the kill, which will give them the vision, which will give them the game. And it feels like no team has been able to crack that code yet. No team has been able to out-macro and out-tempo AL on the map. Oh.
Hang on, fight coming through. Yagao arrives to try and protect his support, but I think Missing might just fall. Exhaust comes down onto Yagao, but Missing will just about get away with his life. A player that's been criticized a little bit on this JDG roster, Ala, is feeling a little bit saucy. He's got a blast cone to work with. Oh no! The stun, just a split second too early, and Missy gets out.
That was so genius from Ale to take the entire trip around the jungle, making sure that he jumps through the blast gun with Counter-Strike active, try and catch Missing. Missing does have his flash available if he needed to use that. However, yeah, to continue what I was saying is that AL are just so quick triggered on the map to find their next step that a lot of teams seem to be falling behind the tempo. And JDG traditionally is a team that likes to play slow. You got a lot of scale in your team with the Ezreal, with the cannon. You would like to get to those 2 to 3 items. However, against AL, you are forced to try and play a little bit faster in this early game. I think this is going to have to be JDG's task for today. Can they basically beat themselves and be a little bit more proactive in that early game? Croco.
Can they fight their demons?
in the fray again.
His demons are in the mid lane right now, and he just is going to burn down Croco, autoing him to death as now the vines come through onto the rest of the team. Kael gets the shield of True Shot. Barrage finds Croco. He face plants into the wall, and JDG managed to answer the pick onto Yagao.
A ruler finds a pick from downtown. And now Sheer.
All in on the top side. Sheer uses his ult defensively, gets a stun, but Ala still has that Grandmaster's Might. We've seen him find kills here before. Flash would have been up, but doesn't pull the trigger. Drake's still up, by the way. Both teams fighting
Wait, I
hard.
thought JDG were doing Dragon all this time. It's not going to be the case. JDG, they have the numbers advanced. They killed Croco. So they want to take as much of that jungle away as possible. This big grub right there will be smited away.
It'll be okay for now. 600 gold lead for Ruler, 500 gold lead for Shanks, 500 gold lead for Kanavi, 200 gold lead for Ala. It is back and forth across the map, but it leads to an almost even game state. JDG just 500 gold ahead across the board here, and a lot of that in Ruler's pocket right now. Looking towards him as a player that we have big expectations of. Hasn't had the biggest split just yet. Let's take another look at what happened to Yagao.
A great turnaround by Croco right there, wrapping around that ramp, and the Ash Arrow that hit onto Kanavi meant that Kanavi couldn't access forward to try and defend Yagao. This could have been a whole lot of different story had this arrow not landed onto Kanavi. And Croco, unfortunately, he flashed into the Trisha Barrage. I think he was just about on the edge to not get hit. Flashes into it. Unfortunate for him, Ruler grabs that kill. Very important because, as you mentioned, Ruler, he's one of the champions that he's very known for. The Ezreal, of course, and in desperate need of showing that he's back up on form. I feel like the bot lane for JDG was one of their statement pieces, if you will, to this roster, having Ruler down there, especially with what a phenomenal split he had over in spring with all the Lucian appearances that he's had. It was so oppressive on the Rift. Hasn't quite been the case for summer, but he's looking to redeem that. Oh.
Arrow in the mid lane, and it hits Yagao. Cleanse immediately comes on. Wait, no, Buffered, sorry. He does not have Cleanse. Shanks finishes the job. Great arrow from Hope. And now in the bottom side, Ruler forced away, missing over the wall as well. Pyroclasm follows, though. It's a lot of damage. It's not a kill, but it should be a Drake.
They do have the numbers advantage right here. Yagao is going to lose so much in that mid lane. Ale has also moved all the way from top lane to mid lane to get some of that fruit from this tree. Grabbing some tower platings together with Shanks. And again, AL are so quick on the map. My top laner is mid to take those tower platings. Hope presses R on freaking cooldown, and AL is ready to take advantage of that. Missing is taking quite a lot of HP bar right there. I almost thought that Hope, might cancel his reset right there for a chance. Missing does have his flash available, of course, so taking the reset on the temple on the map is much more important. Hope POV. He's looking. Sending the arrow. Shanks is ready. The buffer was great, but the follow-up was even better.
Good reactions, honestly, from Yagao to even find that buffer. But at the end of the day, goes down. Shanks with 2 kills now on this Corki. We know how hard this pick can snowball. Ala's one of these players that even if he was behind, he still feels like a threat in the game. He's just a monster, isn't he? I feel like the biggest players that we need to see a great game from are in the bot side from both teams, to be honest. JDG, though, starting these grubs off. AL already with 3. Cannot be caught. Kale, can he follow up? His ultimate is on cooldown, but missing. Has to engage to try and save his team. Will be stunned up and will be taken down. AL find a kill. Perhaps 6 grubs, but whether or not they want to commit is a different question.
Oh, with the heat-seeking arrows the entire game. And of course, Croco, fantastic performance. I mean, the 0-2 does not really tell the tale of how well he's been playing on this brand. I hope we get to see a replay right there, because he kept bouncing those ultimates onto Kanavi and Yagao. They couldn't step forward. This time around, AL are gonna fall back to the recess. They're gonna grab their buff with 4 Void Grubs. Look at the arrow hits, and as you'll see, it was Ruler, and Kanavi. They're trying to move backwards because Ali is a huge threat. He's charging Counter-Strike, and all these bounces back and forth of the ultimate do not allow Kanavi and Ruler to walk forward and do damage.
Yeah.
Allowing AL to do whatever the heck they want in the river.
Kind of tough for Ruler there as well. He obviously dodges the ultimate, which ordinarily would be good. He had cleanse. If he cleanses that, Kanavi's not caught. Maybe could have been a better option. It's hard to know you need to do that, though. You'd hope your teammates can dodge it themselves. So far, though, Kanavi still surviving. 1-0-1 in the jungle. Does have that lead, despite, like you say, Croco getting some good damage with his ult. The previous ult from the Dragon fight, less inspirational, as it just hit one target one time. But Sheer now gets a chance up in that top side. And I've been enjoying watching Sheer this split. I feel like he is leveling up as a player. I feel like he was already decent when he first came in. Now he feels like a player that really can become a top player in the LPL. He's no longer just on tank duty. We're starting to see these carries come through for Sheer, and we're consistently seeing him step up and make these plays. Trading well with Ala up in that top side. Trying to maintain his performance here for JDG.
And you can tell the trust that JDG is putting into him, right? Over in spring, it was Sheer playing a lot of the games that were quote-unquote easier on paper on teams that would be below JDG, again, on paper, and Sheer would start. But when the playoffs came through, Flandre was the starting top laner for JDG. But right here, you can see AL is the strongest team currently in Group Ascend. And it is Sheer that is starting on JDG. A lot of trust and also a lot of pressure on the rookie mid laner, the young mid laner for JDG. KL has been surrounded. They're gonna find Croco.
Kyle, sorry, moves up to this mid lane to try and help Hope get priority. Ruler does just kind of outrange them on this Ezreal. But neither Ezreal or Ashe particularly good at clearing that mid wave, to be honest. It takes them a little while, doesn't it? So it ends up fairly neutral.
They can feel each other's struggle.
By the way, this is still the first Drake of the game. Neither team ever committed to taking the Drake. AL finally will try and do precisely that. It's ward in the back of the pit. There's a ward under the Drake as well. JDG look like they want to fight with Kanavi. Yeah, he's only in the mid lane for now. Drake taken by AL, but perhaps a fight could come on through. Missing hunting for an engage here, but it's hard at that range as Rel without flash.
So miscoordinated by JDG. Sheer pulls the TP after the dragon is gone, and they're gonna spot him down the bot lane, which means top lane is pretty free for Ale. He's gonna pressure that really hard. Luckily for JDG, they're gonna use their bodies right there to try and tank the tower and take it down. Oh my god, Sheer almost goes down on that one.
The backdoor bonus timed out there, so suddenly they couldn't do the damage. Croco is going to move up top, so they got the Drake, and now they're going to get Herald as well. JDG sort of half committing to a bot side play for the Dragon, but late to the play, and I think AL probably walking away scratching their heads from that one, wondering what happened.
Oh,
Yagao tried to finish the cannon, but the TP comes through, but now Kanavi turns it around onto Ala, but no! Just a split hair away from the tower. So close to finishing Ala. One more turret shot, I think, would have done it with the ramping damage, but the knock-up a pixel away.
That was disaster. Yagao all the creep. He ulted a creep. He tried to ult Ale towards Kanavi to take him down, but he ends up ulting a creep. That was so unfortunate right there. JDG, you can tell right now they are getting desperate to try and make plays happen on the map. Try and potentially catch the Corki. Cash in on that 350 gold bounty. But this is what AL creates to you because of how fast they are on reacting on the map, on taking things from you while you're busy creating fights on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
It forces your hand as well. And JDG right here are looking to take that mid lane tower. Brom, though, very strong at defending.
Yeah, he's
But
trying to
the shield's
hold
gonna
on.
go down eventually.
Can only take so much of that onslaught. Unbreakable
Yeah.
is sort of a misleading ability name. It is breakable eventually. I know you realise.
Unbreakable for a certain amount of time.
TP up to the top side from AL. Al are going to try and look as Yagao caught. Oh, flashes away from the stun. Nice try from Kroko. That's top tower secured. Remember, Kroko still had Herald. Doesn't even need to use it up there. May even get a chance to use it bot lane since mid tower is already chunked.
Yeah, that mid lane tower is looking very juicy right now. Very, very low. However, there is a lot of wave clear with the Tristana and the Zara if they're around, so you could very easily just use it in the mid lane purely just to open up the map.
Oh.
Another arrow, is this gonna hit?
He just
There's no
doesn't
way.
miss, does he?
There's
He
no
just
way.
doesn't miss. Unfortunately, Ala nowhere near his lane opponent, so even though it's a great shot, there's absolutely no follow-up that could come on through. Ala, I think, would
But
have
this is
to...
nuts!
Even if he flashed, I don't think he can follow that one, but still a great shot. Still a great shot.
This is aim hacks right there, coming out from Hope. You just can't miss. They are actually going to use that Rift Herald in the mid lane just to open up the map a little bit more. AL have been playing fantastically well from Fog of War and taking small advantages on the map, like taking that mid lane tier 1. You'll see them instantly on the next reset. They're going to break through that bot quadrant of Kanavi's jungle, ward it all up, light it up in a lot of AL vision, and then try to take control for the next dragon fight that's coming up in about a minute and a half. And this is what great teams do. Around the 2 to 2.5 minutes prior to a game, prior to a play, you'll see they have already mapped out the course of action. That's exactly what AL have done right here. Excellent tempo again onto the map.
And I think it's important to acknowledge what AL are doing here, not just in terms of the outright gameplay, but in terms of this is a team that did well in their placement group, but it was NIP and Weibo. So a lot of people have kind of discounted what was achieved there. Arrow, slightly wide shift,
Wait,
forced to
what?
flash. He'll be okay. But
He was almost forced to flash into it. That was insane. Oh my god.
that would have been bad. That would have been bad. But AL did so well in their placement group. A lot of that discounted by Weibo and NIP not looking particularly good themselves. They make it into the Ascend group, and then their first series, FPX, LGD, NIP again. It's these teams that, you know, you want to see good things from, but not necessarily been showing us that consistently. FPX been a little bit lackluster, NIP been pretty lackluster. Now they're against JDG. Now, JDG aren't playing at maximum form, but look at what AL are doing to them on the map. AL are absolutely outplaying them, and in the conversation of whether or not AL is a top team, right? I feel like series like this consistently happening, it answers the question that this is a top team. The only question for me now is, how high can they go?
Absolutely. I feel like a lot of people are also waiting to see, hey, how does AL rank up against BLG? How do they rank up against top esports? And of course, this will be a fantastic series, but currently they're playing versus the third team in the LPL, which has some absolute legendary names on the roster. And as you can see, AL, they know that JDG have complete control of the bottom of the map. They're instantly starting the Baron, pulling them towards them.
Cheers on his way over. That cannon is not something you want to fight in a Baron pit. KL, so good at blocking these Ezreal
Crisis
ults.
averted.
That's twice at least I've seen him just completely deny that from Ruler. JDG
Now-
really being tested here today.
That was a play that I wasn't necessarily expecting coming in from AL. I know that Ale had a low priority towards the top side of the map and that JDG had taken complete control of the bot side since they wanted to take that dragon away from AL. However, I do not feel like AL have enough damage for the time being to burn it fast enough because JDG had not committed to the dragon yet. They were playing sort of in the rotation around that mid lane so they could very easily dip into that river and sort of check it. And they do have Trusha Barrage. They've got a bunch of ways that they can actually check into the pit without committing their bodies. We've got plans from Zara again, Ezreal, Crucial Barrage. Very easy ways of just checking it out. And that was the case right there. That Rusha bars really hurt Hope, of course. He was in front of any other target. He's the first one to hit.
Certainly was. Ruler, so far, he's got a bounty actually for himself. 600 gold ahead on this Ezreal. You know, I mentioned that he's been, quote, underperforming. Like, I just want to quickly clarify as well. Ruler underperforming is still one of the best AD carries in the entire league.
To his standards.
He's not just,
to his
he's just
standards.
not like absolutely indomitable auto wins every game, you know? Like, the level that you expect from Ruler is just so absurdly high. But I feel we should kind of reassess team compositions at this point, because we're getting into the mid game on a very even keel. Gold is within 100 of the two teams here. A lot of that in the pocket of Shanks. How did JDG approach this? Because it feels like AL have been the ones in control of the map, but then JDG did get the most recent Drake. How do they turn the tide?
No
It's not
way.
getting hit by Hope's Ash Arrows, that's for sure. Hope has been incredible on this Ash pick.
What is Vanguard doing all this time? Hope has been aim hacking this entire game. He's been throwing arrows from outside Summer's Rift and hitting everyone on the sideline. Absolutely incredible precision. Coming in from Hope, constantly forcing JDG to play with numbers disadvantage on the Rift. Again, going back to your question, I feel like JDG is a team build in this particular draft. To go all in, you've got the cannon, you've got the LNG. You've got your Stana and Ezreal that can follow up. However, AL love it when you play into them. The Brom, the Jax, the brand damage. When you dive forward, stacked up as a unit. It's going to be so difficult. I feel like JDG are going to have to sort of isolate targets and try to pick them off one by one, or at least play with numbers advantage. However, Hope is not even allowing them to play with numbers advantage on this Rift since the very get-go.
Yeah. I think the funny thing is as well, Ala is off to such a huge lead at the top side now, 1,000 gold in favor of him. Sheer got the counter pick, and Sheer played it well in the laning phase. But when you've got this many Ash arrows across the map, just absolutely smashing the targets. I love that Hope just stays and watches, makes sure that that does hit, makes sure the kill comes through. Always feels good.
The amazing coordination there is as well that Ali starts walking, forcing Sheer to back off into the arrow that was incoming due to the ping. It was spot on, incredible play by AL, so coordinated. Again, you mentioned how Ale has been of incredible importance, like this entire split. He's been incredible, and it's been showing. And now with a little bit of a poke help by Hope, he's been ahead about the entire game. 800 gold in the lead, 2 items in on this Jax. He could be an absolute nuisance on a side lane.
We all
not
know
again.
What Ala can do.
Surely not. Okay.
Yaga won't get caught. I mean, both solo laners have been killed by Hope's arrows this game. Shears died to it. Yagao died to it in the mid lane as well. He even managed to buffer his W, but it wasn't enough. Shanks and Ala both being graciously gifted gold by their AD carry. Doesn't usually happen that way around, but Hope happy to do it. He's almost on 3 items himself as we broach the 25-minute mark. Baron up on the map. Remember, Brand and Zyra, either team, can very quickly do this objective should the other lapse control.
And this has been sounding a little bit way too one-sided by AL. And if you look at the gold, you're like, come on, guys, it's just 1,000 gold lead. And JDG have been doing pretty well for themselves to try and fend off, trying to find advantages. You see Kanavi instantly dipping into Kroko's jungle every single time anything's happened on the other side of the map. He will try to take some advantage. He's at 1.1k gold up at this point. He's about 40 CS up on his counterpart. So Kanavi has been farming an absolute storm. He's 2 items up versus 1.5 onto Kroko's brand right now. So he's been doing great for himself. And as you mentioned also, Ruler with the 2.5 items, almost a 3rd item completed for the JDG 80 carry. JDG have been doing pretty good for themselves. Trying to build up, back up to even. And they almost are. They're all, it's just a 300 gold difference right now.
I wasn't sure if Kanavi was actually going to start the Baron there. Missing moves in, get some vision control, sets up for Yagao to finish the tier 1 on the top side. And Kanavi continues to extend that vision control further into the jungle of AL. AL not going to let that go without a fight. Ala has found a very deep flank. He TP'd onto that ward, but it's not even needed. Yakos is found by the rest of the team, and Kanavi now becomes the target. Strangled Thorns come down. Allah's gone a bit too deep, but he's got a Seekers. He keeps himself alive. The root comes up through Counter-Strike, not enough, and Sheer gets his moment over the wall. The stuns come through, but it's not enough, and AL's still fighting out. Ruler dives forwards. Krogo the target, turns golden as Ruler in a 2v1 finds them. He's back.
You criticize Ruler for not being peak performance. Ruler is back to that peak performance. Zara and Ezreal staying alive means you can use the plants to go for the Baron as well. You have to use them sort of as damage sources and as tank source as well. So you'll see one hit will go onto the plant, the other one will be tanked by JDG. And what a fantastic team fight to bring them back into the game and give them a 2,000 gold lead. Out of being the entire game on a deficit, and Yagao getting caught here. Absolutely detrimental for JDG's team fight. Missing just about getting out, but Ale goes too far forward. Sheer has the time to walk all the way from the bot side of the map. Ale getting isolated and getting killed instantly, and Sheer with a fantastic ultimate right here, pretty much zoning the entirety of AL. I thought that Brand ult was going to be the demise, but Ruler made sure to position in a way that he didn't get hit by it and absolutely demolished AL.
I can't believe that E hit as well. I guess because Croco is still in Zhonya's and Seekers, the E's target had to be Shanks. It was the only target available. Fantastic play from Ruler. Immaculate team fighting. Sees the angle to dive in 1v3. Obviously a bit more damage coming out from Kanavi as well, but jumps forward into 3 to... Whoa!
Wow.
What?
Wow.
7,500? It's not even late game. That was a 26-minute fight. That is obscene.
And for anyone who's going to say that it's placebo, because Ezreal is a poke champion, he single-handed almost won them that entire fight to landing everything.
Oh, God.
I will shut up next. I'll shut up next time. That was straight up Cassacus. I'm sorry, Ruler. I'm sorry, man.
I mean, look, there's only
Also,
so
your fault
much...
for being there.
Only so
I'm sorry.
much casters can take responsibility for a player walking in 1v3 mid lane, you know?
Yep.
Ruler has an incredible team fight. Just does not expect the flank, I guess, in the mid lane. Really unfortunate, and that pretty much ends the Baron play coming out from JDG.
You know what, Munch? We're talking about how JDG, traditionally, are a more slow team. As we're looking at this replay, I feel like this is a huge overstep by Ruler. You do not feel safe playing on that side, and he was also hugging the left side of the wall, which was the only side that they had no vision at. Missing was on the right side of the map as well, so definitely misposition right there from Ruler. Going back to the JDG point, though, they're traditionally a much slower team. They like to take their pace slow and steady. And I'm loving what AL are doing to them because they are forcing their hand. And knowing how good these players on JDG are when you see them being proactive on the map, when they're giving us these fights because they're forced to give us these fights because AL is pushing them to the max. I don't want a best of 3. Give me a best of 10 of these two teams.
This game has been quality, hasn't it? But ultimately, JDG are ahead now. Despite what AL have been doing all game, despite these arrows from Hope, even with Ruler getting caught in the mid lane there, it's still almost 2,500 gold on the Baron power play from JDG. There's no tier 2 in the mid or bot lane for AL now. There's not even an inhib tower for AL in that bottom lane. So huge pressure on the map for JDG. And they've got themselves about a 5,000 gold lead, but let's be honest, the carries across the board are all starting to get to 3 items. We are getting to the point where those gold leads matter less. They still matter, but I think what's going to matter more is individual performance. Yagao especially having a really, really hard game for himself. Ruler, massive highs, also massive lows so far. We'll see what the AL carries can bring to bear in these upcoming team fights. Allah especially has finished his Zhonya's. I'm keeping an eye on that Jax.
Absolutely, very important item break points. The Zhonya's, as you mentioned right there, for the Jax. You've got 4 items on this Ezreal Shojin completed. Seer, no!
Oh no, Blast Cones right into his own demise. The stun will come through. Pyroclasm burns him too, and Crisp Kyle takes a bit of the credit as he finds himself his first kill of the game. That's a pick on the top side that opens up potentially a tier 2. I don't think they can really commit to a siege. No neutrals up, so perhaps the pick won't lead to too much.
Yeah, Yagao's already there trying to defend the wave. You also have Kanavi and missing, shadowing just in case any AL members want to stay around. Yagao with the tempo TP down bot lane as well. The savior of all the pushing waves from AL. Makes it to soak up that pressure top. TP's down bot, takes that wave too. And crashes averted for JDG. Very unfortunate right there from Sheer. Oversteps his welcome, of course. Sees just the Corki up top lane. Ruler just east through the wall.
Is okay. I will say, so far, I've criticized Ruler and I've complimented Sheer. And so far, Sheer is 0-4 and Ruler hardcore 1v3 to fight. So, I guess my read on JDG is just out of the window at this point. Ruler looking to put pressure on this game. He has to have a standout Ezreal performance. I love he's bringing the striker Ezreal to the table as well with the Euros going on. Copa America, I think, happening at the same time as well. Lots of football around the world to be witnessing. I'm just saying there's quite a big game later on tonight. I don't know if anyone knows, but it does happen to be coming home a little bit later on tonight. I think Ruler celebrating that one a little early, perhaps. I wonder who he's cheering for.
He's cheering for the Dragon that's coming up in 20 seconds because it's going to be the third Dragon. That would be soul point for JDG. Now, caveat to the previous teamfight that we just saw, that was AL throwing their bodies one by one into JDG, and JDG picked them apart 4 versus 5. It's not going to be quite the same case right here. AL have a lot of range in their kit, and if you dive into them, Brand is going to have an absolute great time. Or Shanks.
He's found Shanks. He's found Shanks on the bot side of the play. JDG with a man advantage. AL sent packing on the bottom side. The Croco caught back a bit. Has to flash. Another arrow goes in. Ala finishes off one and evens things up. Ala back out of the pit. It will be Drake for JDG.
That was a great try for a save from Ale. But the Dragon still goes to the side of JDG. They could beeline a Baron potentially. Catching AL onto resets. There should be a Hawk shot coming in from Hope right there. And they're going to pull the TPs instantly. But JDG hasn't even started it yet. The Hawk shot is going to spot it. Ale could have been a lot of trouble here if that Hawk shot hadn't landed before he committed.
Counter-Strike is just a very good ability, isn't it? You can just face choke and
a
walk
good
away
game
without taking any damage. Don't rate the sequel, though. I'm just kidding. I actually have not played the second one just yet. Sheer, though, really, really good flank to find Shanks. I wasn't sure if he was going to wait and try and find more targets, but, you know, assassination onto the enemy mid laner, I think that's worthwhile. Yagao just steps too far forward to the CC chain. It's obscene.
I feel like Yagao has been the recipient of a lot of brutality coming out of AL. Not particularly his game.
That was a big one. Ooh, coming through there. Ala's got on the top side. Oh no. We were in a replay. We were watching the oohs and ahs from the crowd. And Ala ends up falling. An uncharacteristic mistake from him. Now Croco, will be forced to back away. He's 1 HP. He's surely going to go down. Kael tries to save him, but Kael might just fall as well. Oh, the snipe from Ruler is gorgeous. Yagao over the wall just finds a way to die before the team fight is over. Fantastically consistent play from Yagao this game, but Ruler turning this into a win for JDG. These fights have been immaculate.
They could end up ending the game. There's 20 seconds onto Ale and about 30 plus for anyone else. JDG are just storming mid lane to take the game.
Yagao having a struggle, but the rest of JDG making it happen. Kael trying to pull the minion wave away, but he falls, and with a cannon there, this will be game. Aya looked so good early on in the game, but when it came down to it, JDG stepped up.
I said this during the game, I'm gonna say this again. I love what AL are doing to JDG. They're forcing them to be proactive, they're forcing them to take these fights, they're forcing them to play, to catch members on a side lane, and JDG have woken up from the big slumber, you know, they were just sleeping. They were just playing for that late game during the spring. They were taking it slow and steady. There ain't no slow and steady versus AL. And I love that they have taken control of that game and never let go. It was pick after pick, and their big names really shined in this game. Kanavi on the Zara, Ruler with an incredible Ezreal performance as well.
Yeah.
All the doubters Could not say a single thing about Rula this game.
And you know what? Sheer got caught out a few times in that game, but hero moments to finish it out as well. Ala, the one to be picked off that actually turned the game in JDG's favor right at the end there. Fantastic stuff from JDG. We're going to go to game number 2 right after the break. welcome back everybody to the LPL. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards our second game here between AL and JDG. And what a way to start this series. AL pressuring JDG all game, but JDG answering with a strong right fist.
I can't believe that I can say that JDG were stronger at AL's game right here in playing them up, playing the macro, taking an inch, making it a mile. Ruler, what a phenomenal performance, what a phenomenal return to form. I want to say, over in spring, we did praise the guy with how oppressive he was. Ruler would win lane, win game, and we hadn't quite seen this recently. But apparently, at least for this game, he was back.
And Hope looked so good in the game on that Ashe as well for most of the game, like landing some incredible ultimates, got a set up a kill for Shanks on Yagao, set up a kill for Ala on Sheer as well, like both of his solo laners set up by him. It wasn't enough though. Ruler grabs MVP, Kanavi honorable mention in this one as well, really good game from him. On the Zyra, and JDG do manage to find themselves a win. An all-important win as well. AL currently on a massive win streak. They are 3-0 in the group right now. That was the first game AL have lost in the Ascend group. They're against one of the big name teams now. And it feels like they finally realized quite what they're up against. JDG do not go down without a fight.
And again, that was the question coming into this series. AL looked like the best team out of all the big teams, coming out of placements, getting into this group Ascend, until they faced one of their top three. And luckily for them, the first one of the three is actually the one that finished third over in spring as well. So technically, quote unquote, the easiest one out of all the top three, including BLG and top esports, of course. Now jumping straight back into draft for game number 3, JDG are going to be on blue side. My question here is that this Ezreal was so clutch for Ruler. Are they going to choose to potentially prioritize a pick like this for their AD carry again?
I mean, that's the question is, does AL ban it away, right? Because JDG, I think if Ezreal is up, I think that's very much first pick territory right now with how Ruler was playing on the pick. He had one massive mistake in the mid lane where he pushed on his own, got flanked by Croco and just went down. But aside from that, he had a near flawless game on the Ezreal. Zyra going to be removed from Kanavi. Doesn't mean the Ezreal is up, but things like the Brand as well could be an option. I mean, when Nectar's open, there's plenty of first pickable options here.
Come on, Munch. You've been on the LPL for so long. Is there a chance that Renekton is meta, he's blind pickable, and he won't be B1'd by LPL top laners? I don't think so. Sheer on a carry one more time. However, AL get a very strong potent duo, Brand / Tristana. Now, Corki is in the picture again. We have seen Yagao play the Corki, who was on Tristana on the other way on the previous game. However, he could very easily pull that. I do not want to see Kanavi on Car. I'll see Kanavi on Karthus. It's fine. We'll take it. Corki plus Karthus locked in. Just a little bit of an asterisk right here. The only reason why I don't want to see Kanavi on Karthus is because I love when Kanavi gets more active on the map. The fact that he did have the Zyra and he was able to be more involved on those early game fights is what changed the course of that game that we saw over in game number 1.
He certainly had a big impact in that previous game. I think he was trying to make an argument for MVP on
Absolutely.
the Zyra. Unfortunately, Ruler just went absolutely Super Saiyan. Alan's going to go for the Jax once again in that top side. The Rumble already banned away, but he's against the Renekton, so he's quite happy. Doesn't have to go against that damn Lightning Rat again in the top side, so they can start banning AD carries instead. And it will be Ruler's Ezreal take it away.
And I feel like we're looking for things that can scale very easily into the late game and complement things like the Karthus and the Corki. I'm looking potentially at Zeri for someone like Ruler. I'm looking at potentially something like a Kaisa that you could poke people out and then just the Requiem drops in and just slam someone away from existence. So things like that for Ruler could be really good to just pair up with the rest of the composition. And also for JDG, you're looking for some engage tools. Same for AL right here. So things like the Rel, Nautilus has already been banned away. The Rel and the Alisa would possibly be of priority here.
Could be potential bans here for JDG. We'll see what's going to come through, and we'll see if AL do want to go for their AD carry next, or if they want to prioritize support Misfortune actually take it off the board. One thing I will say that is open, Jhin is something that was very, very high priority earlier on in the split. Kind of fell off a little bit, but we have seen Ruler play it recently. Played it in that series against FPX, so there's still space for that. But Kais is open. We've seen Zeri a couple of times today as a big option as well. Looks like there will be a support pick here for AL first. Oh,
I'm not gonna lie, if the Kai'Sa does get locked in right here, I'm expecting Rule to potentially go for something like the Xayah. He's done it before. It's pretty good into the Kai'Sa, but it's also very good into the Brand. The second you've got that ultimate on you, you can press that ult as well and sort of evade. And it is a Ruler pick since he does have his own world skin on it. He's picked it before as well. But we'll see that Zeri is also something that we mentioned earlier, could be very well paired up in terms of scaling with the Karthus and the Corki.
So the rail goes through. Like you say, Xayah could be an option. It would be a signature for Ruler. And again, he could always take that Corki to the bot lane. That's an option. But to be honest, the problem with the Xayah is you're probably up against AP Kai'Sa. Xayah can really struggle in that scenario. I remember, I don't remember which worlds it was, but there was one world where AP Kai'Sa kept on just beating out the Xayah because you just could never get in range to do anything. The Zeri comes through for Ruler in the end, and AR look to finish their composition with their own support.
Let's see what it's gonna be. It's most likely gonna be Alistar, let's be honest. Whenever there's a rel, it's followed up by an Alistar. Not this case. We haven't seen a Maokai support in quite a while. Can very easily mark territory as well with all the seeds. Makes it so difficult to approach towards that bot side of the map, and also point-click CC for the engage onto the Zeri later on could be huge. It pretty much follows up suit to things like the Vi or the Nautilus.
Certainly does. I've got to say, Maokai, I think, he's almost always good. It's one of those champions that I feel like whichever team has it, usually it's a good thing for you. It's very easy to play around the play pattern of a Maokai. Does well against the rel as you can punt her out of the crash down. Let's see if that kind of interaction can come on through. Plenty of extremely high skill cap champions coming on through in this draft. We've got Kanavi on a very big scaling pick too.
I think my eyes are specifically onto Yagao. I think there should be like some sort of redemption arc coming in from the mid laner of JDG for the performance in game number 1. However, he was targeted. I can't give it all up to him for being pinned down in lane. However, right here with the Corki, he has the tools to right the wrongs in game number 1 and allow Kanavi for a pretty smooth sailing early game where he just clears the jungle, gets his 3 items, and just sails through that lane game.
Let's see if Kanavi can make this Karthus work. He's played it 3 times this split. He's only won 1 of those games and his KDA is less than 2. It's not inspirational statistically, but let's see if it can work out as we head into game 2. We'll kick it over to the crowd for our Gyos once more.
Yankos!
Oh man, the Yankos fan club is out in force today, and they've made it on the screen. Fantastic.
Unfortunately, not in Italy inside this time around to celebrate Yankos as well. It's not going to be the case.
Or Sejuani.
Oh, Sejuani, yeah. He sneaked in. Might get found out by Sheer here.
He's going to walk on in. Ala will have that counter-strike, just does a tiny bit of damage, has to walk away. I think he was just hoping to get a really late ward into that jungle, but won't be able to do it, unfortunately for him.
Now, things that we have seen from Karthus earlier on, and especially from my LPL, the Karthus is playing a little bit more on the offensive side in the LPL. You'll see the full clear straight into things like the top lane dive. You see this quite a lot, especially with Twisted Fate up in the top lane when it's paired up with the Karthus, because the gold card, the wall, and the Skittles match really well together, and you sort of keep poking in and out of tower range until you can make the all-in and kill that top lane. However, it is going to be also Kroko that's pathing towards the top side of the map. Let's see if Sheer and Kanavi can make it work towards the top side of the map, or even if they're going to attempt to.
Nice start there by Alan, moves into the lane, gets that counter-strike trade going, gets his grasp proc, which is what you're looking for. See how aggressive Kanavi gets. He started on his bot side, he's pathing up top. See how much trouble Ala could be under. Pale fighting for lane presence in that bottom side. Zeri not the best at fighting for level 2. Whereas Kai'Sa, the Q hitting the whole wave can help you clear those minions, and it should be. But Kael. Actually, I think both bot lanes hit level 2 about at the same time there.
Yeah, and as you can see the top side of the map, Ale, he's already building his own wave up against Sheer.
All I had to cleanse already, and then the Ignite goes down afterwards, and it means Missing is just taking a chunk from Hope, as now trading in the top side, but Sheer, the wrong side of the matchup, dashes back in, tries to clear these minions. Aggressive top lane, and remember, Kanavi is up towards that top side right now. This could get a little bit dangerous for Ala. Sheer just hitting level 3. Well, no, he leveled his Q twice. He doesn't have his W. I guess Kanavi has no interest in the top lane.
There are both of these junglers who are heading towards the top side, as you mentioned. However, they have both been spotted, both on wards. Now the ward is going to expire. Kanavi is sprinting towards the top side of the map, but
Croco's
so
in
is
too.
Croco. Last time those two guys met, it was disaster.
There's no stun for Sheer. There is just no play here for JDG. But I guess there's no play here for AL either, because Sheer's in a defensive position.
Shanks.
Kanavi now going to be chased out of his own jungle as Shanks gets the jump onto him. Flash available for Shanks. There's the reset. Kanavi already flashed. That's first blood. AL take the lead once more.
And you remember how important that mid lane was for both of these junglers, allowing you the freedom to clear, to be inside your jungle, to exist inside your jungle. Karthus loves all the gold, all the juice, to be able to get all those items, get that Requiem to hurt early on. Great punish right there by Shanks. Shoves in the wave in the mid lane, straight into that jungle to assist his jungler. Grabs that first kill as well. Will give him the upper hand in that mid lane matchup too.
Fantastic bit of play from Shanks. Early lead once again from Yagao, who has been having a tough series. And you know, that kill obviously was not his fault, just gets pushed in by the Tristana. A great roam, Kanavi. Not expecting, I think, the roam from the enemy mid laner, but Croco happy to invade alongside Shanks and sets up beautifully for AL. Find themselves an early lead once more. Croco will get into his jungle in time, will defend from any kind of invades as Kanavi goes back to his own jungle, and we will just have these 4 clears coming through once more.
And Shanks, a little bit more of an investment in the future. Together with Alec, they both have the call in their inventory. Trying to go for that mid-game spike. Getting that extra kill for Shanks is definitely going to help with a double longsword right there. Being able to do exactly what he does, jump forward, take a pretty favorable trade into Yagao's core key.
Yeah, double
And again,
buffs too.
these kind of trades are getting very dangerous for Kanavi. Especially if you look on your screens right now, KL is already on his way mid lane. And finding the Karth in his jungle, punishing him now that Kanavi does not have flash, could potentially be a play for AL.
Could be.
Oh, Croco's looking.
Well, Missing is going to face check right into this one. That's a full combo out from Croco, and with Missing chunked that heavily, you'd expect that to be an advantage on the grubs for the side of AL. They've consistently had prio from Ala in the top side. Shanks has basically infinite prio in the mid lane right now. You would expect Croco to be able to just start that one off. Bomb comes out from Shanks. He is level 6, and Yagao fully respects that level discrepancy as he just bounced out. But now a play on the top side. Ala the target, crash down, lands, and Sheer has some damage and a half. That's going to be Kanavi helping out as Sheer grabs himself a kill right before the grubs spawn on the top side. Croco didn't find the stun. It means AL just have to back away.
Great play from JDG. They knew that the river did not belong to them with too many members of AL around. They're looking for
that was
more.
So greedy. What are you doing there, lads? They know that they don't have a top laner. They try and clear the ward. I guess they thought JDG had fully committed to the grubs, but that was way too far.
I don't know what they think that they thought that they were thinking. That was so much of an outreach from AL. You are outnumbered. You've lost your top laner. There's no TP on Ale to come back and aid you either. So greedy, as you mentioned, from AL. And again, JDG, I feel like that was a great lane gank coming in from them. Let's look at this again. Missing coming in from lane. The flash Q forward to pin down Ale as well. There is no counter-strike onto Ale. He had used it in the previous skirmish with Sheer. And Kael and Croco stay around. Shanks is all the way in the mid lane. Yagao is keeping him there. They're trading blows back and forth. That is a 3v2 you've just committed yourself into.
feel like they're like looking for a pick on missing, but even if you get the pick on missing, I'm pretty sure you just both die in that scenario. Like, I really struggled to see the way that play ends well for AL, honestly. Bit of a weird one, because, I mean, we've been praising AL all day long about how good their early game has been and how clean their game plans have been, you know? It feels like they know what's going on. It feels like they're quite coordinated, generally speaking. Not the case on that one. Bit of a weird play now from AL. JDG very happy with this one because they're ahead in the early game. This Renekton, this was their B1 pick, remember, for Sheer. This player that they are setting up to essentially be the predecessor, it seems, to Flandre. He's the one that's starting each game at the moment, and he's once again on a carry, once again set up. This time around, he's got a big lead for himself.
And this is great news for the top laner, right? You mentioned his development. He was subbed out in playoffs in spring. He was starting a lot of these games early on in season, but when the really important games came in for JDG, was Flandre that was starting now. And now the trust and the faith of JDG lies on his shoulders and his potential, not only to develop, but to carry a team straight out right here, right now. This is the team that has been completely undefeated. We're not talking series undefeated, we're talking games undefeated. AL came into this series without having lost a singular game in Group Ascent. It was pure dominance for them. And don't get me wrong, AL have still been playing the game the entire time. However, JDG seemed to be mimicking a lot of the habits that AL were showing in a lot of their games and making them better. I've not seen JDG be this proactive in a very long time. Kanavi, though, is going to spot Ale.
Ale forced away. Look at the size of that top wave that's about to crash onto the tower. Sheer will be able to push that as slowly as he physically can.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he just used his E as well. He's going to walk straight into three
no,
of them.
Sheer.
He lacked critical information. Now, he lacks his critical vitals. Sheer going to try and get underneath the tower, maybe get a plate or something, I don't know. Goes down in the end, 1v3. Shanks now caught towards the mid lane, but he'll be able to just rocket jump his way to safety. Dodges the wall of paint, so no follow-up from Kanavi either.
Yeah, he was trying to rotate towards the top side of the map just in case JDG were following up with a play. Gets caught in the river. Ruler, though.
Oh, is this going to continue? Is Hope going to get dived by Ruler? The flash forwards, and Hope gets the shield. But that is the Requiem, and Kanavi sweeps up another.
Ruler and Kanavi against the world once again. Missing, has found enemy support.
KL pulled back in, and Kanavi just getting kills gifted on a silver platter here.
Oh, no, Yagao.
Back-to-back. Yagao TP's in. Shanks can look for something as Kroko is there alongside him in the mid lane. Ala crashes away, starts to move towards that himself. Yagao's going to face check.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Kroko wants it so bad. You can see how bad he's itching for it. Yagao's going to Valkyrie away, and nothing will come of it in the mid lane.
I felt like they were going to engage straight up on him when the TP landed. There were flashes on both mid lane and jungle from the side of AL. Maybe they could try to play this a little bit more aggressive, but let's have a look down in the bot lane. Ruler following up from the streak in the previous game, back on track. No creeps to hide behind from Hope. Ults forward, gets the shield, and that's all she wrote.
Nearly dies to the minions there. That would have been a solo kill if he died to the minions before the Requiem finished off. Great stuff from Roland, set up for his jungler. Ala now bullied away in the top side. That's 6 grubs for JDG. Hope going to trade for some plates in the bottom side in the meantime. AL got the first Drake of the game as well, and the next one coming up in a minute's time. You expect AL to want to keep stacking those, but whether or not they'll get the chance is a different question.
JDG are so dominant on the map right now. Their rotations are clean. They're super fast. They've got a very clear vision of what to do. Ruler instantly after the solo kill presses B, goes towards the top side of the map. Oh,
They're gonna
Yagao.
dive in the mid lane. Yagao the target once again. Ala happy to go underneath the tower and finish the job. Shanks grabs it with the bomb in the end. And AL starting to put some pressure back on towards JDG. They knew they were falling behind and they got to do something about it. Ruler in the meantime though, is just taking a solo tower on Zeri top lane. Croco found in the jungle. Missing goes in with absolutely no follow-up from anyone. Has to flash back out. And Kanavi now found by Shanks in the jungle. Flashes towards... What? Shanks still alive. Requiem not available. 2 seconds on that cooldown. Sheer over the wall now to find the follow-up. Shanks jumps away though, and Sheer trying to close the gap, but there's a ward. He's still being hit by these bombs as Shanks still in enemy territory right now. He's been there forever.
Hold on.
Kale trying to get into the brush, and that's a Requiem across the team. It's a double kill on the Requiem. The burn is there on Shanks, and missing will set up for Sheer to finish the job.
That was one of the most chaotic fights we've had this entire series. That was Kanavi respawning and pressed Requiem. That's how long this went on for. When he died, his ultimate was on an 8-second cooldown. His passive was not quite long enough for him to stay alive to press R. JDG coming up clutch with the R factor that Karthus brings into this game. Luckily for them.
4 kills now on Kanavi, and all, like 3 of them were Requiem, and 1 of them was just Kale face checking into the brush. I feel like he has been absolutely gifted all of his gold in this game, but my God, does he have a lead. 1.7 thousand in his pocket, and Ruler, the same lead down in that bottom lane as well. The carries of JDG are well and truly online.
Let's look at this one more time. Yagao, great isolation kill from AL right here. They know that missing is on a reset. They see Ruler top, they sheer down bot lane. They're like, only the Karthus could be around, which we can handle. Great stuff from AL so far. Kanavi walks back into his jungle. I'm not sure what this 2 versus 3 is, because I don't feel like Rel and Karthus can take care of that trio right there from AL. And the flash forward is even more mind-blowing from Kanavi, considering he does not have the ultimate. Now, Sheer thinks he has lethal right here, but Shanks will jump away. And as you mentioned, that distance that was created between Shanks and Sheer pushes Sheer back underneath his tower. And that was Kanavi respawning to press R.
I don't know if they're necessarily playing around the respawn Requiem, but I do think the JDG were intentionally extending that fight and just trying to keep AL there, because Ruler had just finished the tower top, moves down in like a flanking position on Zeri. I think JDG were essentially trying to set up for Ruler to get like a double or a triple kill in that fight. Didn't quite work out, but Kanavi had Requiem, so it's fine. But I think that was a totally intentional play from JDG, not just overstepping for the sake of it.
Okay, thanks for the gold, AL. This is Kanavi cashing in from
He's
his
got
rune.
Malignance at this point. The cooldown is not that long in his ult anymore.
Yeah, first strike, OP. Malignus already completed, got Blackfire Torch as well. The second you see that hat in the inventory is where things start really getting dodgy for AL. 2 Needless Lads rolls, a couple more gold. And Kanavi will be there with how much gold he already has in his pocket compared to his counterpart. He's 2 items in. Brand is just cruising the rift with just Leandris in his pocket missing. He's going to be scouting around. Next dragon coming up in 3 minutes. However, you definitely want to be laying down some vision for Yagao to pressure towards that bot lane, especially since you're missing that bot lane tier 1. Very, very scary for just your Corki to be pushing in alone. Kael, though, will step up to just help Shanks re-establish some control under the tower.
Play on the top side from Croco and Ala. Sheer takes a bit of damage, but that is one tanky Croc at this point. They can't force it any further. They don't have the damage to just 100 to 0 him underneath the tower with Dominus in play. Black Cleaver means he's threatening enough. They can't really afford to tank the tower themselves. Shanks has to back away in the bottom side as JDG playing opposite. TP comes through top from Sheer. And immediately there is an answer from Shanks, and suddenly Sheer is on the wrong side of this party. Requiem gonna come on through. It will chunk everyone. I don't know if that's necessarily enough for Sheer to turn it into anything. Then again, I guess it's just first strike as well. Sheer just running around the map as long as he can, buying as much time for his team as possible. And it's set up well for JDG now, slamming Herald in the mid lane, while Yagao pushes in the bottom lane as well. This will be a tier 1 in the mid lane taken. As JDG, they lose their top laner. maybe look for more in the mid lane as well. The Herald might get a second charge in. No, the minion wave just there in time to stop it.
Great pressure from JDG right there. Sheer TPing back into his tower. The TP being committed by AL. And Kanavi putting down the ultimate, making sure that there could be a threat. Ether and Nekton chose to head back, but the quick reply on the mid lane tier 1 tower, taking down that vision tower that was pressing down bot lane, forcing LA to TP to reply to that wave being pressured. So AL, it's like I'm seeing what AL has done to every other team here, Munch. It feels like if I took down all the names, if I took off the nameplates, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's definitely AL pressuring the map. Again, I am loving the pressure of execution that AL has put onto JDG and how proactive this has made JDG into the early game. We're 17 minutes in, they've already had 7 kill participation onto Kanavi. That's great stuff.
And I love as well that this is a matchup now between two teams that, like JDG, a team that we expected to be an absolute top team, who have faltered a little bit. They've shown weakness so far, and they've come in kind of redeeming themselves to some extent. AL have looked like themselves. It's not like they've made a couple of strange mistakes in this one, but overall it feels like this is a much higher quality series than perhaps JDG have shown so far in the group stage. Really nice to see that this is competitive, and the hope is caught out once again. Ruler trying to find him. Remember, Requiem is there, and the rocket from Yagao, is it enough? Not quite. 200 health remaining as Ala, chunked by Sheer and forced to back away. The Grandmaster's Might keeps him alive, but that's all that keeps him alive.
And that is the ultimate gone for Jack. Super chunked down for Ali. Doesn't have time to go back to base and TP back in. Doesn't have the summoner spell available. JDG will take that dragon and get out. And again, that Requiem has posed so much threat all over the map. Yeah. Not only for the chase that we saw from JDG, but then Sheer gets to step up in the fight into the Jax and take him down. I just want to also point out the Black Cleaver coming in first for Sheer. This is a 369 special, especially with a double AD carry meta. Having that Black Cleaver for extra shred on those fights, for both of your AD carries to hit even harder, is of such pivotal importance. So having that Renekton around is definitely a plus. However, Kanavi might get caught in no man's land. He has some backup for now from Sheeran missing.
Shanks manages to steal away that crab. We're only 19.5 minutes into this one. This feels late game. This feels a lot later than it is. Ho, you know, getting caught.
Whole sense of security right there.
Good ult from him and from Kael, though, to save him. And the counter-strike was used bot, so Sheer just has a free fight for himself.
Oh, and he stuns him onto the Malignant's damage as well. Again, great stuff coming in from JDG. Another Requiem for some more pocket for Kanavi right there.
How much?
Presses on cooldown, cashes in. Yep.
So he
not
did
needed
that.
for another, let's say, realistically 3.5 minutes for the next technically fight for an objective.
Yeah, he did
He'll
that
be fine.
about 2010. So I'm going to keep my eyes. Or in fact, we can see the cooldown is 65 minutes away. Didn't realize the observers had clicked him. So a minute till that next one comes up. Ruler caught! Twice in 2 games, Ruler just pushes up mid too far alone. That could be Baron.
Hope literally 2 minutes ago did the exact same thing. AL are going to be starting the Baron.
No.
Only one AD carry remaining out of the 2. Yagao is going to have to do damage for both.
Oh, Ruler, that is just not it, is it? That's going to be Baron, unless Kanavi can get into the pit. Smite! Of course he can! It's Kanavi! Goes into death, but it doesn't matter because he's carved this! And JDG are finding a fight anyway. No Shanks! Finishes it off! The health bars aren't enough! Somehow there's only one man remaining on the rift!
Kanavi steals the Baron, and JDG, you could see the porter, they were laughing after this happened. They were happy, they were ecstatic. Not only do they take the Baron away from AL, they also almost win a 4 versus 5. Technically, Ruler was caught. Let's have a look at this one more time. Kanavi flashes into the pit. You see him missing. Tries to tank the root, but Kanavi gets hit anyway. Flashes in the pit at 1.3k HP. So freaking calculated. And reminder, when Karthus dies, he doesn't remain dead. So with everyone in the pit, he was able to output so much damage being in his passive.
As a passionate fan in the crowd right there. I've got to be honest, when Missing and Sheer comboed together in that fight, I thought it was over, but Shanks just kind of stood at the entrance of the Baron pit with his cannon in hand, shooting fish in a barrel. I thought he was playing Tristana, but it looks like a Graves at this rate, because that was just an explosive finish to the fight. 4K lead for JDG, 22 minutes on the clock, and 21 kills on the board. You really couldn't ask for much more, could you? This has been an absolute banger.
4,000 gold in the lead for JDG, as you mentioned. 3,000 out of all that is on Kanavi's Karthus, that has now finished a third item. Leandris completed for him as well. And again, all eyes on the Dark Requiem, because it's not just been pulled down for the cashing through first strike. Every single time you see Sheer and Ale in the same picture, all alone. A lot of the times Kanavi has pulled the trigger to just trying to make it a very favorable matchup and 1v1 for Sheer on that top side of the map. Now let's see, 50 seconds for the next Dragon, and AL are already dipping into both side river, establishing some vision, taking some control into Kanavi's jungle on that both side of the map.
First strike gone from Kanavi, just as Requiem is about to come up. Nice little shot there from Hope. Only 2 items on the Kai'Sa, not really enough to be that proper AP Kai'Sa, and it does feel like these are late game fights, bizarrely. Only 23 minutes into the game. As AL setting up to try and grab this Drake for themselves. Like you said, 20 seconds till that comes up. Hope will be able to fight for Prio mid. One more Q will finish the job as he rejoins the rest of his team. Ala pushing in that top side as well. Remember, the Jax only going to get stronger with time in a side lane, but JDG really want to fight for this Drake if they can.
And a few things that are very dangerous for AL right here. Hope does not have his flash or his cleanse available. Does he get caught in one of the wombo combos? Does he get caught by missing? This could be huge right here. The Requiem is going to be used for a lot of poke.
Pre-fight Requiem sets it up, Croco moves in and he gets the smite. Nicely done, revenge for the Baron as he jumps in with a Pyroclasm as well. This is a fight for AL that's 4v5 and they're winning it anyway. Ala is on the flank as Ruler tries to pop up, but Hope's alive and Ala arrives on the scene. Ruler kiting away, but a Void Seeker finds its mark. AL back in the game.
AL still the dragon. They take the fight. 3 members down from JDG. They get to push both. They're pushing that mid with Ale as well. What a fantastic fight for them. JDG looked like chickens with their necks cut in this fight. They didn't know whether they wanted to go forward or backwards. They seemed very confused, and AL, that's all you need to give them. A slight misdirection in the fight from JDG cost them the entire team fight. Let's watch this again. Croco walks up 300 HP, no problem. Precious Might takes that one. And look how everyone gets poked out by a fantastic ultimate right here by Croco. The second Missing gets an insane engage. He's dead right as he slams down. Great flank from Ale as well to pick up any stragglers into the backline. Great team fight from AL after all.
Oh no, Yagao's caught. Oh, Yagao,
Wait, what?
no! Come on, man! JDG taken apart at the Dragon. It's a third Drake for AL, and now Yagao caught out in the side lane for no reason at all. And pocket change, Kanavi.
He's trying so hard, you know, every single time Requiem is available, he's like, please, I need to try and get more items. My mid lane is 2.3k gold down. Someone needs to make up for that difference. 80 carries, dead even. All the gold difference is between the mid laners and the junglers. It's Shanks versus Kanavi at this point. 3 items for Tristana, 3 items for Kanavi. I already see that pink rod in that inventory of Kanavi. He only needs 1 more of those.
Look at this.
And a little bit more gold.
Tier 2 in the top lane will be taken down by Shanks here, and that's all off the back of Yagao getting caught out. There just aren't enough players on the map from JDG to deny objectives from AL. Fantastic bit of pressure. I really hope AL can finish this one off. I'd love to see a third game of the series because this has just been such a quality series, such fun to watch these team fights, and they have been chaotic team fights from either team. Shanks has been really stepping up this year, and it feels like he could be the highlight player. Him and Hope both in a massive position to carry these fights. Similarly, though, Kanavi is massive on that Karthus. He really cannot be counted out.
And Baron is the place that you definitely want to be fighting when you are the Karthus. You can take this down so quickly. You've got double AD carry, you've got Cleaver onto that Renekton as well. This could be a huge fight for them.
Okay.
Karthus takes down Missing with an insane positioning right there. Magical has to move out.
Baron's gonna
AL
go
walking
down
in.
here. JDG are gonna grab themselves. Baron, but Ala gets a counter-strike on everyone. Hope there to follow up, and AL win the fight already. Requiem comes on through as Yagao last alive and taken down AL. Decisive answer to JDG's action.
AL absolutely run over JDG. JDG cramped up on that Baron, got engaged on Hope, jumps into the back and absolutely decimates them. AL, could they potentially be looking for an end here? They do have 4 members. Tristana and Jack steal a lot of damage to towers.
My wishes have been answered. AL are going to push us to 3 games. 20 seconds on the respawns, and there is a minion wave to work with. Shanks immediately gets onto the tower, and just a great team fight coming out from AL. Everybody pitching in, everybody being a part of it. Nexus laid bare, nothing Missing can do about it. 19-12 as a 28-minute win goes into the column for AL.
And this game started very promising from the side of JDG. They had some incredible proactive plays. They got the Renekton ahead. They got Ruler ahead. Kanavi was insanely rich this entire game. However, it did not matter because once AL pulled the trigger, they just all dived in one by one. I feel like this brand has been very problematic because even in game number 1, Kroko has had some fantastic ultimates, and the way he changed his abilities, I feel like they just need to take it away from Kroko in game number 3.
I'm just so glad that AL don't fall 2-0 here. They go up against another top team and they prove that they are in striking distance. They prove that they are a contender. We're going the whole distance in this series, and I wouldn't have it any other way. We'll be right back after the break.
era of metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Welcome back to an absolute banger between AL and JDG. We just had what felt like a 50-minute slobber knocker, all played out in 28 minutes. It was absolutely insane. I can't believe how late game that very fast game felt. But AL pushes to 3 games. They go even with JDG, and they prove that they are still in the race. They are still battling for that top spot.
Hey, you can maybe drop a game versus one of the top 3 from spring, but nothing stops you from winning the series overall. And this man on your screen has been taking on Yagao every single game so far. I feel like he has absolutely outperformed the mid laner of JDG, and this particular game, he was the only survivor on the whole Baron fight that we watched. He was carrying through side lane pressure without having a single Void Grub to his in his pocket. Absolutely insane performance coming in from Shanks, which has also... Oh my god. I was about to say enabled Croco, but then I saw Kanavi's damage. All right.
I mean, he was just slamming Requiem on cooldown. This is a very, like...
Okay, hold up though. Yagao almost has the same amount of damage as KL, and KL is a Maokai support.
True. I guess saplings do a lot. And roots, I guess. Yeah,
Okay,
Yagao needed to do a bit more,
yeah,
let's be honest, on the court. Yeah. You would hope the Rockets do a little bit more than the support saplings, that is for sure.
I actually really want to fall back to this topic, because Shanks have been someone that has been absolutely praised this summer, and for good reason. He has been going above and beyond. He's been winning that mid lane, freeing out Croco in his jungle. However, I want to see the same for Kanavi. Yagao has been getting the shorter end of the stick both of these games, and it's due to the pressure that Shanks exerts onto that mid lane.
Huge respect given over by AL. Ruler's Ezreal is banned, Kanavi's Nidalee is banned, Kanavi's Zyra is banned. Renekton taken away, so it can't be first picked again. And it means that Leona makes it through. Kyle very happy to snap that pick up. This time around, though, no Tristan available for that mid lane. So we'll see what the trade will end up being. If it's going to be like Corki Lucian again, we'll get something a bit different.
We do have Ashe up and available, didn't make it through the bans. There's only 6 that can be done this time around. Kanavi, with the more self-sufficient jungler, if you will, can take up the fights, can do a bunch of damage in those team fights. So far, so good. They do have long-range engage with the Ashe as well. However, playing Ashe into a Leona lane can be a little bit scary.
Certainly can. Ash immobile, and if you get caught out, you are just going to go down. There we go, immediately Shanks slams the Yone alongside Croco's Sejuani. This is a potent composition to play very aggressive, find a snap pick.
Well, this is such a great reply in terms of a draft from the side of AL, and we've been praising them for their drafts. You've got two sitting ducks of carries right now in terms of Brand and Ash. Both quite extremely short range compared to a lot of other ranged carries. So you have drafted 3 champions already from AL that want to go all in. I'm expecting potentially even a Poppy ban coming out of here. Because there's way too much all-in potential from the side of AL, and Poppy could definitely help with that.
I do really like this draft from JDG to answer it though. Like, everyone's going forwards. You're playing into Braum and Brand. Like, that's really difficult to play forwards into. They have so much build, but also a huge amount of damage. It's going to spread across if you go straight into them. We'll see how it's going to pan out, because some of the arrows from Hope in game number 1 of the series on the Ash were immaculate. We'll see if Ruler can give a similar performance. Now he's got the pick for himself, but Ala will be forced away from the Jax this time around. We'll have a bit of a change up at the top lane.
Yeah, they have taken away the Ziggs as well, which was a pretty clever ban right here from JDG, as you do have pretty insane amounts of AD on AL so far. So you are looking for that type of AP as well in your team. Ziggs usually solves these problems going towards the bot side of the map. Now, Kennen is something that has risen to popularity. Mordekaiser as well. You can play some AP towards the top side of the map. Lucian, as you very well mentioned, is going to go up against the Yone, another AD carry, to sort of round up the composition. And AL are going to have to try and find some ways to squeeze in just a little bit of AP damage. So far, not a hard tank on the side of JDG, so it's not necessarily needed, but you never know what the R5 is going to come through from Sheer.
Can't pick available for Sheer. Kennen, I'd say, fairly safe.
Oh, it's all in. This is all in. This composition only has one direction, and that's a W.
It certainly is. Ala very good at finding those flanks, finding those moments. We'll see if Kennen will be the answer for him.
Wow.
And AL, they were toying with the idea of things like the Jhin, things like the Kai'Sa, but I feel like Bullet Time really leans into the identity that AL have drafted for themselves here. This is ultimates, all slamming on top of each other. This is full wombo combo.
And let's see what JDG have in store. Again, a Poppy could solve a few of their problems, but that means that their Poppy is going to have to be present in every single fight around objective to try and save the all-in, try and save the dash. We'll see what the reply into the Kennen is. Poppy gets quite poked down as a melee champion into the Kennen, so it's not very easy. However, you need to make sure that whatever champion you pick has a little bit of a self-agency in terms of getting out of all that all-in that AL have drafted. TF is not one of those. That is 3 immobile carries drafted for JDG.
I will say, in terms of laning, though, the Twisted Fate with a Brand, like, the setup is fantastic for Kanavi to go up to that top side, or for Sheer to ult into another lane as well and try and set up some kind of play. Very much about the picks here for JDG with a Twisted Fate and an Ashe. We already talked about AL. They want to go in. They want to go for these big team fights. Quite different style compositions. I feel like JDG's composition, pretty high skill ceiling available with this type of comp, but also very easy for the game to fall apart.
And usually when you see 4 squishy carries coming in from a composition, BLG have showcased that so well. Your support is usually more of an engage tool, like a Nautilus, a Rel, a Leona, something that likes to go in and create that space, that engage for your team. However, this time around, you have a Braum. So even though JDG want to play into that engaging team, again, there are 3 sitting duck carries. If we're looking at those team fights, I feel like flashes are going to be that #1 thing we're looking at for JDG if they want to make it out alive out of these 5v5s.
We've got to see something special here from JDG to pull off this composition. It's a powerful composition if they can pilot it. We need to see great side lane play. We need to see great positioning in the team fights. Anyone's legend. It's a little bit simpler of a game plan. Let's see if they can execute and go 4-0 in the Ascent group.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
I think that was the very
first
end
AD.
of the Gios.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, JDG. They're starting strong. They're starting as they mean to go on. Ala maybe has a sixth sense, just feels the need to move away from the top side. I don't know if that was just a shiver down his spine or what, but Ala, he doesn't even know what he just got away from.
Yeah, Sheer was just walking out with a gold card right there. Pretty good to point out as well, double exhaust on the side of JDG. That is kind of huge for them. Shax is going to be diving forwards, Ala's going to be diving forwards. If you can exhaust them in time before they get their combo down, you could very easily save your backline for JDG and then play from there. Again, so much self-agency when it comes to the carries of JDG, the gold cards and the exhaust coming from the TF, Yagao on the Lucian, pretty slippery on those fights. And then you also have a Brom that will be protecting you a lot from the all-ins. And it's all up to AL to find the correct angles to burn summoners first and then go for the all-in.
See how this mid lane goes as well. We've seen a lot of Yone versus Corki in the mid lane. Yone versus Lucian, a matchup we've seen a lot less of. You'd imagine, especially early on, Lucian probably wins this pretty hard. Very hard to land a Q3 onto a Lucian that has that dash available. Range advantage just very, very strong. It's once you hit that level 6, just like with most Yone lanes, that's when you start to find that kill pressure available to you. Sparring in the bottom side for level 2, but Ashbrom, the level 1 is just obscenely strong, isn't it? It's so difficult to fight against Ashbrom early in a lane.
Yeah, for anyone who's played TFT set 1, Freljord was pretty obnoxious to play against. That is exactly what they're doing here, slow after slow. You've got range on the Brom, you've got range on the Ashe as well. Pretty difficult to play against.
So Hawkshot will spot out Croco in the top side. Full information to work with here for Kanavi, but both junglers just clearing upwards, and actually Croco has done a decent job to maintain pace with a brand on the opposite side of the scoreboard. Not necessarily what you would expect, but will be able to do so. Shanks does finally get a decent trade for himself. A very quiet start to this one, and I kind of want to indoctrinate anyone who has just recently tuned in, that's missed the first couple of games of this series, that's been missing some of this split. You may not know the name AL. You may not know about anyone's legend if you're not an avid LPL watcher. Well, these guys have really come out of the woodwork. They used to be the Rogue Warriors. They turned into AL a couple of years ago, but they've always been towards the bottom of the scoreboard. And this split, they've managed to pick up this roster of XWE talent, with Ala coming over from EDG as well. And now they look like a team that could contend for the top of the table. Kanavi spotted on a ward. Ala now setting up for Croco to move into this top side. Flashes for double marks, but he went way too far forwards and gave over first blood. Croco has to answer, but Kanavi flashes away. 2 carries hammering away at Sejuani. I'm not sure the pig survives that one. Kill for Kanavi, and 1 for the top laner, Sheer as well.
Ale gives away the vision that they had way too early. Croco wasn't quite in position, and they thought they had the upper hand, but the exhaust coming in clutch for Sheer. Great stuff right there. Has the golden card. Will be able to pull out this time around, but again, a reminder, the fact that you do have exhaust means that you do not have teleport to get back into your lane, so Sheer is gonna miss out on quite a bit. Let's have a look at this play again. Ale pokes with Q into the bush, showing Kanavi that they know he's there. The second he flashes in to get that stun onto Kanavi, Sheer instantly exhausts him, mitigating a lot of that upfront damage that Kennen would have in this scenario, and leaving Croco all alone. Tetsuani versus double carry cannot really do much. Gets severely outranged once Kanavi's flashed away as well. Very hard to catch up on.
I have to say as well, like, I think even without the exhaust, I'm not sure Ala can realistically do a lot more there with the flash forward for just a stun on one person. It did feel like a bit of an overextension from Ala. He will be punished for it. At least he managed to get himself a little bit of a CS lead, crashing that wave, but Sheer's back up to the top side. The kill is plenty for him. 500 gold lead for him and for Kanavi and the junglers. Shanks is starting to find some really nice trades on this Yone. Starting to impact that mid lane. Yagao out of mana, so really difficult for him to pressure in the way he'd like.
And I feel like the trades with like Yone and Corki and whatever AD carry pretty much go the same way. Yone will get bullied level 1 and level 2, and you can have very, very favorable trades after level 3 using that shield. The fact that you do not necessarily have mana to expend to push down that wave, and you have Lucian who actually has to use a bunch of that mana to pressure in that wave and could get punished for that. Croco on the long way around looking for Sheer. Ale has been poked down quite a bit, but he's level 6.
That's the 1v1 that Sheer wants right now. Hope's been found at the bottom side. Exhaust lands, and that's the concussive blows as well. Stun comes in. Cleanse is good, and he stands behind the tower. Missing survives as well. Everyone 100 HP as now Kale moves into the bottom side as well, looking for the 2v2. In the meantime, I think the dive went through onto Sheer in the end and set up for a kill onto Ale.
Not sure how much of a dive that was. As they're looking for Shanks in the mid lane. He's going to have to ult away from this fight. They're going to catch Croco doing void grabs right there, but Ale's like literally 1 HP. Has to reset, which gives a lot of...
Flash for the stun. Ruler flashes the Zenith Blade, but it does not matter at all.
What is going on?
Happy to tank that one. Hope we'll get a bunch of plate holders on Kanavi. Getting the grubs in the top side. I mean, will we ever get a replay of any of that? We're still somehow even in this game with all of this chaos going on.
Maybe we'll get all of them, starting with the dive onto Sheer. This is not necessarily a dive. You see that Sheer was trying to pull the wave away from his tower. Therefore, whoever overextended to kill Sheer would take that tower shot. And it was so close to taking out Ale with him. However, now they know no exhaust, no flash. They're looking for him again this time around. Kanavi has hit level 6. He's ready to defend his top laner.
Croco's 6 as well, though. If Sheer mispositions, he has no flash available.
I think they know. The fact that Sheer is pressuring so aggressively.
Both teams definitely know what's going on here. Unfortunately for Sheer, this is going to push towards Croco.
Ale?
Combo onto Al. I mean, he's dead before he even gets to move.
I'll take it back. Munch, I'll take it back. I don't think Ale knew. I thought they were playing sort of the mind game of I know, you know that, you know that, I know that, you know that I know. But both junglers are up top lane and we're waiting for each other to walk forward so we can get caught. But I feel like Ale didn't know that he knew that they knew that he knew. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
He's been out-knowed. Croco has to sweep up a wave top as well because Ale is going to miss out on a great many minions. It's a bit of an XP lead for Sheer. The CS lead's still in favor of Ale from earlier on when Sheer missed a bunch of minions, but not good for the little Yordle in the top side. And Ale, some uncharacteristic mistakes this game on the cannon.
Yeah, we had a few iterations in game number 1, I think, in which cost the game, actually, to AL being caught onto these Jaxos on the top side of the map, with an JDG finishing the game right after this. Now, very importantly, Hope was playing Ashe over in game 1, heat-seeking ultimates every single time, and Ruler has just hit level 6. We're expecting to see a lot of globals being thrown around on the map. Kanavi. I feel like Kanavi and Croco have been leaving the brand free onto the top lane.
This is the least 1v1 top lane matchup I think I've ever seen. Permanently, there is one of the junglers in the brush. Kanavi can't quite move up because the minion wave is too far up there.
Oh, he'll get spotted now. Oh, wasn't
wards.
spotted, okay.
There's no wards, didn't get spotted, moves into the third brush. That's nice for him. His bottom quadrant currently up right now. And Croco is pathing towards the top side. He's still a while away, just headed towards Wolves now as the all-in comes out from Ale, but he's been baited and he's been outsmarted. Sheer looks for the gold card and will find it. One more Q and Kanavi grabs a bonus.
Kanavi is making sure that Sheer gets ahead of the game in this one. On the TF, having that strong side lane pressure. They do have the 2 void grabs as well. Making sure that this TF is strong. If they do secure 4 or more, he could be a very threatening side lane pressure for JDG. Now, when you see Sejuani being 20 CS up on a brand, then you start wondering what the brand has been doing the entirety of this game. And the answer here is that Kanavi has had 100% kill participation. 4 kills already, 9 minutes in. You could not say this to me in spring for JDG, and I would believe it. I would never, ever. AL is forcing the hand of JDG, and they are responding perfectly.
I mean, JDG just brute forcing plays at the top side as well. Kanavi sacrificing a lot of CS to just sit in the top lane brushes. Try and shut down Ale. Really nicely done here. I'm sure Tabe watching this one from the sidelines with bated breath. He's transformed this AL team, moved over from BLG. Well, I guess there was a little gap in between there, but it feels like this AL is a different team to what we've ever seen before from the organization. JDG now stepping up when it matters the most to make sure that AL know who they are. AL trying to set up for this Drake here. Nobody's taken a single Drake just yet this game. Bullet time would be available. It's a powerful ultimate at level 6. Arrow goes wide.
I just want to point out that Kanavi is the only person on the entire Rift with an entire item completed. Leandri's already done. Anyone who face checks this brand loses more than half their HP. Croco was the witness of that. He can 100% confirm whatever allegations are through about the damage of Kanavi. And again, he's been one of the main carries for JDG through that jungle. He's genius. He's pathing. The way we have set him up in this particular team, the way that he plays around the fights, the way he plays around the map, he sacrificed so much in this early game. Not only to get his top laner ahead, but of course to get himself ahead. Game number 2, he couldn't quite carry on his own. However, right now, he definitely has the tool to do that together with Sheer.
I feel like the first game as well, it was him and Ruler in combination that really made the difference for JDG. Sure. And like in a game like this, when you got Twisted Fate versus a Kennen in the side lane, like whoever wins this matchup, whoever gets ahead, they are going to continue to win that side lane for a very long time. So really important to get Sheer a lead, sacrifices his own lead in the jungle in terms of CS to make sure his top lane is ahead. He just happened to also get 2 kills along the way, so he's also ahead in gold in that jungle, so that's a nice little bonus for him. As AL get the priority in the top side, they get priority mid, and they get themselves some grubs. So that'll be 4 grubs for AL to work with. With a Yone and a Kennen, maybe they'll be able to put them to good work.
Yeah, you've got a pretty good way to play through side lanes later on. If you can keep that TF at bay, you could potentially have a scenario where Yone can 1v1 him on a side lane later on. Shanks has been the superior mid laner the entirety of the series so far for AL, and he has bailed them out of very fishy situations, especially in game number 2. So he could definitely be the difference maker on a side lane. Just depends how far ahead Sheer gets compared to the items onto this Yone. Especially since you can play that Yone from distance, you've got the exhaust as well. However, for now, they're gonna stick to their own matchup. Shanks down in the bot lane versus Yagao. And we do have that Rift Herald spawning pretty soon in 45 minutes. If you look over to the top side of the map, the entirety of the top side river has been lit up in red woods from JDG. They do have a bunch of vision. And they are taking some resets right now to get back onto the map. You see the Brom back on the map with control wards. You see control wards straight onto Sheer as well. Completed Kraken Slayer plus Crit Cloak. They're ready to fight this.
They're ready to go if they get an angle. Proto Belt, or Rocket Belt, sorry, for Al. You know, I don't know when Rocket Belt will be my first shout for that item, but I think it'll be a good few years just yet. Feels like, I don't know, it just feels like the right name to me.
Do you still say Tabbies?
I do still say
Tabbies are goated.
I'm trying to say the correct name. I'm trying to say plate and steel caps because, you know, I'm a commentator. I just find it hard. It's still Tabbies in my head. Ala on the front line here is a flash forwards onto Kanavi, but he just flashes back out. The Pyroclasm bouncing around the team. And there's a flank from Yagao on the back line as well. He's had a rough series, but he redeems himself. Shanks forced away, and JDG come out on top.
Oh my god, missing right there was huge onto this Brom. Not only did he soak up so much pressure, he forced Hope to overextend and flashes through the wall. Incredible stuff from the support of JDG. Not only do they win this fight, but they also grab that Rift Herald again. Such of pivotal importance is that Rift Herald. Croco is looking on the side. There is a TP onto Ale. The tower will still stand for quite a while, but I don't think you want to take a TP onto this tower that's dying. There is a ward behind them. But it's just not quite going to be the play that AL are calling for.
I'm glad, to be honest. I'm not sure that would have been a winning play if they'd committed there. Let's take another look at this fight, because it starts really aggressive for AL, but unfortunately, TP behind makes it tough.
Oh, great flash from Kanavi to dodge both Sejuani and Leona all. And as you can see, Missing is literally tanking everything. Forces Hope to overextend to kill Missing, flashes through the wall, then Hope is way too far forward and ends up getting punished as well. Great stuff right here from JDG, and props to Yagao for finding that flank too.
It's not often you see a flanking Lucian, is it? It's not often that that's the win condition for a fight. Him and Sheer both joining the play. Remember, that was, what, like 5v4? Or 5v3, sorry, to start the play off. But JDG managed to survive missing. Manages to tank up the damage, get away with his life. Ala actually stole the big chicken there. Fair play. But so far, 3,000 gold lead for JDG, and Sheer wants to extend that, pressing down in that bottom lane as the rest of the team sets up for a pick on the top side. I don't know why we're looking at Shanks right now. There's a fight going on. Kael just about surviving for a second, and he actually walks away. And now the return damage missing, gets a knock-up, jumps over to the rest of his team. How are they still surviving this one? The burn on Croco, he'll fall as the bowler goes wide. It's a disaster for AL.
Great gold card through the wall from Sheer as well to stop the advance from the Kennen. A Kennen that has flash ult available, ready to go. Great stuff from the rookie top laner from JDG. Understanding the situation right there, helping his team through the wall. And again, I think it's the first time I'm going to say this series. I feel like AL are behind the play every single time. They're engaging right here onto Ale, and missing again soaks up so much of that damage. Now watch Sheer, because Ale is ready to go in. The gold card is going to hit right there, dissuading any sort of advance that this Kennen had. And AL, Hope, and Ale have to back off of this play. 2-1 now onto Ruler's Ash. Kraken Slayer already completed, and this was a composition that had to get ahead from JDG. When you're squishing, when you're playing full carries, if you don't get ahead and you get picked off, it could be really grim in the next fights to come. But right now that they're ahead, they can very easily dictate the pace of the game. And that's exactly what they're doing.
And I feel like the goal there for AL was to try and set up Ala to have a big ult, to have this big sort of AoE team fight. Whereas you kind of accidentally set up for Kanavi to do that on the brand, and he's absolutely massive. Okay, Sheer in trouble. Destiny available, but with Shanks in range, there's no way for Sheer to get that ultimate off. Dodges away, and he actually might get it. Oh my god, Sheer! Gold card Destiny, he's out of there.
Cold-blooded as well. The camera panned onto him. He did not feel a single thing. Very well played. No flash, no exhaust available. All he had to do was just dodge the ult from Yone that would pin him in place, and then the follow-up CC would land from Kennen. Great stuff. Again, the development, the trust, the process of getting him as a starter top laner for JDG when you have a legendary name such as Flandre sitting on the bench speaks miles when these plays come through, when they've trusted him to play carries 3 times in a row. JDG, not only are they going to take the dragon off of that play from Sheer, but they're also going to take that refill down mid lane, take that mid lane tier 1, so important. Again, JDG are running on all cylinders now. Ale, he's the one that has to run away.
It was him trying to make the play on Sheer just a moment ago. Ale, no ultimate available. Yagao happy to back away as the rapid fire cannon gold card comes through, and Sheer takes yet another 4-1 and 3. What a statement game from JDG's top laner.
Absolutely. From the entirety of JDG, I'm just going to completely drag it through and say, again, this is the first time that I see JDG being ahead of the play. In general, again, they're a team that they're so good at team fights, they're so good. But they're a team that plays it more slow. He had already pre-charged the ultimate, dodges the ult, and then ults away. Again, great stuff. The top lane of JDG. Thinking that Herald was the top side of the map, didn't do much damage. However, JDG are finding themselves in a 5,000 gold lead right here.
Yeah.
Majority of that, I wanted to say he's on their carry, but they have 4 of them. So, wanted or no, majority of that would be on their carries. 3k almost gold lead on the top side of the map. Kanavi, sacrificing his jungle to get his top laner ahead, has spade dues.
And he's got so many kills off the back of it as well that it didn't even really cost him that much in the end. Yagao is pushing in the bottom side, but he doesn't know that there are 2 people in the brush behind him. That's a whole lot of lightning. And that's an easy kill for AL.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an overextension right there from Yagao. You saw JDG sort of hovering towards the bold side of Croco's quadrant. The Missy was just about setting up the vision, so you definitely did not know where majority of the AL members were. A little bit of overextension from Yagao, gets instantly punished by AL. They really need those skills to start coming through. They want to get back into this game again. Their team fighting composition is insane.
Wait, Ruler is caught in the jungle. That was a Destiny coming out from Sheer to try and save the day, and he comes in to go 1-for-1. And now Kale trying to escape through the jungle. The blast cone won't get him to safety. The card follows. That was miraculous from Sheer, and now Baron is up on the map. Crocco's in the area. Does JDG want to pull the trigger on this? Hope's moving over, and suddenly Concussive Blows is there. Kanavi flashes forward, Pillar of Flame comes in, Pyroclasm to get the passive burning. Concussive Blows back in play. Knock up now onto Crocco. He tried to save his AD carry, but all he's done is put his own life on the line. Missing blasts him back into the play, and JDG, this is all over.
Sheer is the main AD carry now for JDG. 6-1-5, 3,000 gold in the lead, 400 gold bounty on top of his head. Let's watch this replay once again. Ruler, he's just storming through his jungle. He's going towards the top side of the map to try to stop Yone from pushing down the tower. And while Leona appears, and Sheer with a very clutch flash gold card into the exhaust to stop Yone dead in his tracks. Not only is it the Leona that gets the kill onto the Ashe, but the Leona dies as well. And then the overextension from Hope. Hope, I think he's just missing the play right here completely. There are 3 members of JDG into this river. He's just walking in without the protection of any member. Crocco right here just about blocks the Q coming in from Brom. It's not going to be the case. Tries to defend his AD carry, loses his own life. JDG will translate this into a Baron.
And you see the bullet time come through at the last second there just to try and find anything, but Brom just chucks up Unbreakable. It's not even like many shots of the bullet time came through, but even if they had, they wouldn't have mattered. Sheer is the ace up the sleeve of JDG this game. Phenomenal start from Kanavi to get him ahead, and boy, has that investment paid off. Sheer, you can take a bow after this one, my friend, because this has been beautiful, and I can see why he's being played over Kanavi. And, you know, the Kennen game from him earlier on in the series, I'm starting to question how much I'd been complimenting this player, but showing us why he's been receiving so many compliments, showing us why he's been such a potent pickup for JDG. Solar Flare in the mid lane. Yagao kind of caught out, flashes over into Raptors and will survive. Missing now, looks for a re-engage. Destiny comes on through, and Hope has nowhere to go. JDG, they're just running AL around the map.
However, for this play, they had to give up their Baron buff on that bot lane wave. Yeah, and it's going to get completely killed off by Ale. Only the cannon miner is going to survive. No, he went to the forward.
The lightning rat has found its trap, and the cannon is still tanking up the tower, so JDG might just end the game here. They've got 35 seconds on the death timer on Ale. Reset from Sheer. No, cancels that one. It will just be the inhib, but a Drake up as well, so JDG, I mean, they find just such a huge advantage. We're only 23.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and I feel like Shanks was also in his own mission trying to take that top lane inhibitor. He took the tower, couldn't quite enough get the inhibitor. Yagao had already back to base. JDG, take that kill right there. I have a feeling they could have taken much more if Sheer had not ulted into that mid lane, because Hope was pretty dead to rights from what it looked like. And you had a huge wave down bot lane. The second that Baron buff disappeared, you know, Ale used his ultimate to completely take care of that wave, or it would have been much more trouble for AL. They're trying desperately to create opportunities for themselves. They have caught here and there a few members of JDG, but we're talking about raw damage that's coming out of JDG, and it's very problematic for them. Again, for squishy targets, in reality, it's very easy to say, hey, if we engage all at the same time, it's very easy, but individually in lane, all of them are so much stronger, and if you get ahead, that pure damage is gonna pierce through, and that's exactly what's happening on the side of JDG. AL, pretty easy execution, but they're so far behind that they cannot find the openings for them.
It feels like JDG are almost playing like 2018 IG style, you know? It's like win game, win lane, win game. They're just dominating during the laning phase, and then coming out into this mid game, taking everything. Kanavi has been sort of the leader of the charge in this one, but Sheer has been the benefactor of all of that early pressure and has turned it into so much more. Phenomenal stuff from JDG, and also great from Yagao. Ruler missing. Not to fall behind elsewhere on the map. The standard port of call when there's so much presence in that top side would be to play opposite. We did see one dive onto Ruler, but it was only one hive, you know? It didn't feel like enough. And Konami even sweeping the lane brushes to make sure there's no deep TPs or anything like that from Ala. There is no way AL are finding a window.
That's the leadership you're expecting from someone like Konami. Knows exactly the angles that AL would probably try to pull a desperation play at this point. 6,000 gold.
Oh, that's an arrow.
Deficit. The arrow's flying. I don't think it's hitting. It's not going to be the case. Yagao was ready to pounce. They're not going to quite find Ale in this brushing. He's going to take the teleport out. Luckily for him, grabs the reset. However, 130 on the map for the Baron to spawn. And the whole top side of Coco's jungle has been lit up by JDG. They know every single move by AL. Again, on paper, very simple to execute for AL. You get Leona, everyone else to pile up onto somebody, and there is no flash onto Yagao, so he could be the one target they're looking for.
Curling comes through, bit of damage onto Shanks. It's AL looking to try and fight for some control. Croco was on somewhat of a flank, but spotted on a blue ward. And Missing happy to step up and be the one to block Croco's ultimate, and instead it's Sheer just getting damage onto him. There's now a chance for AL. Ala gets stunned across the team. Bullet time comes up through, but Hope just gets dived on by the whole of JDG. They charge on forwards and tear AL apart. This is brutal gameplay from JDG.
JDG are beating AL in their own game. Proactivity, tempo, movement, ganks, everything missing. Soaked up everything that AL had to throw at them. And JDG, that is a statement game back.
People ask questions of Flandre in the previous iteration of the roster. JDG found Sheer, this young prospect, and oh my lord, is it working out? He looks incredible. AL find their first loss in the group as JDG redeem themselves in the eyes of the fans.
I love the fact that the most emotion that you see from JDG always comes from Missing, having the biggest smile every time JDG wins. But I could see a tiny little smirk on Sheer's face. So satisfied with his performance, and absolutely, Kanavi and Sheer completely took over this game. All these ganks, all this farm that went to waste in Kanavi's jungle was absolutely golden, because all the time he spent up in the top lane, Sheer made sure that it was worth the while.
I feel like Croco and Ala got read pretty hard this game as well, right? Every single time AL tried to make a play on the top side, JDG were there to answer. Kanavi was there to answer and protect Sheer. And then every time it was JDG making a play on the top side, it felt like they were ahead of the curve, and Croco wasn't there in time or was on the opposite side of the map. It felt like every single scenario that happened in that top lane went the way of JDG. Sheer on your screen there should be very happy with his performance today.
Yeah, the coach came out as well, started patting him in the back. They knew that he was a good choice for a starter. I mean, you obviously have Flandre as well to look up to and learn things from as well, a veteran in the scene, if you will, and somebody who's known to play a lot of these carries up in the top lane. I feel like Sheer has been in this developmental stage during spring where he was starting, but then it was kind of Flandre taking over, and he was learning from him, being used from JDG during the playoffs, and right now I feel like he's become a whole monster of his own. And the question, has been answered in terms of AL look to be the strongest team in the group. JDG have slapped a big fat no on that statement.
They certainly have. That was something else from JDG, honestly, because like AL in their win looked like the better team, and it looked like things were going to start much stronger, but JDG in that third and final game, it was just a bit of a massacre, wasn't it, at the end of the day? Like, that last game was extremely one-sided, a bit of a stomp, a slightly anticlimactic way for the series to end, to be honest, considering how close it had been, but some absolutely stellar individual performances, and it's great to see lots of players on JDG stepping up today. You know, Sheer and Kanavi looked pretty good all day. Sheer really stepping up in the final game after struggling on Kennen earlier in the series. Ruler having an amazing Ezreal game earlier on in the series, grabbing that MVP. Yagao having a much cleaner game to finish the series after you know, kind of struggling earlier on the Tristana as well. So I feel like there were ups and downs for JDG, but at least one player was fully popping off at any point in the series.
And that was Kanavi from JDG. I feel like every single time I see the man play, he's always min-maxing. The way that he played the Zyra in game number 1, let's be honest, that was a very tough early game from JDG, but he found the openings. Every single time AL were in a side lane, they were pressuring, they would dive in a tower, he would enter enemy jungle, he would enter enemy territory together with Missing, he'd take away farm, he'd take away camps, making sure that his Zyra is strong enough. That Zyra facilitated for how Ruler was able to play in those teamfights. Then in game number 2, he was 4,000 gold up. He was the entire almost gold lead from JDG onto this Karthus, finding those opportunities, ganking even with the Karthus, playing aggressive. And of course, in game number 3, he took complete reins of this game. He's one of the reasons why Sheer got so far ahead towards the top side of the map. His perseverance, his patience, you would say staying in this bush for like a minute as a brand could kind of hurt your jungle, and this is the case. You're a farming jungler, but Kanavi made it worthwhile, got Sheer ahead, got himself ahead, and they both carried the game.
Love that bit of space gliding from Ruler there as Sheer flashes to get the stun. Ruler just gets like 4 or 5 autos in the period of time that he has available to him. So many of these plays, like really snap decision making from JDG, really smart stuff, and just really well played. Honestly, I'm starting to go off Misfortune in the LPL as well. I feel like it was exciting as a pick theoretically, and you know, we've seen some good games on Misfortune, but we've also seen a lot of games where it really struggles to find value. Bullet time basically feels impossible to use in half of these games.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like I'm a little bit disappointed, not only on the whole Misfortune part, but when you go into game 3, into JDG, and we know how good and strong AL are in using their advantages into that mid game, take more objectives, take more vision, and slowly but surely they choke you on the map. I feel kind of sad we saw a very teamfight-oriented composition coming in from AL. There was not a lot of lane dominance. There was a lot of, we'll just press our buttons at the exact same time, which you know we're really good at, we're great at teamfights, and we'll win through that. And then you had JDG absolutely choke them through that early laning phase, and there was just unfortunately no reply. You didn't have necessarily a lane you could play through because JDG were splitting them up so perfectly that you just couldn't find answers. And this is always the question for me. I think I saw it from NIP as well. Going into game 3, you're like, okay, what is the easiest thing we can execute on? It's team fighting and pressing our buttons all at once. And that was a little bit disappointing coming in from AL, especially with how persistent they've been in getting those advantages around the map.
And I think as well, like, maybe underestimating quite the amount of pressure that Ala was going to be under in that top side. They went for the blind pick Kennen, and it was answered with that Twisted Fate. It was answered with just Brand permanently being in the top lane as well. And it felt like Ala, you know, there's only so much you can do when you're literally 2v1 for most of the laning phase, but just consistently being called out, the exhaust consistently coming out as well, so that the slicing maelstrom didn't have much impact. It was really smart stuff coming out from JDG. And we said, this is a composition where if they don't get a massive lead to start off with, it's gonna be kind of doomed. Well, they got off to an absurd lead. And in the end of the game, Sheer was 4,500 gold up on Ala. He just completely took over 7-1 and 10.
Craziness. 85% kill participation is actually craziness for Twisted Fate that plays through that top lane.
Yeah.
Sheer could have just stuck to a side lane and no one would be able to stop him at all. However, he kept continuously joining fights and using that advantage that he built. He was using his 80 carry power in those team fights, and he showed that every time he showed up, somebody absolutely melted.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see, honestly, from Sheer. And I feel like very aggressive ultimates as well. Obviously, he got his big escape up in the top side too. I feel like this is just a montage game. But Sheer, fantastic to see from such a young prospect. That is our second series done and dusted. We're going to go into a quick break before we head into yet another banger. It's been pure bangers all day today. LNG versus Top Esports, 2 of our top teams. Once again, we're going to 3 more games. I can already feel it.
don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen legs and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, and I hope your banger threshold isn't too full just yet, because we've got another one coming your way. If that wasn't enough between JDG and AL, we now have Top Esports versus LNG. And you may be asking, wait, I thought LNG just fell off. I thought they were gone at the start of this year. Well, they're back. They're fully back. They look absolutely amazing right now in the most recent series. And Top Esports just lost to BLG, so maybe weakened, maybe a chance for LNG to upset the apple cart. They're 2-0 right now in the standings. We'll see if they can keep that rolling. We're straight into game one.
Wow. Straight up, what I'm noticing right here, the Rise. This is the second time I feel like we have Rise in summer. The first one was Sanji, if I'm not wrong, from NIP, picking it into a Rumble. And this time around, it's going to be picked into a Kennen ranged versus ranged matchup. Can clear up the wave pretty quickly as well. So should be able to stay in a pretty safe distance away from 369. However, looking at the composition, it's like AL's composition for the game that we just watched, minus the top lane, which instead of Kennen is a Rise.
It certainly is. And if I remember right, the first Rise top of this split did not look good. Okay, Mako and Jackula starting strong with a dive practically onto Hug at level 1. He's going to have to go back to base. Gala will probably have to just forfeit maybe the entire first wave. That is a brutal first start from Top Esports bot lane.
And that's exactly what we're expecting. We have been talking over and over again about Jackie-Love and Mako and how they're probably the best ball lane in the LPL, the cleanse right there. They haven't even touched the wave, Munch!
That's a stun,
Touch
but a flash forward
the wave!
from Hung. It's Jackie-Love chunked low. That might be enough with Wei Wei now being pulled to the bottom lane. The jungler already has to try and move bot lane. By the way, it's Sejuani versus Xin Zhao in this bottom lane. Wei Wei moves in. Jackie-Love's still level 1, so won't have his arcane shift available. He's going to flash forwards, of course he is. It's Jackie-Love, but he goes down to Gala.
I feel like we haven't seen a Jackie-Love move in a little while. That was definitely... It's 2.5 minutes in and no one has touched the wave. Everyone is still level 1 apart from Mako, and that's because he stayed around long enough for minions to naturally die on the lane. Absolute insanity right here. Jackie-Love and Mako trying to pressure for lane dominance. Comes back to bite them. And LNG will come out with the first kill. 1,000 gold up already.
Huge advantage to start the bot lane. Gala even goes for a cull as well. He's on a misfortune. You'd expect he'd want more just straight up damage to dominate the lane, but I suppose just happy with the matchup as it is and goes for a cull instead. So
Oh, here we go again. Round 2.
Hung just takes another massive chunk of damage. Won't lead to a kill here. That aftershock just about saving Hung's life, I think, is now
Hold on.
flash forward from 369 at the top side. TN set up. Wind becomes lightning. And a spear becomes a kill at the top side.
Oh, great pathing from TN as well. Completely ignores the top side of his map. Going straight for that overextension onto Zika. Into a gank. Now Zika is back and he's pulled up Wei Wei with him. No flash on the Sejuani, remember. There's also no flash on 369. That's going to push the wave. TN is going to escort 369 back to base as he resets.
So Wei Wei had also forgotten his buff and one camp on that top side to try and get there. He's going to have to now return to his jungle once again. Gala's still level 1, by the way. We're 4 minutes into the game and Gala is still level 1. So is Hung. Mako and Jackie-Love are 2 levels up on their lane opponents, but there are so many minions. And with Scout missing from the mid lane, they couldn't find an aggressive angle. Really nice roam there from Scout, because you just know that's an all-in otherwise.
4 minutes in. Hang and Gala were level 1. TN has sneaked into the top side of the map again. These guys, if you thought the previous series was active, this one is already delivering. Wei Wei is also towards the top side of the map. However, he does not have to stay towards the top side. Zika is very safe. Underneath his tower, does have the flash available to him as well. 369 does not have his summer spell. So Zika instead is going to set up vision into enemy jungle. Potentially can catch up TN on the second clear.
Wei Wei gets that ward onto the Raptors there. So Tien didn't do his red buff. He did the Krugs and then looped back, but there was a ward there. Zika just playing with him. Drops a Q, gets a Comet proc, sends Tien back to the base. So,
hey, they say fool me once, shame on me. No, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So he just puts the wall down just in case.
So the question is this the new meta now? Is this how LPL is going to be? Just like junglers perma-camping top lane with hard carries on both sides of the rift?
Hey, listen, if it makes the game more proactive, I'm all up for it, man.
It's been pretty fun.
This is the LPL. This is the LPL I was promised when I joined. And when I joined over in spring, everything was a 30-minute snooze fest. We seem to be back.
Yeah.
You've seen the good times of LPL. We seem to be back.
We definitely are right now. Scout is a player who there's been a lot of questions on whether or not he would be back. Had a really rough spring split. It feels like in summer, he started to really show himself once more. It feels like LNG, some of their big wins have been off the back of Scout, really stepping back into the mix. Cream, another player who really has stepped up recently, you know, internationally, looking pretty good. And feels like he's starting to become much more comfortable within this roster. Felt like previously it was Top Esports with their new mid laner Cream that has to step up. Now it feels like Cream is just one of the number, you know? It feels like the expectation of him is almost as high as the rest of the players on the roster.
It's actually, I would say, a good comparison. It's sort of like Sheer to Cream, because it kind of feels the same. You're playing around players who have so much experience. They're absolute legends in the game. You've got double world champion in your team if you're Cream as well. So you have to step up to the occasion. You cannot just be somebody who's getting used to mages because you're really good at assassins. You just have to be good at everything the same way as everyone else is. And Cream has definitely been rising up to the occasion, even though not a rookie. But still, compared to all the names that he's surrounded with, still quote-unquote newcomer.
Yeah, slightly more experienced than a
Sorry,
lot of
correction on
newcomers
myself.
in certain big teams.
Triple world champion. Triple. As a double, it's triple.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And one of them, the World's Finals MVP, no less. 369 having a bit of a struggle up in his top side. He's managing to stay even in CS for now. Zika holding the wave away from him and starting to really win out these trades. Weiwei's moving into the top side, the Rune Prison to set up for the Glacial Prison. So many prisons, and 369 is into penitentiary.
Yeah, 369 goes straight into that grey screen prison. Zika very nicely set up for the Sejuani ultimate to land. Huge wave going to crash in the tower as well. Towards the bottom of the map. Level 5 and level 6 to level 4. Just about now, Gala hit level 4. And again, that early game that seemed to be a little bit doom and gloom for Jakilov and Mako has actually been... it was a great play from the bot lane of Top Esports and has netted them a lot of advantages towards the top side of the map. It's constantly pushed. They're constantly 1 to 2 levels up on their counterparts. Scout is just going to check in, but there's Smite on TN. Thank you for
worth a
the
shot.
extra damage, I guess.
Worth the shot.
Yeah.
You got your ability to just ping back out into the jungle. You might as well try and get the last hit on the dragon. Why not? At least
He had another job on the Rift, so...
So nice stuff from Scout there. He's actually got a 10 CS lead in that mid lane as well, building himself a minor advantage. 369 trying to push a wave in on that top side, slightly behind himself. Jakilov not going to overstep, not going to try and hit the tower for now. It might even mean that a plate goes down, actually. The cannon doing some serious work on the tower, and the plate will fall. Unfortunate for Jakilov there. Just going to be holding the wave, wasn't necessarily looking for an all-in. Couldn't find the chance to cancel the recall for Jakilov, and that's a Sheen finished off. Jakilov and Mako have been playing pretty aggressive so far this game, and I don't expect that to slow down now that the Sheen's picked up.
Yeah, and Brom plus Ezreal is such an oppressive lane. Brom is really good into a bunch, if not all, melee supports that walk up instantly getting tagged. And also, Misfortune's Q can very easily get blocked by Unbreakable, which is a lot of that damage that Misfortune has, especially when support and AD carry pile up to try and engage onto someone. So, he gets them a lot of pressure down the bot side of the map. Sheen being completed here as well. A lot of poke will be coming through when it comes to those neutral objectives. Now, the question is, does Top Esports want to rotate their bot lane for those Void Grubs? Because LNG have already committed onto the rotation. Only now Gala will start heading back towards the bot side.
LNG got those first 3. We're up again in 30 seconds. Scout, though, went forward for a trade. He just gets called out by TN. Fantastic bit of damage coming down onto LNG's mid laner. He doesn't have TP available either. That should just be Grubs, surely, for TN now.
Oh, absolutely. That was a great trade right there from Top Esports. Will not net in Void Grubs yet. There's another 15 seconds, and Scout would have made his way back by that time, but definitely gives them a lot of pressure on the map, because TN gets to reset first onto the map, gets his Sundered Sky, fully completed item onto the Xin Zhao. Pretty good of a spike of a first item onto Xin Zhao as well. And very much more importantly, Cream gets that reset here, will be able to TP back into his lane to try and potentially go for those Void Grubs towards the top side of the map. You see, Jakilov and Mako are already moving on the map too.
We could have a 5v5 on our hands here. Cream going to TP back in. That's 1 Grub, 4 for LNG here. TN moves in to deny the others. I thought Top Esports would be in a better position to just go for it, but wanting to reset. So they'll only get 2 for themselves, but at least deny more than 4. Not going to be the end of the world for them. So, all things considered, it feels quite tense in this early game, doesn't it? It feels like it's been quite a slow, nervous start, very aggressive start from Jakilov and Mako, and we've had a bit of action in the top lane as well. But aside from that, very cautious. And honestly, For Top Esports and for LNG, what we've seen for the last few months, this really has been the style that they start to lean into. Gala has to flash. Oh, sidesteps away from the Glacial Fissure as well. But with one more Q and an auto, Jacula will find a lane kill.
And it shows you how impressive this duo is, the Ezreal plus the Braum. You've got so many tools to keep chasing, even though I need to comment Gala, he had pretty good happy feet right there. He was dodging the Q from the Braum, he was dodging the ultimate. We're gonna pan onto a ward, the TP is gonna be coming in. They're looking at Jackie and Mako, no flashes.
Scout wants to try and make something happen. Cleanse available for Jackie Love. Arcane Shift cleanses away from a stun. Hung underneath the tower here as Jackie Love tries to sidestep everything. The CC is enough in the end, and Scout cuts him to pieces.
And Gala overextends without his support, gets punished. Jackie Love overextends without support, gets punished. AD carries, stick with your supports, man. It doesn't end well when you don't. That's the moral of the story, I guess, for this particular one. Both Gala and Jackie Love end up going down for the exact same reasons right there. Great TP, though. Great TP to punish. Same thing as Weiwei being so quick to take that fourth Void grab as everyone was resetting from Top Esports. Even his own team was resetting at this particular time. So extremely quick on the decision-making from the side of LNG to pull the TPs to go for that play down bot lane. Scout has been extremely active in general on the map. Every single play you'll see him move into that river to try and have access as quickly as possible. And again, this is a resurgence of Scout that we're seeing over in summer and spring. He received quite a bit of criticism for his performance, but right here he seems to be back.
It's looking good so far on the Yone. Some great trades during that laning phase. CS advantage, pressure on the bot lane. I mean, if you remember, Jackie Love and Mako hit level 3 while Gala and Hung was still level 1, but Scout with an early roam, or at least an early lean towards bot. Set them up to protect his bot lane and to keep Jackie Love and Mako from snowballing too hard. Jackie Love now 2 deaths on the scoreboard already, but he's getting himself some plating. He's got plenty of kills. He's looking to... Oh, he's got 1 kill. It's maybe not plenty, but he's got a kill.
And this might be plenty for Jackie Love, you never know.
It's certainly plenty to start the snowball rolling, right? He's got a 500 gold lead, but it's matched by Zika in the top side, and then there's also a lead for Scout. So LNG doing a good job in this early game, and they're quite happy with a quieter game. We saw one series from them where they played really fast and aggressive. LNG very happy with a slower pace of game. Top Esports showing that against BLG as well.
And now, on the contrary as the last game that we just watched, with pretty much the same composition that AL have, LNG has it here as well. They're an all-in composition. They've got the Ryze instead of the Cannon. However, this time around, Top Esports, every single champion that they own is so good at disengaging. Diving into Cannon, bet. You've got ultimates from Azir and Zinzao and Braum, Ezreal, super sleeper in those teamfights as well. So every single one of them has so much agency in terms of getting dived that LNG's task, even though they're pretty even in terms of gold and they're ahead even.
Oh, QE from Zika finishes off the tower. Okay, he's not actually looking for the one he wants. He goes for the Realm Warp, gets himself out to safety. You can see Jackie Love and Mako were moving their way up as well. Herald has spawned onto the map, and now a potential dive under the inhib from the side of LNG. They're going to thread a tier 2 down in the bot side at 15 minutes on the clock. Great play from LNG to punish Top Esports Rogue.
That is 3 towers within 30 seconds, if I'm not wrong. Great stuff from LNG right here, playing the side lanes. Top Esports grouping up a little bit too much, playing for that top side. I feel like they grabbed their referral as well. They committed one too many bodies, expecting LNG potentially to try and contest for it. However, LNG are very dead set on playing the side lanes. A very well, like, Ryze is a side laner. He is a nuisance. You've got Yone as well, who's a fantastic split pusher as well. So you do have the tools if you want to play towards splitting Top Esports apart. Because if you have them as a whole, they do have a lot of engaged potential and CC to lock you down in a straight up 5 versus 5. So getting your advantages through the side lanes, making sure you've got the items, and then you can force the fights.
Overall, just fantastic map play coming out from LNG. And you know, some of the we've said that LNG received criticisms in spring. Some of the criticism has been that they played A, so slow, but B, without doing anything. This game, sure, it is a slow game in terms of kills, but they're still being proactive, right? They're making great macro decisions, they're influencing the map, and they're finding advantages for themselves, instead of just what we saw previously, which was just sort of semi-AFK. Top Esports, though, in the series against BLG, we saw 3 games in that series that were all, Senna, Azir, Ornn coming out from them. It looked great in game number 1. It looked considerably worse for the rest of the series. BLG doing a really good job to put pressure on them. This time, Top Esports changed tack with an Ezreal in the bottom side. They still have that Azir in the mid lane. A little bit more early presence. We need to see perhaps a little bit more early play from them. Herald down in the mid lane now as Jackie looks to get a hit onto that tower. Don't know if the Herald will quite finish that one. As TN dives aboard the Herald, I'm pretty sure to dodge the ultimate from Weiwei there.
Great stuff. Jackie sidesteps that as well. And I will 100% agree with you. I feel like it's sort of the same story as when we talked about JDG had to be more proactive. They had to change their playstyle to match up against AL. And it only benefited them, right? They had a fantastic series versus AL. And I feel like it's sort of the same for Top Esports, being stuck on things like the Ornn, the Senna, and the Azir. Yeah, it 100% guarantees you that late game. However, this is an LNG that likes to play a lot more proactively. So if you do just stay inactive during the early game, that's just going to take too much of an advantage for you to come back. And I'm loving the adaptation with the Zinza right here, because TN has been looking for opportunities all over the map for Top Esports. It's only resulted in 1 kill so far, and this is not the most bloodthirsty early game that we have seen, obviously in the LPL. But a little bit more proactivity with adding the Zinza right there, having the Brom and Ezreal through that bot lane could be exactly what you need for the early pieces of Top Esports start.
Feels like the 2 teams made a gentleman's agreement before this one. We're going to play this slow, steady. Drake coming up in 20 seconds.
Play for team fights.
Well, this could be an opportunity for a team fight. Top Esports got the first 2 Drakes, with another Drake spawning in 20 seconds time, and a TP into that mid lane. Coming out from Cream, he's just finished off his Leandries. 2 items on that Azir. LNG with control of River for now, and they have so much control when it comes to finding a fight, in terms of when they want to fight. It's all in control of LNG. Nice little sidestep there from Zika. From the Winter's Bite, Top Esports, time to move in. 9k on the Drake. This could well end up in a 50-50. Mako happy to be the one to walk on forwards. Trying to use that Celestial opposition. Trying to dodge everything so it's not propped too early here. So he can be that tank. Mako stands and tanks Scout to Zika, looking for a way around. Hung flashes for the engagement. Creep immediately disengages. Mako blocks the bullet time, and now everybody diving forwards. True shot barrage there, but LNG caught by the slicing maelstrom. It's huge, but it's not huge enough. It's tiny, in fact. Top Esports sent away LNG. Their health bars are just too strong, but Jackie Love goes down in the end. TN alone, perhaps can find more. Gets one, looks for Gala as well. The red buff working out. Wind becomes lightning, and he finds the triple. A quadra, in fact. TN is insane.
World champion for a reason bails out Top Esports after a disastrous fight. A fight that looked like they were winning. The second 369 dives forward, and he just about tickled LNG. TN stays alive long enough to make the difference. 5-0-1. Surely when he goes back to base, he has a second item. Exactly, Sterak's to pair up with his Sundered Sky. Absolute monster he should be on the Rift right now. And LNG. Disastrous fight. Oh my, we have to watch this again, because it just looked great.
I'm gonna be honest.
Until it didn't.
I have absolutely no idea what happened. That was just so chaotic. It was so much going on simultaneously. And TN somehow coming out on top of the pile. Everybody so low HP, but Sundered Sky on Zinzao turns out really, really good combo, especially with Conqueror in the mix.
Absolutely. Let's see what happens here again. There was an exchange of ultimates. You see that Scout goes in, and then Leona dives forward, and Cream denies the engage. Very lovely ultimate right there. Mako blocks the entirety of bullet time, and this is it. LNG have no ultimates up for themselves. This is the perfect timing for 369 to dive forward, but Scout with an insane ult grabs 3 and almost decimates Top Esports. Now, of course, props to Jackie Love. He puts down so much damage before he dies. Let's look at this again. Q only available for him. He's gonna mark the W onto Misfortune E afterwards. Great stuff. The Conqueror, the Triumph coming through as well after the kills. TN coming in clutch for his team.
369 is like spam picking Gala. He's like, this guy, go for that guy. Great win. Win becomes lightning across 2 targets as well to set up the follow-up onto Gala. Beautiful team fighting from TN. Jackie-Love on a knife's edge to turning it into a big play for himself as well. Bullet time going to come on through. Look at that combo. Mako almost goes down despite the unbreakable. He is still alive in the glacial fissure. Well, actually pull him to safety. Way the one that has to retreat instead. And Scout now on the top side of the fight as well. Cream in a 1v1, but he's out of mana. And Scout finds his mark. LNG now charged down the mid lane, or maybe even look towards Baron.
Top Esports overextend right there, instantly getting punished. LNG are taking the fight straight onto Top Esports. Look on the top side of the map. Slowly but surely, Zika has been creeping up a 1.5k lead onto 369's Kennen. That rise is going to be hurting a lot. Again, don't forget the side lane pressure that LNG have to exert on the map. 1.2k onto that Yone, 1.4k onto Zika's rise as well. These two guys can definitely side lane and be a complete nuisance. You don't want to fight into the Xin Zhao? Very well. You've got a 1-3-1 that you can very easily abuse on the Reef to pull Top Esports apart.
Scout's been having a huge game, hasn't he? Every single fight, I feel like my eyes are gravitating towards wherever Scout is. He's hunting for these flanks. He's trying to find that pressure. Cream being completely out of mana as well. Fantastic window for LNG to find that moment. 8-7 on the scoreboard. And LNG with a minor gold lead, but it's 2 items on either AD carry. It's 2 items on either mid laner. The most significant lead in the entire game, really, I'd argue, is in that jungle, but then Warmog's just been finished off by Weiwei. Maybe the Seeker's Arm Guard for Zika over the lack thereof for 369. Maybe that's the biggest difference now.
Now here's the thing, Sejuani is absolutely fine being 1.5k down, especially since he's gonna be the engagers, he's gonna be the mid wall in front of her carries, he's going to be the one pulling the trigger together with Heng's Leona. For Tien, it's of absolute pivotal importance that he gets ahead and doesn't stay behind on a bruiser like Xin Zhao that wants to be picking up fights constantly. If you're too squishy, you are in the thick of things, you're in the middle of a team fight. You cannot be squishy and do no damage. This is the absolute peak of Xin Zhao as well on the 2 items. Maybe the third one, which will be more of a tanky item for Tien.
So what you're saying is if we apply game theory, both junglers want Tien to be ahead, because it doesn't matter for Weiwei and it does matter for Tien. So,
there you go. Well, arguably, Weiwei would like to not be behind.
Top Esports try to fight for vision control around the river. Drake has spawned, and it will be complete control for Top Esports on that bottom side of the map. Doesn't look like something LNG want to contest right now. They got that one Drake for themselves in the previous fight, the one that set up Tien for a quadra kill. Maybe that's what scared them off. Tien is in the area, and that's one pointy end on that spear that they don't want to meet again.
Now, I've been saying this quite a lot recently. I feel like what makes a great team is how you call off a play, not how you plan a play. Because surely you can plan a play ahead, but when you have to call it off, it takes a lot of knowledge on the state of the game. And even though LNG are currently 2,000 gold up, they can see, they can tell, they look at their inventories, they know their head in terms of items, in terms of levels on the map. However, if you do not have any setup in the river, if you walk blindly into Top Esports, they've got more than enough tools to take you down. So props to them. They can wait another maximum 4.5 minutes, because that would signify soul for Top Esports, and LNG would have to fight them right there and then.
Jackie-Love trying to force the mid wave further down, so Gala has to go and respond, which means Top Esports can get this Scuttle Crab and clear all vision away from LNG. So darkness around the Baron pit. LNG Weiwei and Hung though. Gonna wait a moment and then face check on in. Mako could be in trouble. Unbreakable comes through. Gala wants to make a move, but Jackie-Love's trying to threaten him in the side. A Scout now moves over. In the meantime, there's a tier 3 under siege from Zika. He's literally sieging an inhib tower solo, and 369, it doesn't seem like there's anything he can do about it.
You can't really reach up to the wave, right? Ryze has more wave clear than you. He clears the wave faster. He's got 2.5 items. He's got an hourglass, or half an hourglass rather, in his inventory. You cannot necessarily engage onto him or clear the way faster. 369, 2 levels down. Level 16 right now, full hourglass completed onto Zeka. And I feel like this is exactly what LNG were looking for when they were calling off that dragon play. They know that they will have the items available to them to fight top esports in 3 minutes when it spawns or when it's Baron time. Or maybe it's now catching Mako in the river.
Unbreakable has already been used. Gala has bullet time if he wants to use it as well. And there we go. The call made by LNG. Great pick. And suddenly, Baron wide open to them. It's only the support that's gone down, but I think you're happy to take a 4v5. Never mind the fan Jaculov. Everybody dives on top and LNG. Wow. What a way to suddenly find an advantage. 2 picks back-to-back. The bot lane from Top Esports just removed from the equation.
2 dead, however, TN is still around. If he wants to dive in and try to steal that Baron, oh, 369 is going down as well.
God, LNG, they're so efficient. The speed at which these players drop everybody on the same page. Gorgeous setup for the Baron at top. Esports found wanting.
LNG are so proactive on the map. They see champion, they kill champion. They're playing this slow and steady, but in a way which is so calculated for them. 2 minutes now for the next dragon, and they're gonna have plenty of time to deal with all the waves. They've got Baron, they've got the strongest side lanes, they've got the push, and Mako is in no man's land. He's got TN, but too far away. 369 is all the way up the top lane. He's taking all that damage. He's just a support level 10. He cannot tank the entirety of LNG. And then Jaculov oversteps his welcome, gets engaged on. Oh my god, that was beautiful from Scout, finding the target. Finding Ezreal, you know, it's not very easy in those team fights. He's very slippery. Flash, cleanse, E. But Scout made sure that Jaculov went straight into that gray screen.
Yeah, I mean, with no vision, I mean, it's pretty much impossible for Jaculov to see that going. Maybe needs to predict that that play could be an option for Scout, but the projectile, so last second over the wall there, gets caught by that knockup, and then that leads to the ultimate, that leads to his demise. 2 and 4 for Jaculov on his signature pick as well. Does feel a little bit like Top Esports have been kind of called out by LNG in this game. LNG very much the ones in control and very much the ones are looking like the better team on the day right now. Top Esports desperate to hang on. 5,000 gold lead though. 29 minutes and LNG continues to take these towers.
I feel like Top Esports won a fight off of the back of TN. The fight looked very, very doomed, and it was TN that bailed them out. Overall, LNG have looked like the stronger team on the Rift. They've been taking advantage of the side lanes. They haven't necessarily been grouping up for unnecessary fights. They've been letting go of neutral objectives they couldn't control or they had no vision for. And again, it has been very slow and calculated play from LNG to accumulate that 5,000 gold lead. Now that we mentioned that it's time to fight, because Top Esports would want the soul, now LNG have the perfect setup. They've got more items, they've got vision, they've got Baron, they've got the push, and they can very safely walk into this river. Top Esports are bleeding slowly but surely. It's so difficult for them to actually make a play here because your side lanes are constantly bleeding. Yone is stronger than any of your solo laners, and Ryze is stronger than any of your solo laners at this point.
Nice try from Jaculov to steal away the soul there. TN on the top side. That's 2 ultimates. Use Solar Flare. Try and capture TN, but that's going to force his flash out. And suddenly, there's not a lot left in the tank for Top Esports. They've already used Mako's ult, they've already used Tien's ult. They're just playing defensively at this point, and LNG very happy to just steal away this entire jungle. They'll continue to slowly build this lead for themselves. This is textbook LNG. And you know, LNG have been a top team for a lot of years at this point, and this is typically the style that we've seen from different iterations of the roster. And then we had this massive lull from LNG as an organization this year. It feels like that lull very much gone. They are back to form. They are back to complete map control. Top Esports really tested here in Game 1.
From a game that started very promising from Top Esports, to reiterate, Top Esports bot lane was level 4 when LNG's bot lane was still level 1. That was a huge gap. Unfortunately, they were not able to snowball that control from the bot side. Again, I feel like LNG's draft this time around is so well curated in terms of we've got team fighting ability, but we also have split push ability. And I feel like this is what has been hurting Top Esports the entirety of this game. The fact that every time they would pull the trigger for a play, whether it was top, bot lane, or mid, then they would lose instantly on side lanes. And they have to go back a little bit to the drawing board and possibly draft towards stronger lanes so they can snowball their early advantages easier into that mid to late game. LNG has shut them down completely.
Yeah, this rise pick from Zika as well. Fantastic to see that it's managed to work out for him. It's not often you see a rise top lane in the game. TN, the one that has to make these face checks happen for his squad. Baron should be coming up in the next couple of minutes, I think. Lost my overlay, so not entirely sure. Turns out I'm really reliant on that counter on my screen. Top Esports will be able to muscle their way into mid lane and try and get some control. So 3,000 gold Baron power play for LNG. And I mean, they are very far ahead, but we are getting towards that 3-item mark across the board. I'm looking towards 369. When he finishes that death cap, that is the moment where maybe things can turn around. One big slicing maelstrom really can change the game.
However, I'm looking at Hang's summoner spells, and I do see an exhaust in there,
True.
Munch, which they haven't needed to use yet. And I'll
Oh no. Force the
369
flash as well. His
core. Oh,
flash
that's
is on cooldown.
huge.
That's a
Oh,
disaster.
that is huge. Yeah, especially when Baron is coming up, you're expecting that 369 would throw his body in to try and get biggest ultimate that he can to potentially turn this one around. However, without flash, the threat is so minimal. I feel like Top Esports, their only chance right here for potentially winning a fight or upsetting a Baron would be to try and catch someone off guard on a side lane. Looking at Ione, the pings are going down onto Scout. They won't be able to catch him that easily. Level 18 Ione versus level 16 Kennen? Not the easiest one to take.
Certainly not. I love that use of the Fate Seal from Scout. Using it just to get over a wall to be a part of a potential pick onto 369. If Weiwei's ultimate had landed onto 369, really could have been an angle for Scout to follow up on. And it's not that long to go down. I mean, it's back up at this point. Baron up on the map. Drake up in 1 minute. Would be solved for Top Esports. And it does feel like Top Esports doing a good job to at least vie for some control of the map. They haven't completely conceded control of everything. Death cap has been finished for 369. So in a fight, we've got to keep our eyes on that rat.
Every single member from the side of Top Esports has completed 3 items. They could catch them in this choke point, would be huge. I think it's very clever for Top Esports to sort of threaten the Baron.
Oh, the solar flare on multiple players. Scout dives onto the backline. Jacula flashes away, but he's flashed away from his team, who are all in tatters. Cream tries to disengage, and he will save Mako's life. 2 for 0 in favor of LNG.
There's a few poke spells coming out from Jacula. It is Tien and Mako by his side. Weiwei is about to be by his side as well as Hang, who are looking for flanks.
Tien forced the flash as well. It's as easy as that for Weiwei, and that'll be Drake secured by LNG. Nicely done. Great little flank on the end of the play as well. I think Hung and Weiwei both getting big value out of their Warmogs, being a part of the fight, backing away for a second, and then re-engaging once more.
Yeah, if you don't have a lot of your engaged tools, it's really hard to sort of keep up with Top Esports. Again, Braum, Ezreal, very slippery. Tien had his flash right there, had to use it to get out into safety. Tien is around, and there is the blast cone available.
Both solo lanes and Top Esports have TP available, so this becomes extremely dicey for LNG. If Cream and 369 join the play, that's a TP behind enemy lines. It's too early from Hung. The solar flare doesn't find the stun. In goes Scout. 369 has slicing Maelstrom, and he'll lock the Yone up, but there's no damage there to follow it up, and Jacula fell instead. Top Esports try and make a hero play. I think they realized their days were numbered. And LNG, they're the ones holding the calendar. They charged down mid lane, and that might just be game.
Yeah, that was the last chance from Top Esports to make any play onto the map. Zika is also going to flank Mako, not allowing him to hold the wave right there. 369 pushed out the play too. They're gonna at least take that inhibitor. 25 seconds on both Tien and Jacula. LNG do not necessarily have a beefy wave. There's another one coming. 369 was playing.
Wait, was stopping the recall coming out from 369, which means Mako goes down in a 1v3. The tower's not quite enough. There are
There's not
minions
enough time.
underneath the bot lane tower. Maybe they could go for a second inhib instead. 369 moves up as 5 seconds until TN's back up. LNG wants to try and finish this one. Scout flashes for the play and finds 369. Gorgeous game on the Yone. LNG will find the win. TN tries to defend, but there is nothing left to be done for Top Esports. They have been called out by LNG. Cream, he's managed to find 4 of them, but he's also found his demise. Beautiful stuff from LNG.
Absolutely decisive early game decision making by LNG. Have to commend them on making plays based on the pure information that they have on the map from Top Esports. Every single time Top Esports tried for a gang, tried to pressure forward, LNG would just reply with side lane pressure. Scout absolutely deserved right here onto the MVP. He's engaged, disengaged, the way he was pressuring side lanes. Absolutely phenomenal performance, following up all the rumors that he's back in Summer Split.
Yeah, absolutely. 7-1 and 10. Phenomenal game. Great combos coming through as well to find those picks. The fact that he's able to find Jackulov in that final fight as well, absolutely miraculous stuff. And we are going to catch up to the live feed now. We were slightly behind from the previous series, but guess what? We're going to skip our break in order to catch up to the live feed. And in the meantime, Wei moves up to the top side straight off of the bat. We begin with action here. 369 will be stunned. The flash, actually buffers the stun coming out from Wei. And 369 survives.
Ooh, just about gets out right there.
Scout going for
Excellent.
a long trade on Cream here. Nicely done, actually. Let's get some good damage.
And again, I want to also highlight Wei from the previous game because he was the unsung hero. It happens a lot in the jungle that you're setting up your lanes for success, but your laners happen to be a lot more flashy than you playing Sejuani, so they end up yoinking the MVP from you. Wei was everywhere. He was making sure he was securing vision, he was securing neutral objectives, he was ganking at the perfect timing. He was there for his laners when they were getting ganked to shadow them. He was crashing waves, he was soaking waves when they were dying. Absolute insanity of a Sejuani game in game number 1. 3-1 and 17 if I'm not wrong. Excellent stuff. Now again, onto the Sejuani. He has double melee AD laners. This guy is going to be leaving towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, Zika was a quiet carry for LNG in the previous game. Remember, he was able to pressure that tier 2 in the bot side so early on in the game. Got off to a tremendous individual lead and pretty much kept 369 out of the game entirely. Scout had a fantastic, MVP performance on the Yone. So it makes sense to have that Sejuani once again to set these solo laners up. Gala on the Ziggs this time around. Quite a different composition overall. As TN moves into that top side, Zika does have that flash available. Ooh, nice try from TN. Can't quite find it though.
Procs the electrocute. Quite poked in lane for Zika right there. Walks up to TN as well. TN is like, you know what? If you're willing to take that trade, I'm down to have it. Just about close enough to that tri-bush to put that wall down. Reminder, Zika does have his flash available, but his wave was not at the best state right there. TN is going to stick around. He has 2 camps available, third one spawning. He's going to choose to stick around, see if Zika overextends right here. Maybe try to punish, but again, look what's happening on the other side. It's the same as game number 1. TN overstages welcome towards the top of the map, trying to punish Zika, who has the flash. And they lose Dragon, Jackulov.
Jackulov as well. Gala, really nice W there. Flash from Mako, answered by Gala as well. Slow onto Jackulov from the Hextech minefield, but won't be followed up by Gala. TP from Zika, up to that top side. Do you know, in my head, that was going to a ward in bot lane because the observers had gone to him in the middle of a fight. That's not even possible anymore. It's just old habits die hard, I guess. Hung ignited. Is he going to go down? Is Mako going to try for a little bit more? Hung backs away from the tower, will survive. LNG surviving in that bottom side as Wei wants to do the opposite to 369. He wants to unsurvive him in the top lane. Stun's going to come on through. The buffer a little bit too early. And there's first blood for Wei.
Oh, great stuff from Wei. I think he has been a fantastic addition to the roster. And this time around, he's just wasting no time. He's so efficient on the map. The second he sees TN, he's taking something on the other side of the map. However, Scout, Mako just about in range for that E. Won't get it. This time around, he knew he had no job on the map. Heads over the top side of the map, punishes 369 for having no flash available to him. This time around, he has spotted TN, but TN has 2 more friends around him.
Mako's
in the
there
likes
too.
of Mako and Cream. Yeah.
Don't want to go for that one right now. Wei has been exceptional this series so far. Let's see if he can keep this performance up, setting up Zika this time around. And it's kind of evened up a surprising CS lead for a Cassante against Camille in the lane. Scout gonna get dived. He was too much of a problem last time around. We're going to deal with that Mako. Somehow his Zenith doesn't connect there, and now another Satchel charge onto Jaculov. Flash forced in the bottom lane, Flash forced in the mid lane.
No deaths going down. Top esports are gonna stick around and potentially try again. There's no flash, no ultimate onto Scout.
Wei suspects something's
Wei
up.
Wei.
They've found him. Tries to get over the wall. Flash available, but it's too late. The burn! The burn! The burn! Oh, it's not enough! Wei walks away,
Oh, they're going back mid lane.
Oh, no. Oh, Mako's just not stopping. Oh, what goes up must come down. It's like Elise all over again, just a million years apart. Scout somehow surviving. The sustain from Hung is insane. He's got heal, as well as the Rakan heal on his Glimmer Quill. Oh my days, Scout somehow lives it.
Oh, this must be so frustrating for top esports. They're trying so hard to put pressure down on the map for LNG, and LNG just responded perfectly. Not only do they engage onto Jaculov, they take his flash, but they also save Scout from a triple dive. Let that sink in. Triple dive within an entire minute.
This is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolutely insane. It's not that long since we saw top esports beat them back in June. And yet LNG, they feel like a totally different team. They feel like they've been revitalized. I remember the LNG OMG series. LNG just about won it out, but OMG were looking like one of the worst teams in the league at the time. And it still went to 3. It still went the distance. That tells you where LNG were back in placements. But my goodness, are they here to show up today. They're 2-0 in the group right now, and with a win over top esports today, that would put them onto their hat trick. That would put them to where AL were at the start of the day. And potentially give them a chance to fight for that first place spot.
Was about to make a little bit of a comparison between LNG and AL. Because both are in the Ascent group, but none of them so far had played a team that is considered top 3 in the league. And LNG are playing the second best team from Spring right now, and they are giving them a run for their money. The way they're defending every single play top esports throws at them, it must be so infuriating for top esports, honestly, to just throw everything at LNG and nothing sticks so far. They do have a lot of tools. They have a bunch of scaling. They've got frontline, they've got engage and disengage. All the tools are in top esports' basket right now, and they can use it, or toolkit, whatever you want to call it. And they can use it however they please. But having that early game and not being able to get a kill, triple diving Scout and Scout getting out?
I can't believe he lived through all of that.
I don't know how you mentally recover from this.
I can't believe nobody died on LNG either. Like, all of the people that came to mid lane to help Scout out as well, all survived through the onslaught. Absolutely phenomenal early game from LNG to stymie the plays from top esports. Mako moves back in because one Zen plays. So is the Glacial Prison, and Cream now trying to get some damage onto Hug. Scout looks for some return damage. And again, these plays into the mid lane just going to be denied.
I feel like Scout needs to walk up to his lane, considering that he will never, ever be 1 versus 1 with Cream at this point. It's either going to be a 3 versus 1 or no one's in lane. I feel like this was about like the 6th gank that they've thrown towards Scout, but Wei is looking at a very juicy flashless Jaculov.
No ult for Wei does find the knock up here. Cleanse going to have to be used, but the Satchel Charge means that the Cleanse does nothing. In fact, Cleanse wasn't even used. He just died. He was just gone. Jaculov 0 and 1. Not a good series for the Superstar AD carry.
Oh, LNG are just pulling Top Esports apart. Not only none of the ganks that Top Esports have thrown LNG's way hasn't stuck, but they also lose a member in the process. They lost JackeyLove's flash in the previous iteration of that mid lane dive, and then now in this mid lane gank, they lose JackeyLove's life as well. And you need something to be going well for you. The 500 gold lead from Cream has been majorly due to the fact that Scout has had to be absent from his lane, trying to recover his HP bar from getting ganked over and over again. And right now, LNG having that pressure through the bot lane. You've got the satchel charge as well, which is very close to taking down the tower. Bullet time has to be used from JackeyLove, or they would be very close to losing tower or losing the life as well.
Wei just got his ultimate back available, but look at this damage out from Jackie and Mako. Hung forced over the wall. Jackie just needs one more auto, and Hung will fall in the end. Now TP's come in behind the Top Esports lineup. It's a double TP as Gala re-enters the play alongside Zika.
Yeah, Tien had already read that play, however, helping 369 take that first top lane tower. Full turret platings and first tower going in the pockets of K'Sante plus Brun. Good stuff right there. They're pressuring even tier 2 right now. You see LNG is gonna slowly start closing in onto this K'Sante. 369 is gonna have start making his way over back to base, or they're gonna send him to base themselves.
Yeah, the cannon 369, it's what you committed for. You've got to get it at this point, surely. Knockup lands, stun lands. Hung has his whole combo available. Q3 used, that's the W used, the knockup is gonna fall again. The cannon 369, he got it! It's all worth it in the end. 369, he'll fall, Scout grabs a kill, but hey, we got cannon, we take those.
My favorite thing is how the observers kept zooming in on that cannon. I feel like I felt the observers' frustration that they were like, you're dying anyway. Take the damn cannon with you, 80 gold.
He certainly managed it in the end. It was an adventure in the top side. 369 having a really tough series for himself. As this K'Sante been counterpicked. I mean, he's actually up in gold because of all of the tower plates and everything that just happened with Zika TPing to the bottom side. In terms of kills and in terms of who's going to be winning that side lane in a minute, definitely all the way of Zika. Zika with the counter pick in both games. The Rise versus the Kennen in game number 1. Now, game number 2. He has to go Camille versus K'Sante. You really couldn't ask for more as a top laner.
And you're gonna have the chance to push a little bit on the map right here. Your K'Sante does have teleport. However, you don't have any other front line other than Mako, and Mako has been chunked down heavily, as you can see on your map. 369 is already walking to the objective because she has to be there to be the front line. However, LNG are first in the river.
Hung searching for an engage. 369 comes in the bottom side. Top Esports want to move in. They want to fight this. Bullet time is available for JackeyLove as a knockup comes through onto Mako. He just never gets to participate in the play. And Scout now finds the back line. Fate is sealed for Top Esports. Phenomenal fighting once again from LNG. Cream tries to send him packing, but with a double for Gala and blue buff in pocket, there's nothing Top Esports can do.
Oh, LNG sacrificed their support, but they take everything else in the process. Gala 3-0 will be having his second item very, very shortly. With all this new richness that he got in his pocket, they grab the Rift Herald as well. Side lane pressure added by Scout to LNG. What incredible team fight that was. And Mako walks too far forward. Gets caught by Scout again, holding that Q onto Mako. And then the rest is history. 369 way too squished, and Scout finds it another insane ult. And looking at the screen on the bottom left, 369 is dead.
Cream is going to surely go down as well. Okay, Zika doesn't have ult. He just used it, I assume, in the previous play. I will just quickly say as well, Scout, the Q3 flashed away from by JackeyLove, but it still hit at maximum range from Scout. So then the ultimate could come on through. That was immaculate team fighting from Scout's Yone. Honestly, I think this is one of Scout's best series, definitely Scout's best series in summer. Maybe one of his best of the entire year.
I might be inclined to agree with you. I feel like I'd love to make a comparison, but the fight never stops.
Flash
Cream!
from Zika, Cream flashes the engage from Wei. I love this though from LNG. It feels like once they get control of a game, they're actually really proactive and aggressive. It's just when the game is fairly even that they play super slow and cautious. But as soon as they see those windows, they've got the tools to make them work. 369, again,
Oh
that's
my
twice
God.
this game. He's caught out trying to go for waves.
This should have been a winning play for Top Esports. He literally gets engaged from Narnia. Camille uses all of her spells, but Cassante so squishy compared to a champion that can chunk your HP so heavily like Camille. That is why he's picked into it as well. Thought that with the backup of Cream they'd have enough damage. Now the next Dragon's coming up in about 10 seconds. They're looking for a pick from the sort of Top Esports, but again, nothing has been sticking so far, and that is one of your main cooldowns for Engage, already used by Mako.
Genuinely feels like LNG are just the better team today by what we've seen. Zika especially is going to have a field day in this game. He's got his side lane matchup is him versus Cassante, but even when you think about the team fights like Brand, Corki, Misfortune, which of those is going to survive a Camille in a team fight when Zika gets a flag? Absolutely none of them. It's going to be so difficult to play against him later on in the game. And that's just him. That's not including the damage coming out from Gala, the flanks coming out from
man.
Scout, the engages from Weiwei and Hung. It just feels so potent from LNG. Top Esports still in touching distance of gold though. They're only 1,000 gold down, but it is 3 Drakes for LNG right now, and I'm not sure in 5 minutes time if Top Esports will really want to fight.
I want to put a little bit of an eye on the map on what
hang on a
happens right
second.
now.
This is another tier 2 for LNG. They did this in game number 1. 18 minutes, they take a tier 2. They did it at 15 minutes in game number 1. They've got a cheat code on taking tier 2s early.
Let's take it from the beginning, where the Dragon was being started by LNG. You commit more than 1 members, therefore, Top Esports can outnumber you on the map. The push in the mid lane was instantly deleted by Gala's ultimate. There's literally 1 auto attack from Jackie in the mid lane tower, and he wasn't allowed to walk up to put that down. So can't pressure mid lane, they can't pressure top because Scout is there perma pushing it, and then you lose bot lane in bot lane tier
TP.
2 as well. LNG is all over. Scout in the back.
Scout's behind them. He's looking for his angle. I don't think he'll find it though, with Hung chunked out before the fight really started. Herald goes down. Oh my days, the damage from Gala. At minimum, it's the tier 1 in the mid lane. LNG might look for a little bit more. Nice from Weiwei. Bullet time had already come through though. Mako now knocked up, and Scout will find his man, but actually burnt to a crisp in the meantime. TN, great combo to answer. 1 for 1, and the tower stands.
Yeah, 369 had to walk all the way from the bot side to try and defend his team. They do manage to shut down Scout, and it goes in the pockets of 369, but I'm not sure that this Cassante though is the one you want to be feeding any gold to right now. You've got bigger problems with your AD carry being almost 2,000 gold in deficit. And let's look at this again. That was a great play right there. Gala had already chunked down everyone around. Nice cleanse taken away from Jacula by Weiwei snapping him with the ult. Scout will go too far in, but Tien and 369 are waiting for him on the snapback. Wow goes in, must come back. And there he was.
The new law of League of Legends. What goes sideways must go the other way sideways again. The classic.
What snaps in must snap backwards? I'm not sure. It's like kind of like a snap, the soul ability, right?
Snip, snap, to quote whatever his name is, Scott. Michael Scott, that's it. Michael Scott, secret agent. Yeah, I don't know. Yone, what a champion. What a champion. I gotta say, I am really enjoying watching Scout play it today, because we've seen a fair bit of Yone in the LPL this year. It's not all looked great. It's not all looked fantastic. Scout really showing us how it's done today. This has been a bit of a masterclass. Did get caught in that previous play. Still managed to find his man before going down, but a good response from Tien. See what Tien can do with a bit more of a carry in his hands. He's got a 1,000 gold lead in that jungle. He's going to have to go big if Top Esports want to win a dragon fight. Zika?
Zika?
That is not your jungle right now. Goes for a 2v1 on Tien and Mako. The CC chain is good. The damage just is not there. Mako might go down here. He jumps into him just to get cut in half. It's a 2 for 1 because actually there's a kill elsewhere. Gala managed to kill off Jackulov.
I think they engaged on him in the mid lane. Reminder, there is no tier 1 mid lane tower for Jackalope to hide under, and you're playing a very immobile AD carry. You step up, you get punished, and LNG has been so good at finding the openings, even when you take one step more than you should, to pretty much chop your legs off straight up. LNG punished instantly with a kill on their own. And all dead even yet again. 4-0-1 for Gallo, who's had an amazing split overall as well. LNG seems to be having a resurgence. All the members are absolutely performing to their absolute max here. And Mako, level 9, level 13, you're 4 levels down. Tien has to thread the needle on the spells as well. And by the time Cream is there, misses the big rocket Zika.
I mean, yeah. I don't think Mako realized that that was procs. Jackalope.
Yeah, that was a Jackalope misstep right there. You see the Satchel going underneath the tower, walks a little bit too far forward. Last of the flash, doesn't want to use it.
Just taking so much damage. Misfortune. Once you lose that passive, it's really hard to play into a Ziggs. And Gala, one of the best Ziggs we've got in the league, has been looking fantastic today. 4-0-1. Huge damage available to him. LNG, though, they want this Drake. 8 seconds on that one. Scout keeps using these jungle camps to try and get his Q3 ready. That Gromp is not farm to him, it's a tool. It's preparation is what it is.
Or the Camille flank.
Wei, he's also looking for a flank. He's going to get over the wall here. Okay, no, he stays in the pit in the end. Zika, the only flanker for now. LNG just going to start the Drake off. They can put so much pressure onto top esports. Zika still unseen. He's behind enemy lines, but he was spotted. He was spotted. 369 has TP and will join the play, but he needs to get here soon because Zika is on the backside here, has his Q3 ready as everyone dives onto the backline and Tien is just removed. He still survives somehow as Wei in the pit. 1 HP needs to be there to smite the Drake. Zika on the backside goes down. The smite comes on through and top esports, they find themselves the Drake and maybe the fight as well. Looking for more, a scout over the wall and top esports, hold on.
How in the world do top esports win this? Zika had the perfect flank. Wei ends up dying as well. They're speed running the Baron too. There is no smite on LNG. 4 members. Brand plus Misfortune plus Corki absolutely melt Baron. Top esports are gonna start that one through. Mako is sprinting from base as well. LNG are possibly looking to contest.
This is about to get spicy, isn't it? You can feel it in your soul. Top esports. They're on the Baron right now. Gala has all of his bombs and so many low health bars, but Mako has found a flank in the meantime and sets up for a kill onto the rat instead. Ziggs escapes though on a satchel. Gala gets out of it and Hung predicts the Q from Jackalope. It doesn't matter. It's still Baron for top esports. It's still a huge win for the boys in blue.
Wow, that is crazy. 2-0-1 on Cream. Slowly but surely he's been building up a pretty good lead, and let's watch it again. Everything gets dumped onto Tien. There's Zuani ultimate hits, Ziggs ult, Rakan ult. They wanted that jungler dead. By some accident, Tien survives this onslaught onto him. Zika lives 369 alone, dives back in, kills Mako, and then they catch Jackalope. But the dragon that's blocking the entrance of their LNG cannot just go through that choke point, or they would get blown up by Corki plus Misfortune. Gala loses his front line, therefore he cannot put down the damage. He has so much power in his inventory, but if he doesn't have his front line there, he just cannot put down that consistent damage.
And I gotta say, I'm getting a little bit nervous for LNG all of a sudden. That's a couple of plays in a row that have gone the way of top esports. They get that fight, then they get the Baron and escape from the play as well. Gala losing his flash for it. And now we're in a situation where it's 6-12 on the scoreboard, but the gold is actually in favor of top esports. It's a mildly positive Baron power play, but hey, it's a positive Baron power play. And I think if you're a top esports fan, you'll absolutely take that right now. Cream, 2-0-1. He's on 3 items on this Corki. Tien has picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard as well. This is a pretty scary moment in the game for LNG as these carries from top esports are very much online. Another misstep. Things could start to go a little bit pear-shaped. Scout caught in the side lane, forced to use the Fate Seal defensively. Those are the kind of missteps that we're talking about.
And now they're in numbers advantage on the Rift. Top esports, they can push 2 lanes at once, burned up minions all over the place. Jackie and Mako should still be very careful stepping up. LNG are still super powerful with the items they have in their inventory, and Weiwei is right there to pull the trigger at any given moment. I feel like the previous fight, a lot of it came down to 369 and how he held Zika on the side, not allowing that Camille to absolutely wreak havoc in his backline. Top Esports are gonna take that mid lane tier 2 pressure. One more wave. That was that inhibitor tower. But sooner or later, 30 seconds remaining just about.
Oh,
Zika again on the flank.
Okay, seen on a ward, won't commit. 369 finishes the tier 2 bot side. Nice Baron play from Top Esports. They get 2,500 gold. And remember, we were saying it in game number 1, Top Esports have been a bit of a slower team more recently. And in that game number 1 against BLG, they looked so disciplined. When they had the lead, when they had control in the late game, their macro was fantastic. The way they played the map was beautiful. Maybe they can recreate that here against LNG. 3,000 gold lead. Mako, I think quite happy to just soak up that ult from Weiwei. And it looks like it will be resets across the board. We have a moment's reprieve because in 60-second time, we are going to see that Mountain Drake back on the map. And LNG once again are on that soul point.
I'm spying a death cap that was just completed by Gala. LNG's whole composition is built around allowing him to shine. Zika being able to put down his ultimate means that a target will get absolutely blown up. That target needs to be either Misfortune, Corki, or Brand. Anything else just will not do. Zika was too busy with 369 and Mako. It just didn't work out in the previous fight. That Camille needs to find the right target, and LNG need to absolutely blow them up. This time around, Gala has what he needs in his inventory. He's at 3 items completed.
3 and a bit.
Let's see if LNG can be beefy enough in front of him for him to put down the damage.
Yeah, the Oblivion all picked up as well for Gala, so a bit of healing reduction there. And importantly, Jackie Love just finishing off his LDR as well. So 3 items on that Misfortune. These big team fight ultimates from the AD carries will be so crucial if they can find their marks. But like you said, if Tien's caught again like last time, he will not survive this time around. Hung, engaged upon by Mako, but Drake is already down to half HP. Tien committing on the top side. He needs to get in this pit, try and fight for the dragon. He's stunned up, and that's Soul. LNG make it look easy. They waltz away with an objective, and Top Esports just left wondering what on earth went wrong.
Yeah, meanwhile, they had Zika not have to expend his TP, pressuring down that mid lane. Very, very importantly, bunch of poke coming out from Top Esports, so you definitely want those extra resistances from the Mountain Soul. You'll be very, very happy playing against triple carry as well. Having that Soul in your pocket. Now, next objective, less than a minute. Baron. Mako's gonna leave whatever vision he had in his inventory behind and head straight to base, because LNG, you bet on those resets from Top Esports. They'll be getting into this river, sweeping up the place, cleaning it up from any Top Esports wards and taking absolute control. Again, Zika, very importantly, does have that teleport from the previous fight and have to use it so he can't be a nuisance on the sideline and creating pressure.
Well, we always talk about these players getting those sweepers in action, but you'd think at this point they'd have the technology to just hoover these wards up instead. Like, sweeping is so old school at this point, surely. We've got better than brooms. You know, it's not funny, but it's the closest to humor you're gonna get. So, take it or leave it, guys. Take it or leave it.
Is that what we're gonna go for from now on? Hoovering the wards?
Why not? Maybe when you've
Why
got
not? Okay.
you've got Umbral Glaive, that's hoovering. LNG trying to hoover up Baron, and Top Esports don't know about it for the time being. They want to try and face check in. They thought it was maybe a push bait. Okay, on that Baron, and the blue trinket will be enough to force LNG away. They don't actually want the fight, and instead Top Esports are the ones to start the Baron off. Instead, Zika is hunting cream on the mini-map, but I think spotted himself. Top Esports back away from the Baron once more.
I feel like this is a fight to see whose TP can you pull in from which team.
Yeah.
So Top Esports are starting the Baron, trying to bait Zika's TP, but also Cream cannot overextend, trying to get towards the Baron in case there's a ward behind them, and Zika catches him on the flank. On the other hand, LNG are trying to get Cream's TP into the fight to try and then create pressure with their own on the map. It's not going to be the case yet. Again, To reiterate, 3.5.
This is huge. This would be a huge pick if Weiwei goes down. Jackie Love trying to chase it. Flash comes out. Tien actually flashes to get onto Scout instead. Face Seal gets him across the wall. But will it get him out to safety? He's slowed. He's so slowed. The Rylai's is so valuable. Knocked into his GA. Oh no, Top Esports, they've overextended. And now the punish from LNG, taking them apart. 2 freebies and 369 tries to turn it around onto Hung instead. Top Esports 3v5 here. They want to try and contest this Baron. I don't know if this is even fightable for the squad. Top Esports, they've done 3v5s before, and Mako happily charging on forwards. Baron peeled away from, but with a Mountain Soul, surely LNG are happy to tank it.
Yeah, I feel like LNG don't really want this, especially since they don't have any ultimates to engage with. Every single thing was used onto Jackie Love and Tien. This time around, though, Top Esports are gonna throw their hands up in the air, pushing that mid lane wave and concede the Baron. LNG punish the overreach, and Weiwei is just clearing woods. He sees a control ward while in there was a Tien and Jackie Love. They chase him down, and I was actually not after the flash from Weiwei, I was not expecting Tien to go that far. However, he sees Scout, he's all alone, and you see during this chase, Heng and Gala had the chance to rotate through the map. Zika pulls a TP as well, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 5. So you were winning until you were losing.
The zone control from Gala there. Everyone having to dodge back from the bombs and step back into harm's way. Beautiful stuff, and then the satchel charge into the wall to set up for Hung's engage. Magnificent performance on this 6 from Gala. Flawless KDA right now, and he is doing some insane damage in these fights. Red buff now, the target of everyone's ire. Hung steps up. Mako actually finds a Zenith Blade, and that's all he'll find. And suddenly, he's on the front line, and he doesn't want to be anymore. Bullet time onto Weiwei. Scout now over the wall, and he's found Jackie Love again. How does he do it every single time? Forced back out of the play, and Jackie Love doesn't quite go down. These extended engages are so sloppy back and forth, so incredibly close.
Oh, the TP flag coming in for 369.
Oh no, Gala, he stayed for the tower. Can he escape? 369 is trying to find him, but
He's
369 is going to walk into 4 people here. Buffers the CC, gets knocked up after the fact. The damage is slow, but it is enough to finish off. No! All out and a flash into the top side. Tien forced away by Gala, who is still going strong. And in the meantime, Zika took a tower.
And if you're wondering, how is this still going on? How has no one died as Tien uses his stalwarts right there? It's because these teams are dead even almost in gold. The gold difference was literally built right now from the towers that went down from LNG, from the Baron play that they just created. These two teams are dead even in gold, and the most important part, there's a 3,000 gold lead on the mid-jungle duo of Top Esports. That Corki and Brand hurt a lot, so when LNG really committing the all-in, the Brand Corki combo, if it survives, they'll do so much damage in return if you misstep when you're LNG.
Oh, it's a good day to be a fan of LPL, isn't it? Because JDG are back, and LNG look like they're back as well.
Oh, Zika.
We have more than 2 top teams now. Cream realizing that, Zika kicks him in the face, and that's a sharp old kick as well. Elder Dragon on the map, and Scout is just soloing it, by the way, while Top Esports consider whether or not they want to contest. Look at the damage that's already been done by Gala. It's so hard to push into this 6. The bombs just consistently flying out, and everyone from Top Esports jumped to pieces, and Scout finds it once more. It's too beautiful from the LNG mid laner. Gala escapes. He's burning. He will fall in the end. It doesn't matter, but his flawless KDA is ruined. LNG 19-8 as they dismantle Top Esports.
LNG do not allow access in the river to Top Esports. The bombs from Gala poked everyone's HP bar so low, and LNG with a very statement series versus Spring's second team in the LPL.
Absolutely magnificent stuff from LNG. A 2-0 over Top Esports, over the team that many heralded as the favorite of the group. Top Esports now 0-2 after losing to BLG, and now LNG 3-0 at the top of the table. Phenomenal stuff.
Man, I don't know what happened to top esports in EWC, but man, that is not the form we expect from them. LNG absolutely pulled them apart in terms of macro on the map, on a side lane, decision making. They dived Scout 3 times in 1 minute, and they still couldn't kill him. That's a tilter.
369 having an exceptionally quiet series as well. These counter picks for Zika in the top side doing so much. Zika had a phenomenal series. Game number 1 on the rise. It's not like a hard carry performance from him there, but just enough to shut down that Kennen. And in game number 2, that was a hard carry performance. On the Camille, absolutely shredding through players. Gala as well on the Ziggs. Absolutely incredible stuff in these team fights. I feel like Gala's damage should be absolutely insane on the post-game damage graph. I can't wait to see quite how much he did in those fights, because it just felt like he was untouchable.
Absolutely, and I want to add a little asterisk right here. Seeing the previous series and this series, now this is making me more curious about JDG versus LNG.
True.
Because the way JDG responded to AL and the way that LNG were pulling top esports around the map makes me that much more curious to see how JDG would show up against that split push potential that LNG is bringing on the map.
Honestly, I'm so excited for the rest of Group Ascent now, because it felt like it was top esports and BLG, then maybe a gap, then AL, and then who knows, right? And so many of our top teams were looking kind of weak. Now, we come in, top esports pushed 0 and 2. The favorite for the whole tournament are being challenged. LNG have stepped up, JDG have stepped up, Weibo have stepped up as well. It feels like suddenly there are like 6 teams that you can get excited about in Group Ascent. Rest in peace, FPX, LGD, NIP. But the rest of Group Ascent looking absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and honestly, BLG, your turn, your call. You want LNG, you want AL, who do you want to try? You want JDG? Pick your poison. It's getting that much more exciting because every time we look at Group Nirvana, any team can beat any team. And this is just a given. They're all teams that are trying to survive to get back into the top standings. However, these teams are the best of the best in the LPL, but we always have that top 3 that will always be the favorites and that we're always looking to for other teams to take inspiration from. I feel like right now you've got teams like AL and LNG that you can definitely draw some inspiration for different reasons. The adaptation on the map for AL, the quick decision making, LNG, their split push potential, and how they play the map when they do not necessarily have the tools available to teamfight you. I think it has been a fantastic day in general of League of Legends.
Honestly, yeah, if you're a fan of League of Legends, today has just been amazing, hasn't it? Look at Gala's damage, man. Almost double anyone else's in the game. Fantastic. And look at the gold graph as well. They're only 3k ahead when they ended the game. That's kind of hilarious. I thought this one was going to go the way of top esports for a while there, but LNG managing to make it happen. Gala, I don't know. I feel like Gala should get MVP for that, but at the same time, Scout had some insane ults that completely turned those early game fights, so I'm really torn, honestly. Maybe Weiwei gets it.
I was just give it to the support, whatever, so no one can feel left out. I feel like I wanted to make a comparison between Scout and Rookie in terms of placement in Fog of War for Scout in this particular series. We've been praising Rookie so much at being probably one of the best mid laners that plays through Fog of War and engages you out of nowhere. I feel like the way Scout was holding on to Q3 in Fog of War in one of the most important moments of the entire game over and over and over again. The way he called Jackie Love over in game number 1, the way he called so many people in game number 2 that were just wards was absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, his usage of Fog of War was very Rookie-esque and very refreshing to see.
It was absolutely gorgeous. Scout, very much in form. If it was in question, that question has been answered by Scout today. Magnificent. 2 games on the Yone. The question now will be, can he do it on other champions as well?
I was about to say, now they're going to be wondering if there is anything else he can do this on.
Yeah, I mean, Azir's back in the meta as well. We've seen plenty of Azir coming back in. That is a classic Scout pick. Ryze is good in the top lane. Maybe we can play Ryze mid again. That would be good for Scout. He's certainly got plenty of games on that one. We'll have to see. Only time will tell. Look at these ults. The Q3 hits into the double face sealed. Just beautiful stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit worried. I know it's very early, they've only played 2 series. However, you only get to play every team once in this group. And I'm getting a little bit worried by Top Esports. There was not a lot of coordination in a lot of their plays. Jakilov. This was a very Jakilov-esque game and not the good way. A lot of missteps, a lot of overreaches. He got caught a bunch of times. Down in the bot lane, he would overextend to try and get the wave. The level 1 with Mako over in game number 1 with the Ezreal, he ends up dying to the gank. There were a lot of questionable moments from players that you're expecting to be the pillars of the game. And I feel like the one that stood very, very tall in this particular day was TN in the jungle. He tried to go above and beyond. He tried to find the ganks, the openings, the vision, the control, and Cream, of course, in the second game. Bit disappointing by the bot lane and top lane of Top Esports. I feel like 369 got completely outmatched by Zika.
I think Gala versus Jakilov was the biggest difference for me today. Gala looked so good. Jakilov in game number 1 in the laning phase, definitely looking good on that Ezreal, but especially in this second game, the Ziggs just doing so much work, and obviously Misfortune, this was a difficult draft to play. Like, it's always going to be tough in these fights, but not able to get anything done with these solo laners diving on top of him every single time. Zika just completely controlled these team fights, completely controlled the side lanes. It's possible Zika gets the MVP, honestly, on this Camille. He had a fantastic game for him. Honestly, I feel like there's a lot of players on LNG that could get MVP, and I'd be kind of okay with it. For me, it's Gala, but I am an AD carry main, so maybe I'm just biased.
I think I'd give it over to Scout. I think his use of Fog of War has been incredible. His laning phase was great. He came from actually a lane deficit into winning this game, into having winning game
3 times,
plays. Absolutely. You got within a minute. Within a minute, he got dive 3 times. Now say that out loud and make it make sense, because this guy survived. Sure, people came to his aid, but this guy survived majority on his own. And for the LNG faithfuls, rejoice, because LNG apparently seems to be here to stay. The whole question was, can they stand up to one of the top 3? And the answer was yes.
Apparently they can. Apparently they can. LNG looking absolutely exceptional. Like, low-key shout out to Hung as well on the 3rd dive attempt where he flies in, gets the Rakan heal and his summoner heal as well to keep Scout alive on the final version. It is going to be Gala that grabs himself. What? 273% damage to goal ratio. That might be the highest I've ever seen.
He was almost half the damage of his entire team. 43%. Damage percentage for this guy. He did about 40k damage, 40k plus damage onto the Ziggs. And questionable decision also. It might have to go back to the drawing board and consider banning it next time when there is an AP bot lane or top laner needed for enemy team. But definitely that will be one for Top Esports to go back and review.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing more and more of this Ziggs coming into the league. And at this point, I feel like it does need to be respected. I feel like both Jakilov and Gala have a really solid Ziggs in their arsenal. Maybe need to use it a little bit more, especially when we literally saw Ziggs out in this series, which is not something I expected today. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out today. It has been a crazy day of games. TT managing to find themselves 2 wins, both of them from behind against Ultra Prime to start us off. JDG versus AL was an absolute turbo banger of a series. If you missed those games, go and watch them right now. There is no better league in the world right now than that series. Go watch it. You need to get that in your eyes. LNG managing to 2-0 Top Esports as well. An upset to round out our day.
I love how we're thinking the same thing, Bunch. I was literally about to ask people, if you have not watched it, watch AL versus JDG. That was some beautiful League of Legends being played. Yep. But that will be next Thursday's schedule coming at you. Super hot. Ultra Prime, we saw them today. They went down 0-2, but they're facing up against RNG, who are 0-3 overall in series. So they're definitely going to be bloodthirsty to pick up a victory there.
Yeah, we'll have a few days off from the official broadcast. Next will be on Thursday. These will be the matchups coming to your screen. You said earlier, BLG versus LNG, we need to see it. Well, that'll be coming up on Thursday, so make sure you are there to watch it, because that is just what you do not want to miss. But that is just about it from us today. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Trouble. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the games today. We have had some absolute quality League of Legends. I really couldn't have asked for any more. But that's going to be it from us. We will see you in chat tomorrow and the next couple of days in the co-streams. Then Thursday, we'll be back for real LPL. We'll see you in chat there. But until then, we'll see you in chat select.